Man. Give me 1 second. There we go. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all well. Just a little update from yesterday. Apparently, yeah, the Superman thing was fine on Twitch. I made a mistake. I was reading the Twitch TOS, so that is why I got my stream got stopped for a hot minute there. It was a little bit of a boo-boo, so my bad. Yeah, just so you guys know, don't do that. DC, they don't play around. Warner Brothers does not play around. Because that was the first time that I got like the little bit of a threat where they were like, hey, you got to remove this immediately from your VOD. So I did. We're all good. Channel is in good standing. So hope I didn't scare anybody with that. But man, can you believe that I woke up this morning to the news where, I didn't really pay attention to the government shutdown news because honestly they keep playing like they're totally using it as like leverage, the way they always do. But this was the first time that I've had a situation where I woke up, did my whole morning routine, went through it, didn't think anything of it because they're like, yeah, it's all good, we're good, it's gonna be averted. Well, guess what? Apparently it has not been averted, and we may very well be on the way to having our government shut down. And the reason why will shock you. It is really stupid. Hey, what's up, Comrade Lennon? We should abolish copyright. It solely protects the interests of capital. Why care? They'll always find something out 7 minutes before the deadline. Yeah, dude. I totally agree with you on that. As far as like open copyrights, I've been very okay with that, the concept of that. The one thing that I was kind of like a little confused about is just how to monetize it. Like in a perfect society, obviously, in our perfect society, we wouldn't even have to worry about capital, but in this capitalist society that we have to work in, which I think that I have a tentative goal at this point. My goal is to, in my lifetime, see more socialist programs enacted or, funded a little bit harder. One thing that I was a little confused by is locally, one of my DSA chapters, I'm not sure if they have like an open argument with our fire union, but they've been talking about, defunding the fire department too. I was like, wait a minute, what? But then I was talking to somebody, they were just like, yeah, we think that was just memes. Somebody kind of came in and they were doing the meme thing. I was like, that would make more sense. I'm like, that didn't, because I looked at how many people were responding to it. It was just, everybody was collectively going, what? Dude, what? And you had a few people, this is now you're really off message, so. Why can't I bring my Spider-Man fanfiction to the screen? This is undemocratic and goes against the First Amendment. Well, I mean, funding. Also, as somebody who, the first time they brought Spider-Man to screen, it was something to behold. It still is. I hate to say, like, it holds up. I would just hope that you do it very well. But at the same time, actually, Comrade Lennon, what's, like, the baseline, without giving away too much, obviously. I don't want you... just giving away your stuff, but who were like your villains, or like what was the main premise of the story, if you don't mind me asking? Because I love me some Spider-Man, I really do. And your fan fiction is likely a lot better than what they are doing in the comic books, right? Well, specifically Amazing Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man, very good. It's very good. It just started too, so you guys can pick that up and just jump right in. Or swing right in. Hey, speaking of swinging in, what's up? Welcome to the program. Oh, I should probably let everybody know that I'm live, eh? There we go. So not sure if this is actually going to happen, because I'm getting like the updates now on the government shutdown. Just give me one sec. Pressed on Biden's absence during the funding talks. Now they're focusing on that instead of Musk. Because, like, I don't care about burying the lead on this story. Elon Musk is pretty much solely responsible for this bill not passing. And you got a lot of pissed off Republicans right now. I mean, a lot. Like, they're gunning for him now. It's not just like... Because I saw somebody's... no, it was Sam. Sam Cedar today was talking about how it's like Lincoln Project-y to do this whole thing where... forgot to go into business mode. Hold on. We got another update. Musk says he'll fund moderate Democratic primary challengers. Oh, no. So, there. All right, this is the newest update. And wow, this is getting kind of juicy. Because now he's not just threatening primaries to the Republicans. Now he's threatening to fund... Elon plans to fund moderate Democratic primary challengers in heavily Democratic districts. Dude, we have to start pushing back against this. Like, this blatant oligarchy. Like, the fact that this guy's just blatantly influencing our government the way that he is. Like, no, this is beyond Citizens United. This is like strong-arming BS, where we have let the richest man in the world come in and just go, I'm going to make America my play toy. He's not even American. He's not even American. I'm going to go there. He's not even fucking American. Oh my God, if we have to do this thing with the deportations, he's got to be the first to go. I'm sorry, man. Got to find a loophole in that, and we have to find a judge that's just like, nah, sorry, bud. You know, it's in the writing. God, you know that there's enough Republicans that don't like this. You know that there has to be some people that are just like, nah, this is a little fucked up, man. Like, I didn't sign up for a damn oligarchy because I'll tell you what, I have not been seeing a lot of people defending this. I have not seen nearly the amount of people defending this that you would think. Or that were defending his cabinet picks at the very beginning of all this. Yeah, you're starting to just see a lot of quiet. Or hear a lot of quiet, I should say. Or not hear it. Is that? Yeah, whatever. I always get, like, just hung up on that stuff. I'm about to sneeze. I'm not sure if you guys could... Yeah. Just wait. You're going to get to this fun, very, very fun point in life where your sneezes aren't as they don't give you the warning that you used to get. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Excuse me. Hey, JR. What's up, bud? Alright. Kick him out and confiscate his companies, then turn him into co-ops. Honestly, like, this makes... Do you guys think that there's gonna be pushback? Like, at what point do even the most ardent Republicans go, yo, dude, this isn't Russia, you know? Or are they really that brainwashed now? Because, like, they're even, like, anti-Ukraine. Like, they don't get it. They're just like, yeah, let's give Russia all of your... Yeah, like, dude. And my problem is you have too many people that are just like, oh, you know, it's because they're racists. You know, I heard that today from somebody where I was just like, what? It's if we're playing that game, then we've already lost. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, comrade. I just saw you. Why care? They'll always find something out 7 minutes before the deadlines. Why can't I? Oh yeah, you. Sorry. Not to be a revolutionary accelerationist, but it would be cool if the government shuts down and it defaults on debt. On its debt, the dollar would plummet, making the left a lot more powerful. Ooh, that, you know what? That's a take on it that I haven't really thought of. Interesting. Well, I just know that it's going to make Christmas a whole lot harder to spend with your family, because if that happens, then the FAA, they will not have anybody to you know, guide those planes. So, because everybody kind of forgets just how much the government actually funds. And against Ukraine, oh yeah, like the standard conservative narrative now is just be anti-Ukraine. So, give me a second. All right. Sorry, my headphones got tangled. He is also an illegal immigrant. They don't care, the ones who have no power, because everyone would be flocking to the new narrative. Oh, well, everybody already did that. Because if you were to go based on Republican principles and what they thought was bad, you know, even in 2003... holy crap, have they pivoted and they've just moved the goalpost. We're gonna be covering it soon, but Sam went and did his standard Christmas tradition where he watched his interview on MSNBC from like 20 years ago. I almost said 10. Jeez. Where he was talking about the war on Christmas, and it became an allegory for the war in Iraq, which has now become kind of an allegory for just how the Republican Party is spinning their narratives. So, speaking of anti-Ukraine, how does Dim Tool make money? LOL. Well, now it's allegedly he has a deal with the Daily Wire coming up. So, makes a little bit more sense now, right? It also makes sense why he's been doing that thing where he's like, oh, I've been working with the Daily Wire. But then he's like, but I'm not funded by them or anything. It's like, but if you're working with them, then hold on. It's like, are you getting paid by them or not? Musk says he will fund Dems in primaries. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to... Here. Because this is the one that's actually not being really said. I forgot to mention Musk says that he'll be using his money to primary both sides so he can buy all the candidates. Cool. So sick of this. Like, guys, we really do need to organize against this. This is something... This is dangerous. Like, because once this happens, it's done. Like, then we can't, like, you want to talk about pushing back? No, then we need to push back now. You know, we need to wake up our families to the fact that it's like, no, Elon Musk is trying to buy the country at, like, wholesale. That doesn't bother you at all? And also, yes, use those, I hate to say, the shitty talking points about, like, well, he's an immigrant. You don't like it? Like, come on, at least be consistent in your hate. Oh, what is it? What is it about him that doesn't bother you? I mean, he has autism. I thought you guys hated autists. I thought you guys were so scared of autism that you would rather not vaccinate your kids. So, I mean, if you guys hate autism that much, come on. Again, not consistent. Elon Musk will be using his money to put to back primary challengers on both sides in a 2026 midterm election, putting the Unit Party on notice that times have changed and the political accountability is back on the table. Yep. Guess what? No. Nah, this is going to, you're going to have enough Republicans. Well, no, wait a minute. This is going to backfire horribly on him because now, like, the Republicans and Democrats in both the Senate and in Congress, they're going to just push back against this crap. Because you think that they're both going to take him threatening them? No. Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought I put it up. Did I not? And yeah, here, I'll also drop that, my Discord link. Wait a minute, my Discord link's broken again? I did a permalink. Ah, crap. Hold on. I thought I took care of this. That's why I was so, like, confident that I didn't have to worry about it. Oh, you're right. It is a temporary link still. What the hell? Alright, sorry about that, man. Here. Popping on in. Oh, hello. There we go. Sorry about that, man. And yes, here. I will also do my screen share. It's been a... I'll be honest, I had a little incident right before I started stream. You ever had that? Well, I'm sure if you're an animal owner, cat or dog, you've had that moment where you smell something you're not supposed to. You're like, that smells like pee. And, with just making a long story short, my old lab, she decided to be cute and lay in bed with me, and, she, kind of peed in the bed. So... yeah, kind of dealing with that. It was a little bit of a thing. So, but she's a good girl, and I don't begrudge her. She's fine. She's my baby. All right, guys. Sorry about that again. Also, let me know if I'm having any latency issues, because I have been trying to get my frame rates down. And, yeah, I get the stupid error that it's like that my frame rates are like completely effed, but then I go to fix it and it's just like, nah, performance is peak. It's like, okay. So I'm gonna just chalk that one up to YouTube. Anything that I can't solve, any problem I can't solve with this, especially on stream, I'll just go YouTube. Wrong or not. So yeah, we needed to push back 20 years ago. Well, yeah. Citizens United was like it, dude. Yeah. Unfortunately, again, this is what happens when you have an uneducated electorate that just checks out. That only checks in for elections or for, you know, the coverage that, oh, well, you mean the government shut? Because now all of a sudden you do have people like starting to pay attention, because it's like, well, what do you mean? I get paid by the government. I actually know somebody like that. She does not follow politics, and if you try to talk politics with her, she's one of those ones that's just like, not doing it, not doing it. Like, I don't want to have this in my life. It's like, okay. But she works in a government position. So... yeah, Anna, wait a minute. We were pushing back 20 years ago, LMAO. Yeah, hold on. Like, yes, but I see where Comrade Lenin's coming from. Not going to begrudge them. I think that what they meant was the whole populace. Like, kind of where I was going with this, where I think that it's kind of America's fault for not being more interested in just the happenings that really, you know, matter to their lives, but they don't unless they, you know, hear immediately that, hey, did you hear that your social security is on the chopping block again? And they'll be like, what? Yeah. Hey, Squishmallow Dragon, what's up? Oh. All right. Keith Olbermann's Citizen United rant is legendary. Keith Olbermann, man. That's a guy that fell off. Haven't thought about that name in a while. Now it's Morning Joe. He's our resident shitlib now. Well, at least mine. Where I'm just like, nah. Because everybody's just trying to placate to the center now. At least according to the mainstream media and specifically, you know, the Morning Joe crowd. Oh, you're getting ready for work? Oh, cool. Hey. 420. Apparently, it's the one code that I do not have to censor. Oh, you know what? A little bit of housekeeping. For the channel. So, got a update on some new YouTube guidelines that are starting in the new year here. Excuse me. So, we're going to have to be careful with specifically keywords. This does not apply to you guys on Twitch, by the way. Twitch is a totally different game. Yeah, they're cool. I don't think that the show is going to change much on Twitch. What will happen is I'll have more like Twitch exclusive content, specifically because of the way that they have structured YouTube to kind of go after guys like me now. So now, man, excuse me. I just had that moment where like my face exploded. So, but yeah, they're gonna be going after content kind of like this. So, the word "hi," I have to be a little careful the way that I use it. You guys also might want to be too, just because I'm not sure how it affects the chat, and I don't want you guys getting booted from YouTube chat. So, yeah, we'll be safe. So, obviously, I use the term bingers for, you know, water pipes. Water pipes is also okay. But J's, we're going to J's. We're going to be talking specifically like, you know, J's and B's. You know, I hope you know what a B is, like the BLUNT. I hope somebody just like popped on in as I said the UNT and they're just like, who? But yeah, we have to just be more like, help me be more aware of that. I'm actually asking for your help on this one because I would like to keep this channel going. I don't want to have, you know, any holdups in the future. I don't want to have anybody have any ammunition against the channel as far as being able to report us. So, yeah, it's one of those things. Keep me TOS on this and keep yourself TOS and we're good to go. So that was my little house cleaning that I wanted to do real quick. And then back to the Elon Musk story. This is not a sponsored story, by the way. I'm doing this one just because I kind of want to talk about it the way I want to talk about it. So, also, I knew I was going to have to do that little bit of housekeeping in the first bit here, so I was a little comfortable doing it now. But all right, so the billionaire roiled the great DC swamp when he spoke out against the latest great grand scam perpetuated. Who the hell is reporting on this? Wait a minute. American Wire? All right, maybe this is sponsored by Ground News. Let's go back. American Wire. Right. Mixed faculty, though. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah, this is an opinion piece. In showing the power that X has as a free speech platform and the new media, Musk called for the public to put pressure on lawmakers to reject the congressional holiday spending spree in which lawmakers also gave themselves a generous raise. Yeah, that was BS. With one of his posts about the bill suggesting that members voting yes should be sent packing by voters. Oh god, I hate the fact that he's right about that. That sucks. Musk is a fucking clown. Yes, he is. And I will read that one open with, you know, no censorship. President Trump. Hey, it's the Mark Lamont Hill debate. I actually wanted to cover that at some point here. Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried. Everything should be done and fully negotiated prior to my taking off it. Oh, this is Trump. All right, guys, I can't break from it. Any Republican that would be so stupid to do this should be to do this should and will be primaried. Everything should be done and fully negotiated prior to me taking office on January 20th, 2025. He's counting down the days, and we're just like, oh, God. Oh, God, that just scared me. I just saw that with Neil Cavuto leaving. Even Trump is just like, yeah! Bye-bye, Neil. Toodles. Have fun. Wait, how the hell do I get this type of, push? Look at this. Hold on, guys. Look. She's doing what I do. Wait. When somebody asked me, like, how the hell did, like, whose, peck did you suck to get over here? I'm like, well, nobody. What do you mean? They're like, you're on the YouTube front page. I'm just like, news to me. Any Republican that would be so stupid. Blah, 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 blah. When the bill was pulled and then replaced with a slimmed down version, then lopped off 1,400 pages or so. God, see, this is the problem of pork. Can we just, like, stop? Can you guys not see the new font? Because I mean, I have it on pretty much everything. I just can't change it on this stuff. No, I love it. It's working great. I've been able to to read again and not have, my brain do those little freezes that it does. Now the only freezes it does is because of this, so. Oh, Wall Street Mav. I actually followed him a little bit. All right, so in response to one Democratic jackass who railed against him for the House floor. By the way, I followed Wall Street Mav as like more of a hate follow, so he'll be heavily involved in districts controlled by left-wing parties this time. See, he's going after the squad. Man. I knew it. So, God, and we were just complaining about AIPAC, because that's the part that really sucks. Is like that's what's got me like kind of tripping now. Because how are we supposed to fight back against this when we can't even get the narrative with AIPAC to people? Ugh. All right. So, I forgot to mention that I'm also going to be funding moderate candidates in heavily Democratic districts so that the country can get rid of those who don't represent them, like this jackass.
And a tweet changed all of it? Can you imagine what the next 2 years are going to be like if every time the Congress works its will and then there's a tweet? Or from an individual who has no official portfolio, who threatens members on the Republican...
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I mean, you do realize that the only people that actually like Elon Musk can't even vote? Like, these are 15-year-old edgelords that, they think that they're getting their lols on while watching our democracy die with absolutely no idea how it's going to affect them. Hey, at least they're the, ones who will be in the modern housing market at that point. I just hope you guys have gotten yours at that. Which, I wanted to cover another story about how the interest rates have been lowered and mortgages are still raising. Yeah. That's fun. Here, give me a second. Let me get that up. 11 hours ago. Okay. No. No. Paywall? No. Why? Paywall information that will tell us whether or not we can actually get a house? It's ridiculous. All right. All right, so the Federal Reserve implemented its third consecutive rate cut, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I just want to know why. While borrowing may be hoping that, borrowers may be hoping that the Fed's latest move will help lower mortgage rates. Federal Reserve's 25 basis points rate cut is unlikely to lead to a dramatic drop. Here's why. It's a rate reduction, but a modest one. Dude, I mean, no, this makes no sense. Going back to September. What are you talking about? No. I'm not taking this gaslighting. I'm sorry. They really are just like, just be happy. Just be happy that you're going to even get the little bit. You know, come on, guys. This is ridiculous. All right, so the December rate cut, though a positive step, is still relatively small. Wait a minute. You know what? No. Why isn't my font changed on this? Because, yeah, this is just MS. Hold on. Crap. Let me see. Because, Anna, I think you were right. I could have just done this over stream yesterday. The way that I was checking it. Yep. There we go. And then... Okay, yeah, set. I didn't hit. Okay. It says it's set. I don't know what the hell is going on, so I'm not going to dick with it right now. Sorry. All right. I'll just get through it. The December rate cut, though a positive step, is still relatively small, especially blah, 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 blah. Significant 50 basis point cut. Mortgage rates plunged to a 2-year low. Plunged? That's BS. No, because they spiked right back to where they were before. No, that doesn't make. This is so dishonest. I'm sorry. I can't even Yeah, MSNBC or MSN. Go figure. Well, I was hoping to have some better news on that front, but it doesn't look like I'm going to. Do you guys have any, any ideas for how to organize against, these predatory lenders and, the private equity firms and all that? Because, honestly, every time that I sit there and think about it, I'm not sure if it's, my depression at that point kicking in where I'm or the depression from that just kicking in where it's just you're never going to change it. And then I'm like, oh, I'm never going to change it. Oh. And then I get sad. Here, let's check this out.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. So we start right now with the story of lawmakers struggling to strike a deal to keep the government funded. So if you haven't been watching this drama on Capitol Hill, let's get you caught up. So lawmakers came up with a federal spending bill. Elon Musk and President-elect Donald Trump torpedoed that. That was version 1. Now, version 2 gave a revised version, but that got shut down too when dozens of lawmakers joined together with Democrats to vote against it. So now we were at version 3. It has to pass by midnight to avoid a government shutdown. So What's this all about? We know what it's about for Donald Trump, who said on social media, and here it is, if there's going to be a government shutdown, let it begin now under the Biden administration and not after January 20th under Trump. So let's go live to West Palm Beach, Florida, and CBS
just
News
trying to save his
correspondent
ass so he can just be like, it happened under Biden. It wasn't my fault.
Caitlin Huey Burns. Thank you for joining us,
Oh
Caitlin.
my God,
Trump
we
didn't
live in
stop.
the dumbest time. It's like, you can't even get more obvious, and then you still have people just going, nope, he's complete, no, it's Biden.
There, he also had this to say: Congress must get rid of or extend out to perhaps 2029 the ridiculous debt ceiling. Without this, we should never make a deal. Remember, the pressure is on whoever is president. So he's not even sworn in yet. Already looked like he's calling the shots. Let's dig into what he had to say. Walk us through that. Walk us through if this is sort of a foretelling of what this is going to be like between the president and Congress in the new administration.
Yeah, and we'll see if the third time is a charm today to try to get this spending bill passed. But there's no question that Trump and Musk, as we've talked about, have thrown a wrench in this entire process and really putting the pressure on Speaker Johnson there. A few things to unpack about those statements coming from the president-elect. One is on the debt ceiling. This is the limit that the government can borrow. This has typically been used as a bargaining chip in a lot of these negotiations over the past several years because it's something that has to be raised in order not to default on the debt, and it's often used to try to leverage for something else. Now, there are a lot of conservatives in the Republican conference who have long been opposed to short-term spending deals regardless, and also have been opposed to raising that debt limit without any cuts to spending. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday. There were several Republicans that voted against that bill that Donald Trump himself supported and endorsed yesterday. And so that raises a question of what is the leverage point that the president-elect has. Going into yesterday, we were talking about how Republicans are taking their cues from the president-elect, and in a lot of cases that is true, but in some cases there are conservatives whose beliefs on these spending issues predate Donald Trump, and they showed yesterday that they are willing to buck him and Elon Musk and all these outside influencers when it comes to these spending bills. And that's why Johnson was in this pickle in the first place, and that's why he had to cut a deal with Democrats in the first place.
All right, so let's talk about Mike Johnson. Listen, he is really person number one when we think about this. And I'm also thinking about Josh Hawley, who didn't seem to...
What's up with the casual bomber jacket, man? Jeez, this guy looks like he's ready to go, like, just hop on the motorcycle right after this.
Mike Johnson. Let's talk about what his future could be.
All right, we covered the government shutdown. Let's go.
What does
that'd be even funnier if he was kind of like on the South Park.
Say about Mike Johnson and his future, at least
he's sitting in the coffee room. What are you doing? I'm just gearing up, man. Gearing up.
Yeah, and you have had some senators like Hawley and others who have been critical of Ron Johnson. They're on the other side of the Capitol. They have nothing to do with whether he becomes Speaker. So it's important to look at what Republican lawmakers are saying. And a lot of them, for this particular issue, do take their cues from Donald Trump when it comes to who he wants to be Speaker. Now, it's hard to see a photo of Donald Trump since the election that doesn't have Mike Johnson in it. He has been following Trump and trying to appear in public with him since the election as much as he can. You'll remember last weekend they were together at that Army-Navy game, and that's because Johnson knows his fate really rests on whether Trump supports him and whether the conference Republican lawmakers follow suit. And it's kind of ambiguous at this point. Donald Trump says that Johnson can keep his job if he, goes the way that he wants him to go. But remember, this is what kind of doomed McCarthy and speakers past, trying to get these big measures passed with a lot of dissent within the Republican ranks.
All right, so while we have you here, let's put all of that aside and talk about this issue. The president-elect is cheering on the disqualification of DA Fani Willis in that Georgia case. In fact, he told Fox News the case is entirely dead. Those are his words, but is it entirely dead?
It is not entirely dead. They took Fani Willis and her team off the case.
Stop. Can we stop taking him at his word? Again, their news even playing that game. What the hell? Like, this is being beyond fair. Like, too fair. There is too fair.
But this case
Just
still
say
exists.
that
This is
Trump
the last
has a propensity to lie.
remaining criminal case against the president-elect that has not.
Also, take this time to maybe fact check the whole, Eileen Cannon thing.
Come
Totally
to its
won
final
that.
conclusion here. But if you look at that hush money case in New York, remember the sentencing for that was pushed till after the election, but they still did not throw out that case. That was news this week. So the question remains, what happens to this Georgia case now that Fani Willis, who brought it in the first place, is no longer going to be ahead of it? And what kind of legal team, who would take her place remains an open question. The idea of Trump being prosecuted during his term in office is not likely. It's not going to happen. So the Trump team wants this case to just be, taken off the books completely, but there still are a lot of open questions about what happens to it. And the reason that this was such a political victory for the former president, now president-elect, is because look at all the other cases against him. I mentioned the hush money case, but remember those 2 federal cases were dropped against him as well. So they want this last remaining one to go away. We'll see what prosecutors decide.
Any word from the Trump administration on Elon Musk? We know that yesterday some lawmakers, especially Democrats, were playing a little reverse psychology, calling Elon Musk President Musk. Any indication there from West Palm Beach that that's having any sort of effect? Is Trump taking the bait, as it were?
Well, that's what Democrats are certainly trying to do here and try to get under Trump's skin with all of this. And it's no secret that this is a team that doesn't like the focus on someone like Musk more than the president-elect himself.
That's why I'm going to say that Sam was wrong about the take earlier, if you guys listened, where he was talking about the Lincoln Project and how this is a very Lincoln Project take and how we shouldn't be bogged down in getting into the whole, President Musk. No, that one really bugs him because you can already see him pushing back. Just how quickly he jumped on Truth Social after Musk did that. That Musk didn't tell him about it, and he was just like, wait a minute, he did what now?
He wants to appear,
and he's only going to take so much embarrassment. And here's my favorite part about this: Elon can't help himself. He literally can't help himself. He's that stupid, egotistical, and just cannot read the room enough for him to stop. He's gonna push it, and he's gonna get kicked out.
Command. So that's kind of what we're watching to see is whether or not Musk, overstays his welcome. He has been, at Donald Trump's side at every moment. You remember earlier last month, he actually went with Trump.
Also, if that's true, honestly, how much of Elon can you really take? I would love to be a fly on the wall, like with Trump just doing that. I have to go take a dookie. I'll be right back. And he sits down and he does the this fucking guy. What the hell is with this fucking guy? I can't do it. I can't do this. Come on, Donnie. We got to gear ourselves up, Donnie. We can do this. You know what? I forgot to take off the diaper. My bad. Oh, no.
Influencers when it comes to these spending bills. And that's why Johnson was in this pickle in the first place. And that's why he had to cut a deal with Democrats.
And we think about this. And I'm also thinking about Josh Hawley, who didn't seem too hot on Mike Johnson. Let's talk about what his future could be. What does the president-elect have to say about Mike Johnson and his future, at least at this hour?
What up, Tree?
Yeah, and you have had some senators like Hawley and others who have been critical of Ron Johnson. They're on the other side of the Capitol. They have nothing to do with whether he becomes Speaker. So it's important to look at what Republican lawmakers are saying. And a lot of them, for this particular issue, do take their cues from Donald Trump when it comes to who he wants to be Speaker. Now, it's hard to see a photo of Donald Trump since the election that doesn't have Mike Johnson in it. He has been following Trump and trying to appear in public with him since the election as much as he can. You'll remember last week.
Yeah, you know what, Tree, every video was being blocked on YouTube because of my ad blocker just now. Honestly, you have to be careful with that. I turned off my ad blockers. That's why, obviously. You can see it anytime that I'm reading an article. That's why, though. I've been having I was having a similar issue even when I first started this. So I'm surprised it took that long for it to hit you, bud.
Weekend, they were together at that Army-Navy game, and that's because Johnson knows his fate really rests on whether Trump supports him and whether whether the conference Republican lawmakers follow suit. And it's kind of ambiguous.
What a perfect picture. Oh my God. See, now this is the stuff that I'm just enjoying. Like, we don't have to sit here and play games anymore. We don't have to even try to defend Biden. Oh my, later in the show, I want to go into the whole, debacle where they were hiding this whole, report from 2019 that his mental acuity was slipping. Somebody brought up a really good point where in an alternate timeline, we legit could have, a 2-term, like we could be at the end of Bernie's second term and then also cheering on another progressive victory of somebody younger in the caucus. But no.
At this point, Donald Trump says that Johnson can keep his job if he, goes the way that he wants him to go. But remember, this is what kind of doomed McCarthy and speakers past, trying to get these big measures passed with a lot of dissent within the Republican ranks.
All right, so while we have you here, let's put all of that aside and talk about this issue. The president-elect is cheering on the disqualification of DA Fani Willis in that Georgia case. In fact, he told Fox News the case is entirely dead. Those are his words, but is it entirely
What is this
dead?
casual news thing? I'm legit asking now. When did this start? Like, my man's got his hand in his pocket, and he's just a chill guy giving you the news.
It is not entirely dead. They took Fani Willis and her team off the case, but this case still exists. This is the last remaining criminal case against the president-elect that has not, come to its final conclusion here. But if you look at that hush money case in New York, remember the sentencing for that was pushed till after the election, but they still did not throw out that case. That was news this week. So the question remains, what happens to this Georgia case now that Fani Willis, who brought it in the first place, is no longer going to be ahead of it? And what kind of legal team, who would take her place remains an open question. The idea of Trump being prosecuted during his term in office is not likely. It's not going to happen. So
they're ditching the suit and tie so they don't look like lefties. Really? Because I would argue this makes them look more lefty, in my opinion.
The Trump team wants this case to just be, taken.
Like, this is anarcho news. We don't have a dress code. We're just cool. We're just chill guys. He just needs to chill because he's just a chill guy. It's still my favorite meme out of 2024. I mean, yes, maybe I'm a little biased because I got that set to be a lot.
Books completely, but there still are a lot of open questions about what happens to it. And the reason that this was such a political victory for the former president, now president-elect, is because look at all the other cases against him. I mentioned the hush money case, but remember those 2 federal cases were dropped against him as well. So they want this last remaining one.
You know what? While we're on stream, does anybody know how to just do the chill guy, and put that in our Discord so we can have him as part of our emotes? That'd be cool.
Go away. We'll see what prosecutors.
I mean, I know
decide.
how to do it. I just don't. I can't.
Any word from the Trump administration on Elon Musk? We know that yesterday some lawmakers, especially Democrats, were playing a little reverse psychology, calling Elon Musk President Musk. Any indication there from West Palm Beach that that's having any sort of effect? Is Trump
elites, not lefties, elites. Okay, that does change that. Never mind.
The bait, as it were?
Oh, God, at what point are they just going to have the 7 o'clock news being read by a guy like me from his basement?
Well, that's what Democrats are certainly trying to do here and try to get under Trump's skin with all of this. And it's no secret that this is a team that doesn't like the focus on someone like Musk more than the president-elect himself. He wants to appear in command. So that's kind of what we're watching to see is what.
The fact that the mainstream media is picking up on this as much as they are, that is good news, guys. Let's take the W's where we can.
Whether or not Musk, overstays his welcome. He has been, at Donald Trump's side at every moment. You remember earlier last month, he actually went with Trump to meet with House Republicans. There's no question about this outsized role that he's been playing here. But it was notable, Reed, yesterday when this new deal was announced that actually didn't get voted for by Republicans. Musk was trying to give credit to Donald Trump for it, and you saw a lot of other Republicans following suit. So that kind of signals that there is an awareness that Trump wants to be the one appearing in command. But that's a storyline to watch as this unfolds, and whether Musk does in fact kind of overstay his welcome at Mar-a-Lago and within this political realm.
These relationships always fascinating with a president-elect who is known for those two words, "You're fired." It'll be fascinating to see what the history books have to say. Caitlin Huey-Burns, always making us smarter there from West Palm Beach or wherever you are. Nice to talk to you today on CBS News.
Oh my God, worm tongue. Oh my God, what a great analogy tree. Holy crap. Yeah, no, we are watching a real life worm tongue situation. And Donald Trump, he's old. He's totally losing it. I mean, I wasn't one of those guys just using it as a talking point during the election where everybody was just like, well, he's only 2 years younger than Biden. And no, like for real, that's kind of he is old and he's losing a step. He is losing it. No, as much as even some of the left doesn't want to admit that because they just be like, oh, we lost to another old guy. But yeah, this is totally worm tongue. Man. Maybe that's why Kamala lost, is because we needed that to happen, so now the women can rise up, and yeah, there we go. We will have a new age in Rohan. Still, I've said this before, but I love the meme that's just like, you didn't come to our aid. It's like, did you light the beacons? And he's just staring. Did you light the beacons? This is a simple yes or no question. Are you still screwing those what? I mean, if you mean screwing those the goats like in the greatest of all times, then yeah, I'm just I'm screwing each one in every category. Soon you will have to call me king. Although I think I'll go Lord, maybe God Emperor. I'm just kidding. God, I couldn't even. If anybody tried, I'd be like, no, oh, no, please, get up. They can't hide because of how bad they look. I mean, I'm telling you right now, this is fun. Like, okay, I can't read that. I appreciate the help, Les. But I cannot promote that. You know what? Ad blockers are bad. Guys, ad blockers are bad. Also, if you guys have a Twitch, pop on over and follow if you haven't already, because I'm at 44 and I'm trying to get to 50. And if we can do that by the end of today, I will shit a brick. I didn't have a better one, damn it. The improv skills are not theirs. I tried to tweak mine, it's working now. Okay, cool. As long as it's working, cool. Also, yeah, like I said, just yeah, try and what's up? Appreciate you joining the Discord, and then watching a man be alienated from his humanity and the product of his labor in real time. Yep. And the thing is, he's as I said, like, I know that this could almost be constituted as a little mean and almost a little like making fun of his autism, which I don't want to do, but I did make this a point where Republicans think that, autism is bad. They think immigrants are bad unless your Lord and Savior apparently is an immigrant autist, which You know, now looking at it, Jesus could have actually been constituted as that. I just got a random text from... You ever get a random text from somebody where you're like, is everything okay? Because when I don't hear from you unless everything's not okay. But it seems everything's fine. All right. I'm not going to let that worry me right now. Unless I watch the ads that are actually paying the content creator directly. Oh, cool. Yeah, man. Like, that's also, like, for me, once I hit 1,000, I mean, some of my stuff will probably end up having ads on it. I'm figuring out how to get, you know, to that point. And also, I may have to keep, like, pretty much all of my previous content that I've done up to this point, you know, free of ads. Because, yeah, this is definitely not what I would call ad-friendly content. But I'm trying. I'm trying my best. That's why, honestly, if you guys can support me through my Streamlab link, that really helps. Also, if you guys want to join the membership squad here, that helps me as well. So, which, if you guys are very cool, I know that we have a membership gifter in the chat that is very, very very generous. Sorry. Man, I really do have, like, the worst ADD where it comes to that. Like, because if I get a notification, then I'm just like, boom, notification. I hate that. Ads are fine. People have to eat, but the way YT does ads does not really support the content creators. No. No, not really. Unless you guys actually, like, use the products or, like, click on the website kind of thing. Not really. You know, that's why, like, Ground News, here, I'll link that again, because that one helps. It does help me a lot, but it also, like, I totally believe in it, and it gives you a real good product that I'm happy for you to have. You know, even if you didn't use my code, code or my discount code, or you had to use somebody that had a better one, I wouldn't begrudge that. I truly stand behind that company. So, but please use mine because it does help me. So, actually, here, I should probably just link that. What? Really? Hold on, guys. This actually could be really good. Here is the Ground News link, but I just got some good news here in my my Twitch. Thank you for the new follow. I appreciate that. All right, there. I'm done shilling. I appreciate you bearing with me over on Twitch. Thank you. Because I feel like that's all that was pretty much just shown. So it was like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you're just trying to get that money. It's like, well, I would like to get paid to do this. That would be nice. It would make it so I can do this a lot more and not get burnt out, so I could do this on the weekends. Because, full disclosure, that's why I really don't have, like, wasn't doing the weekend show, because I was like, yeah, I need to be able to take time off. I might just do Wednesdays and Thursdays off, and then do Saturday, Sundays. I'm debating. We'll see. Still figuring out the finer points of my schedule. Also, what my sleep schedule will allow, because, man, not sure if you guys have insomnia, but yeah, it's not fun. And it's not fun when your insomnia is just like, hey, I'm going to work overtime. So, you know that time where you're usually so tired that your body just, like, you don't even have the choice, where it just conks out. Don't even have that anymore. It's like you're just going to feel dead and push through. So probably why I've had so many, little bouts with the... Well, no. You know what? No. I'm going to blame that on the weather, man. I have bad allergies as it is, and the fact that it's gone, like, from freeze to, thaw... Like, dude, we had a day here where it was 9 degrees outside. The next day, it was 56. That makes absolutely no sense. And I can just tell you right now, my body and my sinuses were not happy. Also suffer from migraines too, which, I do not envy you guys that join me in that club, because it's yeah, I don't know why I would. Just, it's a shitty club to be in. Okay, so we got hold on. Is my buddy here who was talking about getting deported? I don't think so. Sound off, I think it was you. No, it was. Jesus saved Justin. If you are here and if you do see this, I just wanted to let you know that this is kind of for you, because I saw this and immediately thought, hey, this would be perfect for him, because he was talking about how Trump's plan to end birthright citizenship scares the crap out of him, and how he legitimately is worried about it. So I found this video from Mehdi Hassan, who, number one, it's just Mehdi, so I was like, okay, like, no problem watching that one. But yeah, as I said, it kind of immediately dawned on me that I had a viewer that was like, I'm actually concerned about this happening. So let's see what Mehdi has to say about this happening. Hey, good morning from Australia.
If you're born in the United States of America, you're an American, right? That's how it's always been. I mean, it's in the Constitution. But Donald Trump doesn't care about the Constitution, and he's been very open for a while about how he plans to end this core constitutional principle, end birthright citizenship.
You have people on the border, and in one day they walk over, have a baby, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to pay the baby.
So we are looking at birthright citizenship very seriously. It's frankly ridiculous.
On day one of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct
after seeing all those clips, he does not look good.
Going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will
what the hell?
Will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship.
You heard that last part. Trump not only thinks he can take away a right explicitly outlined in the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which explicitly says, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. But Trump being Trump, he thinks he can get rid of it all by himself, not via constitutional amendment, not even via Congress, but via executive order. Yes, our next president is planning on instructing government agencies to deny social security numbers, passports, and public benefits to newborn babies in the US whose parents don't provide proof of their immigration status. But here's the thing. Birthright citizenship isn't just explicitly laid out in the Constitution, it's also been explicitly upheld by the Supreme Court. In fact, the relevant precedent here is over 100 years old. Yes, back in 1898, birthright citizenship took center stage at the Supreme Court after Wong Kim Ark, who was born to 2 Chinese immigrants in San Francisco, had his citizenship challenged by the xenophobic Chinese Exclusion Act, which at the time banned Chinese immigrants from becoming naturalized citizens. Nevertheless, in US versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court upheld his citizenship, despite him being born to non-citizens, writing that, quote, the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory. Now, of course, the current conservative majority on the Supreme Court doesn't have a great track record when it comes to upholding precedent or constitutional rights for that matter. And with justices like Amy Coney Barrett, who once referred to the 14th Amendment as, quote, possibly illegitimate, it's not crazy to think that this court may well give Trump their stamp of approval on this issue. which, to be clear, would be a shocking and shameless disregard for the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And don't just take my word for it.
Yeah, at this point, it's just rewriting America. Cool.
Even James Ho, a conservative lawyer turned Trump-appointed judge, wrote in 2009 that, quote, text, history, judicial precedent, and executive branch interpretation confirmed that the citizenship clause reaches most US-born children of aliens, including illegal aliens. Now, as plain and obvious as the 14th Amendment is, when it comes to birthright citizenship, there are 4 words in the middle of that first sentence that Team Trump thinks supports their case against birthright citizenship. It's the bit where it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens. Conservatives argue that part, subject to jurisdiction thereof, was written in order to deny citizenship to anyone who still has loyalty to a foreign power, which they say includes people whose parents have not entered the country legally. But this isn't the mic drop they think it is. When the 14th Amendment was being passed back in the 1860s, the senators debating it pretty much all agreed that it would apply to pretty much everyone, including the children of foreign citizens with loyalty to other countries, but excluding Native Americans on reservations. Congress agreed to adopt the interpretation of Senator Jacob M. Howard, the author of the Citizenship Clause, who clarified the jurisdiction language, saying that it meant birthright citizenship would not apply to, quote, persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers, but will include every other class of persons. When Senate Judiciary Chair Lyman Trumbull was asked if birthright citizenship applied to kids of Chinese immigrants, he said back then, undoubtedly. So conservatives say they're originalists, that the Constitution should be interpreted in accordance with the original historical era in which it was written. And the senators at that time were clear that birthright citizenship applied to the kids of all foreigners with the exception of foreign diplomats. Oh, and remember US versus Wong Kim Ark? That case also addressed this jurisdiction language head on, with Supreme Court Justice Horace Gray writing for the majority that the amendment's language, quote, was not intended to impose any new restrictions upon citizenship. Gray then confirmed that the language was only intended to exclude children born to Native Americans living on reservations, children of foreign diplomats, and, based on English common law, quote, children born of alien enemies in hostile occupation. So, okay, that jurisdiction language was also intended to exclude children of literal military invaders, which partly explains why Trump and the GOP have been so desperately and so falsely and so ridiculously trying to brand migrants at the southern border as invaders. Conservatives also like to point to the fact that in the Wong Kim Ark case, Ark's parents were immigrants living here legally, whereas Trump's executive order would only go after children whose parents are undocumented. But once again, judicial precedent is not on Trump's side. Take a look at Plyler versus Doe, 1982. The Supreme Court struck down a public school in Texas's attempt to deny admission to undocumented children, saying, and I quote, no plausible distinction with respect to 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and resident aliens whose entry was unlawful. In other words, even if you are undocumented, you are still within the jurisdiction of the US, and therefore birthright citizenship as laid out in the 14th Amendment still applies to your kids. And yet Donald Trump thinks that's a, quote, ridiculous idea.
Now, how ridiculous. We're the only country in the world where a person comes in, has a baby, and the baby is essentially a citizen of the United States for 85 years with all of those benefits.
For starters, that's not true. Over 30 countries, including Canada, right next door to us, also have birthright citizenship. But even if we were the only country in the world that offered it, so what? Isn't American exceptionalism what this country is all about?
Yep.
Isn't that what's supposed to make America great?
Yeah, weird. Weird how America, you know, it's only these certain parts, you know, for the upper echelons and the whites and... Yeah, hot take. Ugh. I don't know. I think that he's got a long way to go because even Amy Coney Barrett, she thinks that it is, but she also knows that if... So, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that if they start upending actual amendments in the Constitution, that is going to cause a shit storm. even amongst conservatives, because, also, they'll be losing quite a bit of that base that helped him get elected too, as far as the Latino vote. We got to sit there and listen for how many months about the Latino vote. Well, great for some Americans, but everyone else can fuck off, I guess. Yeah, exactly. No, because what's to stop them from going back to the, only landowners can vote? At that point, they can just go and upend any established precedent. And at that point, I'm sorry, like, at what point does the Supreme Court just, not exist anymore? Like, at what point do we ignore every ruling that, because last time I checked, in order for these to have any effect, they have to be instituted. So you would think that even some people in power would just go, no. But I don't know, man. That's their whole plan with the nationalist stuff. So this entire situation is fucked. Yep. Brandon Whitney. And it all happened in one day. How fun is that? Who knew that the government funding debacle would expose how, like, all of this with Elon Musk, and then also kind of bring up the fact that, here we go. We're all now front and center thinking about what Trump's going to do, because honestly, I was kind of enjoying the, quiet last month and a half, surprisingly. I had somebody actually ask, they're like, is your content mostly just like shitting on Trump right now? I'm like, no, surprisingly not. I mean, I do, but it's not everything, that I'm talking about. I barely talk about Trump, surprisingly. Like, that's been kind of crazy to me, but here we are. We're going to be talking about it a lot more. But also, I'm not going to back off of the calling him Vice President Trump or First Lady Trump right now, because that one, every single place that you can, especially in right-wing circles, hammer it. Because you know how they keep saying, they're just like, well, that's only going to, push people away and it's going to turn people off. It's like, nah, because if they understand that even the mainstream media is seeing this, where they're asking, hey, how much is Elon Musk influencing Donald Trump? At some point, they're going to go, well, and that's also why I said, play to their, like, the shittiest aspects of them. Play to the fact that he is an immigrant. Play to the fact that, and I keep saying this, that he has autism, because apparently autism is like the new enemy of the people. After I heard somebody say it, where it's like, Republicans are more afraid of their kids having autism than dying from a preventable disease. Which I hate that framing too, because that's almost like giving them the credit, saying, yeah, vaccines, they totally do. It's like, no, wait, what? No. Thimerosal hasn't been in vaccines for how long? You don't look at that evidence and go, well, I'm going to shift my opinion now. No, they want this to be the answer because they want an answer. They want the simple answer. They want instead of the fact that, what do you mean it could be my genetics? Trump can only solve all problems by sitting in the White House. You haters can only be helpless and furious. Why is Trump so smart? I mean, the fact that you're being sycophantic about it, dude, like, it's hilarious. Like, you don't see the oligarchy, like, thing happening. I can already tell that you're one of those idiots that is just doing this to troll, but I know for a fact that you you are not in a tax bracket that's going to benefit from this, my man. So it's kind of funny, because the only reason you guys are even pushing back is because we're right. Like, we're just sitting here going, hey, now you can't blame the Democrats as much as you want to, and as dumb as you people are, you probably are going to do that. But when you got your own side saying, yeah, this was killed because of Elon Musk tweeting, and then you have your own side saying, yeah, Trump is a little upset about this. All right there, buddy. Also, I love the fact that now you did the thing where you bought the car and, like, you bought every single line that he said. Not only does it have heated seats, it'll give you a massage, and I'm talking the best massage of your life. I can't even tell you how great this car is. And then you take it off the lot, and the doors start falling off, and you're just like, well, oh, wow, I got buyer's remorse. And it's fun to watch. I will riot if he messes with the Constitution. As a Latina and American, I would feel off to not do something if this shit hit the fan. Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, it is kind of like... Yeah, if we all sit at home while this happens, then that's like, okay, that's complacency. I refuse to play using their framing. It's unacceptable and should be treated as such. No, Pep, you don't understand. It's just random chance that all his picks are in the top 1% of the wealth. Oh, come on. Hey, what's up, Smoke a Tide Pod? I'm glad to see you. How was the wedding? And did you get a little too toasty, or was everything all good? Because when you said you didn't drink, I did have that thought where I'm just like, oh boy, I hope he doesn't, like, you know, walk in there just doing what I would do, having everybody in the aisle going, what's that? We know what that is. Although now it's not as much of a thing, but... If Trump gets rid of birthright citizenship, that affects everyone born. Would everyone need to take a test to be a citizen? I was the first of my family born here, so I'm probably fucked. Yeah, I mean, if he does this, then yeah. But it's like you actually just brought up a pretty good point there, though. It's so broad that it's like, okay, then at what point, like, then you're not a citizen, really. My world knows me as a stoner. It was chill. Cool. Yeah. That's pretty much like how ours is, too. I wasn't sure if it was like a family wedding or a friend wedding. So, definitely a difference, but it's also kind of like funny when you go to one of your friends' weddings as and you meet their family and you're like, oh yeah, we do have to keep this family friendly. Okay. Done that a few times. Where walk up and the friend's like, Trump supporters getting wrecked. I know, they are. Yeah, Trump supporters are definitely not having a good time right now. I've noticed it just online that, like, before, it was, oh, are you guys crying? Are you seething? Are you tired? Like, are you tired of losing all the time? Like, come on, don't you have somebody better than Kamala? Like, that was, like, the start of it, but now it's coming kind of across like like I was saying, like they're worried. Like, they know that their guy is kind of screwing them, and they're just going, we're just waiting until he takes office, and then maybe he won't do it. And it's hilarious because we're all preparing, like, it's like, nah, we're gonna take him at his word, you know, since you guys apparently don't. That's kind of the funniest part about all of this, is the ones that, you know, should be technically taking him at his word, and who take him at his word when it's anything they want to hear, are just going, hey, he's full of shit. Maybe I mean it, maybe I don't. I don't know. You guys don't have to guess. This is gonna be a long 4 years of guess. Guess who? How far back would they check ancestry to prove citizenship? They will probably make sure those born from slaves aren't included too. It's so broad. Yeah. I got a free ambulance and a free $300 taxi home to the national park a week ago. Australia has great public health care. I'm sorry, like, that legit people in the US see healthcare are outnumbered by meme coins. Yep. Yeah, I mean, We literally live in a meme country, and we're just sitting here we are the ones in the meme going, this is fine, but the other ones are actively doing it just like, yeah, this is awesome, woo, America number one, woo. And then, again, now you have internet contrarian, I don't know why I say it that way, internet contrarians coming out and going, yeah, you know what, maybe, Luigi, it's a leftist thing, and now they're trying to divide, like, dude... The normies are not getting involved in this, but anytime I see somebody start going, Luigi was wrong, get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, murder has no place. Get out of here. I'm done. I'm done with your arguments. Because, like, the Chris Cuomo thing with Jamie was perfect with that, where it was just like, no. You guys don't get to do this anymore. I have no dog in the fight, but it would be great to see bipartisanship in the USA. Yeah, right. That's a bad word, though. And honestly, you haven't seen, like, strong bipartisan consensus since I was a kid. And that was, like, so rare, even then. But then once Citizens United hit, man, like, it really does come down to the fact that we just have too much fucking money in our politics, and now we're seeing the ultimate, like, consequence of that, where the world's richest man is now threatening every politician we have and saying, I may not be able to buy you, but I can buy the elections, because he also knows that we're fucking stupid as a country. Like, the fact that, listen, this is why I do get a little down sometimes on, like, when our calls for action, like, God, I forgot, the guy who just lost his seat in New York. God, I keep forgetting his name. There's too many people in politics right now. But, the guy, that was part of the squad. And then they're just like, well, it was AIPAC money. It's like, okay, it was AIPAC money, and that's, like, as much as we want to just sit there and be like, well, yeah, AIPAC bought it, it's like, you do realize that people still had to vote for that, though, right? Like, that means that there wasn't enough counter-narrative. Like, we can sit there going, oh, well, they had all the money into the narrative. It's just... There's only so many people in these districts. Like, come on. This is an uphill battle. Lex Thompson, what's up, buddy? I appreciate you. Good day, mate. I think you'll appreciate that ice. Sorry, I might hit this real quick. Trump in November. I can't fix everything in one day. Trump in December. I can't guarantee everything. Trump in January. I can't guarantee you tomorrow. That was pretty. All right. Trump's wife. Oh, sorry. Trump's wife scammed her way into getting citizenship. Will she and Barron get deported? Right. Oh, yeah. Birthright citizenship. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, because as much as we sit here joking about this. Hey, Mr. Thoughts on the Superman trailer? Any thoughts on why so many hate it? I think it's because they are still mad that Henry Cavill didn't get his shot, which he truly didn't. You know, Henry, in a perfect world, this would be Cavill in this movie, and they just would have continued, but with James Gunn. But I get it. I get the hard reset, and I love the trailer. I love everybody that they have in it. It's like the best casting I've seen in a long time. Like, this new Superman looks perfect. Lois looks perfect. Jimmy looks perfect. Like, they all look so comic accurate. And then you got Guy Gardner in it, which was a holy crap. Like, you want to talk about just here, random character, but James Gunn's also really good at that. Like, the fact that he made the Guardians of the Galaxy a household name, when even before that movie came out, as a comic book fan, I could only tell you like 4 of their names. So, hey. But yeah, Crypto in it, holy crap. I can't, like, just that alone. Like, that scene alone when he calls for Crypto, I was like, okay. But now I'm legit, like, wondering who the hell, like, who did that to him? You know? And I hope they don't do, like, Doomsday right away, because that would kind of suck. But Gunn is going for a different look for Superman and making him not as powerful. He still is powerful. What he's doing is he's putting him in the DC universe where he's not, like... Because think of Superman comics. This has always been my problem with Superman as a character. If I were to write him... How? Because, like, if by your logic there, we just have to keep him as the most powerful being ever, and he'll never have, like, any actual challenge outside of, come on, kryptonite, you can only use that so many times. That's why they did the Red Sun. So I think that what he's doing is, this is not a seasoned Superman. This is, from my understanding from the trailer and some of, like, the little script teases that I saw, that this is not a well-seasoned Superman, that he is still kind of new to everything, and that's why, like, the other superheroes in this movie are kind of, like, a little skeptical of him. They're almost doing what we're gonna do with The Rock as Black Adam, but yeah, no, I just I think that the way that they're doing it is they're gonna have more tiered people to him, is my point. My broader point is, like Guy Gardner can fight Superman, you know, so it's not just Superman being the almighty powerful one, Lex Luthor being the jealous human, and then, you know, oh, surprise, I tricked you, here's your kryptonite box, oh no. And then on top of it, you don't have the super edgelord version where you have Zack Snyder, who read, you know, Jack Kirby and was just like, the New Gods are boring. I want to do this and just make, you know, Darkseid a genocidal maniac, where, I mean, he is, but he also is, like, way more nuanced than that, so. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I'd enjoy a non-powered scaled Superman. I mean, dude. Wait, when you say non-power scaled, so you would love him just to be, boom, just Superman. Like, Superman. Okay. Maybe for a little bit. I can't. I'm sorry. Even in Superman 1 million, I was like, this makes him so uninteresting. Original Supes. Yeah, original Superman was not as powerful and actually fought for the little guy. Yeah. Original Superman couldn't even fly. He could only leap buildings in one single bound, you know? They didn't adjust that until, like, I think it was I want to say it was like issue 27. No, that's Batman I'm thinking of. Either way, it was in the later, like, bits where they were like, yeah, now he can fly. And also, yeah, he wasn't that strong. Like, he could only, like, stop trains and, like, maybe lift a building. But the most iconic, like, cover from Action Comics #1 is just literally him holding a car. But to do that, at, like, when in that comic, he still gets pushed back by it, and he has, like, a little bit of a hard time with it, so. Superman is the trad male archetype? Nah. No, he's not. I hate people that do that. Trying to be like, they tried to do it with the Ubermensch and blah, 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 blah. Nuh-uh. No, because him being, like, the all-American farm boy, especially, like, the way he was written in the I could actually give, like, the movie a lot of credit, like, the way that Christopher Reeves, even. Yeah, no. Really? Look at Christopher Reeves and you're gonna tell me that's a trad? Come on. No, sorry, I meant power scaled, I suppose. Yeah, like, no, that's what I like about this. Again, the fact that we're seeing everybody is on the same scale, essentially. Superman is just coming into being Superman, so again, I like that. Dude, now I know why we never see your wife. Whatever. Mr. Terrific dude, no, Mr. Terrific and Metamorpho. If you didn't catch that, that was Metamorpho. He looks awesome. Superman postmodern structuralist or trad. I'd say more postmodern structural. I'm having trouble with that one. Structuralist. I love when I have to sound stuff out. I'm like, oh no. I'm gonna smile to the camera now. Just make sure I'm okay, guys. Yep, I'm good. Superman is based on John Carter and Doc Savage, with the addition of an immigrant story. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, more Doc Savage, I thought. But yeah, oh yeah, you know what? That does make sense about the John Carter angle. I love John Carter. Actually, that was one of the more underrated movies that came out. And when it did, I was like super excited about it. I thought it was well cast. I thought that, Avatar killed that movie though. Because Avatar was like out right at the same time, but it was actually a good movie. Yeah, see? Yeah, the movie's good. Check it out, honestly. I think it might be on Disney Plus, but they might have even gotten rid of it because like Superman to some extent is very utilitarian, correct-ish. Again, it depends on how. So if you're going to do it based on the icon Superman and not the character Superman, fine. Yeah. The idea behind that, sure. But no, not the character. Absolutely not. I mean, only us nerds know what that S truly stands for, and it's not super. So, actually, Les, anybody but Les, sound off if you know what that S means. Don't look it up. I'm sorry, my allergies are killing me today. All right. Maybe postmodern structural. I hate you. Why would you say it again? It's hope. All right, Brandon. All right. Yes. It stands for hope. It's Kryptonian for hope. And honestly, it's one of the cooler aspects of him, okay? Also, yeah, I mean, I grew up with Christopher Reeve's Superman, so isn't it the name of his home planet in their language? No, it's hope. It's the Kryptonian symbol for hope. And it's his family's crest on Krypton. Actually, if you go based off the new origin, I think you guys would really like it. It is it definitely leans more into the immigrant story, and it takes place on an Earth where the Kents didn't find him, so he's just Superman. But it proves that Clark Kent was not good just because of the Kents. It proves that he actually did have like a moral facet, like before he even came to Earth. Oh, come on, you are acting like my first grade teacher who wouldn't call on me because I knew all the answers. Well, Les, I mean, you're literally no. When I'm throwing out like the ultimate softball comic book questions where I'm like, no, this is for the normies out there, the ones that, maybe only saw the Superman movies or have like the only comic they've ever read was The Death of Superman. I don't know what the symbol is called in Kryptonian, but it means hope. Yeah. No. He said one of the cooler aspects, his dad or a planet or something. I grew up on George Reeves' Superman. Oh. Les. Damn. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I grew up with Christopher Reeves. I really want a Doc Savage series. You know what? If they could, that would be very cool if they, God, I hate to say like an Amazon Prime. Soup? Oh, I just saw that. Wait a minute. It stands for soup. It's funny. Do the comics offer insight into why Krypton was so full of war? Yeah. I feel like there's some potential for a nice message on the dangers of capitalism. Yeah. That's So the new comic is called Absolute Superman, where they have two different continuities. Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't get that word. I'm having trouble with that today. But stoner brain. But yeah, it's got two continuities where you got the main one, Superman we know and love, continuing the story and continuing the comic book series that we were, I was reading. And then you got the new one, which is a new number one that gives him a brand new origin. They did the same thing for Batman, where Batman is not a billionaire. He's actually being hunted by like a CIA version of Alfred, and it's really cool. I love the Absolute Universe because it's doing just new stuff and it's a lot of fun. Same with the Ultimate Universe for Marvel. Like, it's really, really cool because they did a bunch of stuff where they're not status quoing it and it's just brand new stories, but it leans heavily into the war on Krypton that caused them to just ignore the scientists because, like, the coolest part about the Krypton story is that it hasn't had to change, and it's always been an allegory for taking too much from the planet. Because even like the original story, they mined the hell out of their planet, and they made the core weak, and it destroyed the planet. And Jor-El was always the voice of reason, going, guys, what are we doing? That's why he put so much emphasis into getting his kid off the planet. So, yeah, Krypton destroyed themselves because they were anti-science. Sound familiar? Yeah, because they literally would not listen to Jor-El. They wanted to listen to the guy who, in the new continuity, they listened to the guy who owned the Kryptonian mines over Jor-El. And, yeah, the one constant in these universes is Krypton does not survive. So, I am sorry for the comic book Stunlock. I know this is, high on politics, but occasionally I do like talking about some stuff that I like. So, but yeah. To answer your question, Les, I am super excited for July. And just a little side note, it's the same month that the original Superman with Christopher Reeves came out. So, all right. We got a new segment coming up here. They were emerald mines, so was the owner's family's name Musk? Actually, I know you were joking, but it wasn't emeralds. It was, they were using it for fuel. So it was an allegory for, that's a cool origin story. I didn't know that until now. Yeah. That's Superman's origin story. And then, the other thing is they kind of, like, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Dragon Ball, but Goku has kind of a similar story. If you guys didn't figure out that maybe that was a ripoff of Superman. And, they also played into the hero's journey a lot with that one. So Goku, another, alien orphan, he has a little bump on the head that, like, when he first comes to Earth, his whole mission is to destroy Earth. And then he falls, bumps his head, and he's raised by a really nice, human man. And, yeah. Then he becomes the Goku we love. So, it's kind of similar. But yes, also, Superman is way cooler than people give him credit for. And that's also why I always harp on the fact that I don't like how certain people get, like, mad when he gets depowered or something, or like something happens to him, or I'm just like, no, that makes him interesting. Like, there's nothing less interesting than a guy that just nothing happens to. Because it can't. Because it's just Superman. Like, yeah. Yeah, Goku is Sun Wukong. Yeah. Yep. Oh, Journey into the West. My bad. Not the hero's journey. I always mix those two up. My bad. My bad. You're right, Brandon. Sword. Save the movie stuff for this Tim Pool show. All right, fine. Fine. I literally feel like you're just like the bully at the table. It's just like, gay! God. I'll never forget one of, I've talked about him on the show, but I had a real funny one happen where I was wearing a Godzilla shirt. He comes up to the table doing the, look, I'm Godzilla, look. You know it's a dude in a suit, right? But the thing is, he meant that. And I'm just like, yeah, what? I remember that was one of the first times I'm like, that wasn't the dunk you thought it was. Oh wait, Bill Mummy also loves that they are bringing in crypto. I mean, crypto is so cool. I love crypto. He's one of the best like parts of Superman. And people like always thought it diminished the character because it's like you're giving him a dog. Like, no, it's really cool. We're going to be going into a new segment with the Majority Report. So, and fair warning, this is going to be a Majority Report heavy show because they had a end of the year breakdown where they interviewed AOC. They also interviewed Ryan Grimm, and then they talked about some pretty interesting stuff that I want to get to. So it's going to be fun here. Wait, so we got him. Oh, but before we go there, we're gonna talk about Elon killing the bill one more time.
A lot going on.
Yes.
So apparently Elon Musk is president.
Yeah.
And Trump is dancing to the beat of his drum. He ended up tanking. I'll let you lay it out for everybody. But he ended up tanking what was effectively, it was a budget bill, but really like a continuing resolution.
Mm-hmm.
And he stepped up, and Vivek stepped up, and they said, "Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and not do this." And so this was like months and months of negotiations between Mike Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer.
Mm-hmm.
And they had just ironed out all the details.
Mm-hmm.
And this was to keep the government funded through Christmas. And Elon Musk said no. And then Trump felt pressure from the likes of Elon Musk, who gave him roughly $2 quadrillion. And Trump was like, yeah, that's right. No, I don't like this either. Let's kill it. Let's kill it right now. So I'll let you lay out some of the details and we'll react to it.
Yeah, so I will lay on some of the details, but you're right to start with. The TLDR is that they, had this deal agreed to. Everyone was kind of on board, and Elon Musk flexed his power here and really did demonstrate that he is, perhaps the most powerful person in Washington. Only Trump could potentially rival him, and is effectively running the show. So that's, I think, the most important thing to get out of this story as we think about oligarchy, as we think about the fact he just basically bought the whole government and has been given this whole of government mandate, as we think about what the next Trump administration is going to look like. I think that is the most important part of the story. But to give you the details, the government we have to pass a new funding bill before tomorrow at midnight, or else the government is going to shut down. Today's Thursday, by the way, they're recording this. So Friday at midnight, government's going to shut down if they don't pass this continuing resolution.
And let's just point out what that means for people.
Mm-hmm.
So it would mean, for example, that the troops wouldn't get paid.
Right. Would mean things like that. Would mean that, TSA is a mess. Is what they call essential workers continue to work without a paycheck. So it's not like the government just totally stops functioning, but aspects of the government do stop functioning. And then in addition to that, part of what went into this bill that was negotiated is things that are also really critical, like natural disaster relief for these
Western
people
North Carolina,
in North
yeah.
Carolina and in Florida who were hit so hard by these hurricanes.
On the news, and they don't need
still recovering.
They don't need him to vote anymore, so why would they care?
farmers are in a really bad way because the farm bill negotiations fell apart, and so they haven't gotten what they need in order to, survive throughout the winter. And the Farm Bureau is saying you've got to pass this additional aid to them. There are also some provisions we can get into that are affirmatively beneficial. Like, for example, they are trying to rein in these pharmacy benefit managers, which are just totally unnecessary middlemen who are part of the reason why prescription drug costs are so high in this country. So there's good provision in there to rein them in and start to bring down the cost of prescription drug prices. But in any case, there are a lot of very important, very essential pieces to this legislation that have a lot of bipartisan buy-in, by the way, because, the Republicans made a big deal of wanting to help these disaster victims in Western North Carolina, as they should as well. So all of this gets negotiated behind the scenes. And then here we are at the 11th hour. It's all basically done and dusted. And yesterday, on Wednesday, Elon just starts tweeting up a storm hundreds of times about how terrible this bill is, how it has to be tanked, how anyone who votes in favor of it in the Republican Party, he's going to personally fund a primary challenge to, which of course, caught a lot of attention from Republicans. We can put some of his tweets up on the screen just to get a sense of some of the things that he was saying here. So this rando on Twitter says, just close down the government until January 20th, which is when Trump is inaugurated. Defund everything. We will be fine for 33 days. To which Elon Musk quote tweets that and says, yes, having no understanding probably of what that means, and certainly knowing that as the richest man on the planet, he will not be negatively impacted. He also says any member of the House or Senate who votes for this outrageous spending bill deserves to be voted out in 2 years. So again, sort of threatening these primary challenges, that holds a lot of weight. And obviously, with the amount of money he has, very credible. And then he says, your elected representatives have heard you. And now the terrible bill is dead. The voice of the people has triumphed. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. So very dystopian also. Pretending
this is not the voice of the people at all.
This
is the voice of a robber baron, immigrant, welfare queen billionaire who hijacked our government and is bragging about it. This has nothing to do with the voice of the people.
But he's pretending some MAGA weirdos on Twitter are somehow the voice of the people. And I think that has been a consistent theme and will continue to be a consistent theme, where you project, because something is Twitter popular and has Twitter energy, which he himself controls, that it means something about the opinion of the American people.
And well, the problem is that they're also on mainstream media, they are blatantly buying into that idea. They are still trying to pass off Twitter like it's the most popular thing on the planet, where am I wrong? Is it still? Because I hate to say it, when I was listening to the Majority Report and Matt Leck was just I'm still on it, I still use it because it's where everybody is. Yeah, no, I left it, and I'm gonna stay on Blue Sky. This idea that, well, if I leave that, then you're still giving them the power. So where's the conviction to actually stand up against this?
Doesn't know or lies about what's in the bill. He doesn't know, or he's either misstating it because he's ignorant, or he's knowingly lying about what's in the bill. So to give you an example here, they claim, these right-wingers...
I mean, if it was fair, Bloodstone by Stars, would Elon lose his citizenship if Birthright gets nuked? Is he a citizen? No. So, yes, he would lose his citizenship.
On Twitter claim it's going to be $3 billion of tax dollars for a new NFL stadium in D.C., and they buried in the 1,547-page omnibus bill is a provision to facilitate $3 billion NFL stadium in Washington, D.C. That's not true. This is an easily disprovable claim. All that provision did was transfer the land that RFK Stadium is on from the federal government to Washington, D.C. No funds involved whatsoever.
Right.
See, this is a problem, right? This is a problem because here you...
Yeah, I'll agree with that one. Les Kyle needs to get his money back for that haircut. That's a pretty bad one, man. The coloring is that's way off, because I know they likes to go for the ice, the white ice look. That looks more like a bad bleach job that's just he left it on too long.
You have this billionaire robber baron immigrant welfare queen who's controlling our politics and either doesn't know the first thing about it or he's lying about it, spreading misinformation rapidly and tanking a necessary bill as a result of it.
Yeah. And then he also claimed that Congress member pay would be raised 40% from this bill. In reality, They're giving themselves a single cost of living adjustment, which they haven't had one since 2009. Now, you can argue whether or not they merit it, but we're talking about $6,600 a piece, not a 40% increase.
Okay, yeah. Wow. Even I kind of bought into that one where, like, when I first read that, I kind of bought into Elon's, like, oh, it's 40, they're getting a 40% increase. I was like, okay, maybe that's something we should be pissed off about, but, well, doesn't look like that was true now.
Also, just even the posture that a federal government shutdown would be sort of meaningless and not important and wouldn't cause any pain, like that in and of itself is a lie. There was also a claim, and I'm going to Politico.
Wait, what do you mean that I cannot fly? You're telling me that I cannot own my own air traffic controllers too?
Breakdown of like some of the lies that they were telling about this. They claimed it was like shielding the January 6th committee somehow. That's not true. They claimed that it was funding bioweapons labs. Also not true. So they were just running with whatever they thought would hit, in particular, like a cultural fault line with conservatives to convince them that this thing was, evil and needed to be tanked at all costs. Now, as you guys know, the Republicans have control of the House, and they will have control.
Wait a minute. You know what? You just asked the question that I should have. Vine is still a thing?
Of the House in the new session as well. But those margins are as narrow as they could possibly be. And you already had enough Republicans, even before this, say they weren't going to vote for any government funding, that Johnson had to work with the Democrats in order to get this bill put together. And Democrats still control the Senate as well. So, the idea from Johnson, and I think probably from Trump as well, is, all right, let's deal with this while it's under Joe Biden. And in addition to funding the government so that it's, dealt with by the time Trump comes into office, I also want a debt limit increase taken care of here as well, because we're going to run up against that in the new year, and I don't want to have to deal with it. And I do want to be able to pass my giant tax cuts to the rich. So let's also wipe that clean and get that dealt with here under Joe Biden before I ever take office. So that was kind of their working plan going in. And now Elon, through his tweeting and through his power and control within the Republican caucus, has completely thrown a wrench in that, leading to some very strange signals also from Trump. So first of all, just to understand the timeline, it's Elon and Vivek tweeting all day long about this and ginning up all this.
And lying about it.
And lying about
the
it.
bill.
And
no
ginning
idea
up
what's
all
in
this
it.
opposition among Republicans and among the right-wing base that's on Twitter, et cetera. Finally, sometime in the afternoon, Trump comes out and is like, yeah, I guess the CR, it's kind of bad. But if we can put what Trump put up on Truth Social, because this is honestly deeply confusing what he even means by this, but it seems somewhat at odds with.
Dude, even the mainstream media was just like, we're not even sure. Did he know what he was saying?
What Elon is saying. He says, if Republicans try to pass a clean continuing resolution, which means you just pass current funding levels with nothing else added to it, without all of the Democrat bells and whistles, that will be so destructive to our country. So he's saying if they try to pass just the clean continuing CR, that will be destructive. He wants the Democrat bells and whistles, I guess. All it will do after January 20th is bring the mess of the debt limit into the Trump administration rather than allowing it to take place in the Biden administration. Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried. Everything should be done and fully negotiated prior to my taking office on January 20th, 2025. So in any case, they successfully, Elon successfully rolled the House Republican caucus. They just completely bent to his desire to shut down the CR. It's back to the drawing board with Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson's speakership, by the way, is gravely imperiled at this point, again, because of Elon and Vivek, because Trump had been kind of behind Mike Johnson. He's been a close ally of Trump and very reliable ally for Trump this whole time around. And I think basically what happened here, Kyle, is Johnson made the mistake of thinking that if he had Trump's okay and go ahead in these negotiations, that was all he really needed, not recognizing the new dual reality of power in Washington under Trump 2.0, that he needed not just the buy-in from Donald Trump, he needed the buy-in from Elon Musk to keep this thing from going off the rails. And I think that was the misjudgment from Mike Johnson, was not recognizing that Elon has this power center. He's the richest man on the planet. He gave Trump over $250 million for his campaign. He controls Twitter, which is incredibly important in terms of the right-wing ecosystem, in terms of national media in general. And he has his own base of supporters as well. So he has, significant cards that he's playing right now.
So who's in charge? Let me ask Trump. Who's in charge? What happened? I thought you're the big boss man. I thought you're at the top. Now your donor comes in there and basically takes the reins from you, brazenly so. And so now Democrats are out there on all these different shows and on Twitter saying repeatedly, President Musk and Vice President Trump. And they're saying that because that is very, very clearly the power dynamic. That is very clearly the power dynamic. So what I'm waiting for is, I know Trump's ego. I know it's gigantic. And in the past, if somebody crosses him even 1%, he will eventually throw them under the bus really hard and screw them over and end them. And we're about to see whether or not this is the case with Elon Musk. My fear is he actually genuinely bought into the hype around Elon Musk. He thinks he's this like mega genius as opposed to this fucking idiot that he is. And so I don't know how he's going to react because I think he doesn't want smoke with Elon. But at the same time, if he really did take on that fight, Trump's going to win that fight. Trump holds all the cards. Do you have any idea how much corporate welfare Elon Musk gets? And Trump has direct control over that. So you need to reassert dominance. By the way, never in a million years did I think I would be out here telling Trump, you need to take control, sir.
Yeah.
You need to be the one. But very clearly, this immigrant welfare queen robber baron is causing huge problems here. And I just want to stress this one point because this is, to me, like the most important thing. You had Mike Johnson was on Newsmax earlier in the day yesterday, and he was bragging about PBM reform, pharmacy benefit manager reform. These pharmacy benefit managers, they're middlemen on our drugs, and it leads to rampant price gouging, right? So this is a huge problem. They're one of the main reasons why the cost of drugs is through the roof in this country. So in this bill, they had a provision to rein them in and address it.
Kyle looks like he wants to. He looks like he wants to look like Zorg from Fifth Element. That's a okay.
Then in come Vivek and Elon. They tank the whole thing, and now it looks like this isn't going to make it into the final bill. So in other words, as they're posturing like they're populist and pro-worker and anti-establishment, the end result of what they're doing is literally the exact opposite. It's going to give power back to the pharmacy benefit managers to continue to price gouge you for your drugs. So what I'm trying to do here is tell people, wakey, wakey. You actually have to follow the specifics and the details and what they're fighting over. And when you do that, you realize very quickly, Elon Musk is a fraud. Vivek Ramaswamy is a fraud. These people are going to loot the treasury. And the other thing is, think about why they want to do the thing with the debt limit, for example. Why do they want to do it? Why do they want to do it? They want to do it so that they can pass massive tax cuts for the rich again, and they can cut grandma's Social Security and Medicare. That's why they want to do it. I'm against having a debt ceiling, a debt limit, because it's about the money we already spent. But let's understand the reason why they want to do it right now, because they don't want to have to worry about the exploding debt and deficit when they do massive tax cuts for the rich and corporations again, and when they cut grandma's Social Security and Medicare. So understand, all of this is about robbing you for the establishment. All of it is about that. And they are posturing like it's the exact opposite, and it's driving me crazy.
Yeah. No, that's all completely accurate. And, Elon Musk is, in a lot of ways, a much more ideological figure than Trump is. Trump, he likes to talk about terror. He's got a few immigration that he comes back to that's fairly consistent. But he's also very transactional. He'll completely change his views based on what he thinks is convenient in that moment, who's funding him to believe these things. I mean, as one example, completely changed his views on crypto. Used to say it was a scam to undermine the dollar. Now he has his own crypto coin, is planning to do this massive upward transfer of wealth by having a Bitcoin national reserve. So he's a less locked-in ideological figure. Elon is a much more ideological figure. And his model politician is Javier Milei. And what is Milei all about? He, slashed social spending and is privatizing everything he possibly can. And actually in direct contradiction to Trump's plans to have this insane tariff regime, which makes absolutely no sense. Elon was praising Javier Milei for rolling back tariffs in Argentina. So there's also there's a kind of ideological dissonance between how Trump has portrayed himself, at least, and the plans that Elon has had. And Trump has also consistently claimed that he would not touch Medicare, that he would not touch Social Security. This was part of what was the key to his success within the Republican Party and then within the general electorate more broadly. Elon is out there retweeting Mike Lee threads about how Social Security is like a pyramid scheme and a scam. He has no qualms about taking a hatchet to all of these programs, which, by the way, if you're going to cut the amount of money that he claims he wants to cut from the federal budget and not touch the defense budget, which we all know he's not serious about actually cutting the defense budget, you would end up having to slash massively from these programs. So, yeah, it's very, it's a really dystopian situation and entirely predictable. And something we've been talking about. I've done like 8 probably annoying monologues at this point on the pernicious dystopian situation of just complete and overt oligarchy. I mean,
I hate when people have table mics and they slam on the table.
From like 50 to 60% oligarch
That's
run
just a
to
me
now
thing.
is just, no, the richest man in the world bought the government and is using it for his own ideological and personal interests. And this is the first test case. I feel like he was kind of like testing the waters with Trump. He had put out tweets about who he wanted to be Treasury Secretary, that Howard Lutnick guy. He didn't end up getting his way on that. Lutnick got put in as Commerce Secretary.
Yeah, he picked Besant.
Right, but he also didn't get any blowback from Trump about him like throwing his weight around like that. And the tweet that he put out also praising Milei for rolling back tariffs, which again goes directly in contrast to what Trump talked about endlessly on the campaign trail, was another kind of testing out of boundaries. But this is
all right, this is I'll give this one. Usually I don't read comments that are commenting on the person's appearance in the video we're watching. At least I try my best not to, unless they're just like reprehensible human beings. Maybe I'll allow that. Dave Under Duress, I would totally let this lady beat the crap out of me. I'm not into that kind of thing or anything, but her shoulders, arms, and chest are just like mesmerizing.
Is really, this is a massive step, a massive pushing of the boundaries from Elon. And I don't know if I don't know if his ego is going to be able to stand this usurping of his power.
I hope his ego can't stand it, and I hope he does to Elon Musk what he's done to anybody else who's crossed him, even 1%. I hope he ends Elon Musk. I hope he ends Elon Musk. Never in a million years that I think I'd be sitting here rooting for Trump on some front, but it is very clear who's in control right now.
Yeah.
And the one who's in control is actually more dangerous and worse for the country. Okay.
I agree.
Now, just a final point here. I want to bolster a couple of the points you made. So, House Republicans introduced a bill called the DOGE Act. The bill cuts non-military spending by $114 billion. It shrinks programs for energy, climate, health, transportation, veterans, education, and more. This bill, the DOGE Act, it cuts the Pentagon by $0.
Yeah, I know. I comment on appearance occasionally. Again, even like with Kyle's haircut, yes. But no, like the one that I'm trying to like not even entertain is when people are just like, "Oh, she's so hot." And yesterday we had a bunch of people going on about Jamie Peck's situation, and I'm like, "Listen, let's not." But again, that was a funny ass comment where it's just like, I'm not into that kind of thing, but Lord, I'd let her beat the crap out of me.
I told you. They weren't going to touch the Pentagon. Nope. In fact, I'll make a prediction right now. At some point within Trump's term, at some point, we will have the first military budget that surpasses the $1 trillion threshold. It's going to go up and up and up. So that means, what are they going to cut? As we pointed out, it's going to be grandma's Social Security, grandma's Medicare. It's going to be Medicaid for poor folks and
this is insane though. This is literally like you're going and buying a tank, and then you're like, to afford that tank, I'm going to just not take my medication, maybe not eat tomorrow. Yeah, I'll make these cuts. Like, what?
Children. This is what they're going to.
Because the thing is, you're still not going to be able to pay for the tank when you do that. It doesn't make any sense.
They're going to cut programs like home heating assistance or WIC, which is nutrition for babies. this is what they're going to go after. SNAP, right? The food stamps program. This is what they're going to go after.
And then they're going to go after everybody reporting on the fact that these programs getting cut are actually causing a lot of harm to the American populace. And then somehow, some way, the people who support Donald Trump are still going to go, what are you talking about? That's just liberal media, or that's just liberal propaganda. Everything's fine. Everything's fine for me. Therefore, everything is fine.
Final couple points here, and these are actually really important. So Rand Paul comes out, and he says, the Speaker of House need not be a member of Congress. Nothing would disrupt the swamp more than electing Elon Musk. He wants Elon Musk for Speaker of the House, and he's dumb enough to say this'll stick it to the swamp. Elon Musk is the swamp. He is the swamp. He's a robber baron. And by the way, you're supposed to be a principled libertarian, Rand Paul. You're supposed to be anarcho-capitalist across the board.
Yeah, what the hell?
Well, Elon Musk gets countless tax dollars every year from taxpayers. So it's anarcho-capitalism for everybody else, but socialism for me, corporate welfare for me.
Yeah.
Why would you want this guy in there?
This is the consistent libertarian blind spot.
And that, I mean, yeah, of course. It's for me. I get to as much tax money as I want. I get to do whatever I want. It's for you that I want rugged, individualistic, free market, laissez-faire capitalism. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and shut up.
Yep.
How about you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Elon Musk? What are you without the government subsidies? And one more thing. So, cat turd, the brilliant cat turd.
The thing is, Bloodstone by Stars cutting everything until we are just a military. They're not talking about this because they do not want to scare a bunch of the young men who just voted for Trump. But they have been talking about instituting the draft again because guess what? Guess what is not getting the numbers that they want? And at some point, you can have all the military equipment in the world and not have enough people to staff said military. So. Yeah. Don't be surprised when that pops up that all of a sudden a lot of these, 18 to 23-year-olds or 25-year-olds are going to just maybe change their politics real fast.
Comes out and says Mike Johnson not only needs to be removed as speaker, he needs to be voted out in 2 years.
They are totally getting drafted. Yep. I'm glad that you can see that, Ice, and the fact that you're from Australia and you can see that, I think that actually, I'm not even joking, that makes your opinion matter a little bit more because you're on the outside looking in and you're just like, how do they not see this? How do they not see where this leads? I mean, I've been saying it, but the thing is, I'm outside the age of the draft unless they, start conscripting 40-somethings.
Followers, just to show you how fickle and dumb these people are in right-wing Twitter world. Somebody chimes in and goes, he needs to be jailed. So Mike Johnson went from, MAGA all-star, gallivanting.
The conservatives here were tripping, we're cussing the anchor Social Security. They are tripping. Yep. Jim, I kind of forgot. Where are you? Like, what region are you from? Not just like America, but like, where are you from? As far as Midwest. I don't need exact, but Dave under duress when China invades Taiwan and Trump gives away Ukraine. The draft gonna come in real handy. Oh yeah.
Around with the rest.
Trust
of the
me, like they're gonna, and then it's just gonna be like, listen, there's nothing I could do about these conflicts. There's nothing I could do.
The RFKs.
God,
and
even that
Trump.
makes more sense now. Like, at the risk of sounding like a certain. Infowars.com. It's a little fishy. It's a little deep state. They're coming for the guns.
And Elon Musk, they went to that UFC event together, all that stuff.
Yeah.
He went from that to now we want you jailed because you did your job and negotiated a deal that needed to be done with Trump's approval? These people are not serious. They're not serious. This is government by mob, government by mania, right? They get something in their heads and they tweet about it.
Yeah, I thought so.
Lie about it relentlessly, and then all of a sudden they impact
good old
cornfields.
Led around by the nose, too, by like whoever their hero of the moment is.
Of course.
Elon and Vivek with a few tweets convinced them that Mike Johnson was some traitor and needed to be jailed.
It's all because they're literally sitting there going, crypto good, love us. We make your crypto go up. So all of these fucking teenagers who just literally all of their capital is in crypto, they're just like, yes, Doge, yes, memes, all the memes, give me all the money from the memes.
That's what happened.
I just hope they're left holding the bag. That's the one time I hope it hurt.
The Pentagon,
Missouri.
and cutting the defense budget.
Oh, that's right.
If they were serious about cutting the defense budget, I mean, we saw the way that
you're not that far from me,
swooped in to, ride to the rescue of austerity politics
State-wise.
when it came to this continuing resolution. The Senate just passed a defense bill.
$900 billion.
And it increased the defense budget.
Wow, shocker.
And almost everybody voted for it. Bernie didn't. There were, I think, 11 Democrats and 3 Republicans who voted against it. But yeah, if you were so serious about cutting the defense spending, you would have thought maybe they might have said something when that was going through. But no, not so much. Not so much. And of course, Elon is himself one of the largest Pentagon contractors. Like, that is where much of his wealth comes from. So the notion that he's going to be some honest actor in any of this, let alone a good actor, let alone has any intention of trimming the fat at the Pentagon, fat which he himself personally benefits from, like, it's delusional.
I own Bitcoin.
It's delusional.
You do, eh?
Even if,
Well,
okay, let's take him at his word. Let's say he's serious about cutting some amount of Pentagon spending. You have to oppose oligarchy on principle.
Right.
Like, that is so core to my politics that we should not be ruled by a bunch of unelected billionaires. That is maybe the core of my politics. And so we cannot give this man any credence. You cannot give this project any legitimacy of just handing over the entire government to the richest man on the planet.
Yeah, and it's a new monarchy, Crystal. That's what it is. Do you
It
know
is.
what percentage of
I mean, I was one of like the rare leftists, coming up here where every time they would talk about guns, they're just like, "Oh, I bet you're anti-Second Amendment." Blah, 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 blah. It's like, I'm anti the way you understand it, but no, everybody's brain always like just explodes when I'm just like, no, I think guns are, especially hey, it's already too far gone. The way that I'm a pacifist, so the way I want it's never going to happen. But I'm also not going to be caught with my pants down in this freaking psycho-ass country.
billionaires were born into extreme wealth and privilege? It's 60%. The majority of billionaires were born into extreme wealth and privilege. That means you're part of the lucky sperm club, son. You're part of the lucky. You're not special. You're not
Thanks,
a genius. You don't work that much harder than everybody else. You're part of the lucky sperm club. You were born on third and thought you hit a triple. And he thinks that gives him the right to take the reins of power in an undemocratic fashion. Well, fuck that. But by the way, this will be the final point. I think they're gonna implode in terms of their support in the country.
Thank you.
Trump and this gaggle of idiots.
Yeah.
They're gonna implode because they're not. Their idea of governance is literally slash every program that helps regular people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? And give me all the money.
Well,
That's their theory.
And then also make it harder to protest, make it harder to actually, sow dissension, make it harder for anybody to get the news. Because again, just expect everything that is not in their favor to go back to being, it's fake news. And it's not even going to be, Trump saying it. It's going to be all his fucking sycophantic asshole followers at this point. Fake news. And then, wait, no, that's fake news. That's totally fake news. What do you mean? God King Trump cannot be wrong.
Theory of
Elon
governance.
told us shared pain. There's going to be shared
Economic hardship, right?
The economic hardship, not for him and his billionaire buddies who are, working hard to make sure
But
that
for
they
you
get
guys.
their giant tax cut and their government goodies, but for you all. That means they've talked openly about it. You've got Mark Andreessen out there, Elon's buddy who, backed him in his Twitter bud and helped
Real
find
quick, check it out. My Bob Ross mug that whenever I drink my
a
tea,
bunch of his companies who's spending half his
the
time
lower
down at
the tea
Mar-a-Lago
goes,
with
the more
wives
the
and stuff,
painting
et cetera, et cetera,
disappears.
saying we need a reverse FDR, meaning
I love his
all
coat.
of the New Deal programs, things like the minimum wage and Social Security and Medicare technically came later, but as part of this, New Deal social safety net building project. All of that getting rolled back. Like, that is their ideology, and they're much more ideological too than Trump is. Those are the people that have been handed over power in the entire government. And, the reason, just to make it really plain, The reason they want the government to be small, to be ineffectual, to be, hacked down to bits is because they want to have no
cop on the beat.
That's right. They want nobody out there who could possibly check their ambitions and their power. So the Securities Exchange Commission that's tangled with Elon, gone. The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, that actually shut down some of Mark Andreessen's scammier portfolio investment companies, that's gone. Anyone, the National Labor Relations Board,
FTC.
These people hate unions, absolutely hate unions, gone. FTC, all this talk about Lena Khan, JD Vance likes Lena Khan, Matt Gaetz likes Lena Khan, gone. And you put in this, schmuck whose whole agenda is to roll back what the good stuff Lena Khan was trying to do.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, open your eyes. That's what we actually have. It's ruled by unelected billionaires who have their own interest in mind and an aggressive, truly actually revolutionary ideological project, which will be devastating. I think you're right that there will be a mass reaction against it. I was surprised. There's polling out that already has, we have A10, Eric, if you want to throw it up on the screen, if you're able to grab it, but I have it in front of me. Do you approve or disapprove of Musk playing a prominent role in Trump's admin? Already disapprove is 53% and approve is only 41%. I actually was a little surprised by that because Americans do love their billionaires. There's this whole mythology around the meritocracy and they're so wise and these brilliant innovators and industrialists, whatever. Already.
Which is so weird because they'll talk about the elitist left, these leftist elites.
They don't like Elon Musk, and they don't like him.
God, their favorite story is, the guy who was working on the farm, but then at this point, it is just the guy who was the hard-working farm man who just happened to make a lot on Bitcoin and then became a billionaire and then became an investment banker and then from there started doing the worst of the worst. Ugh.
Having control of the government. There's an instant reaction.
Actually, I might be able to tell if she has extensions.
Against government by billionaires and this absolute overt,
as somebody who has all natural
oligarchy that we're now witnessing. So
she's got good layers.
This is only going to go in one direction, and that is people.
No, that's natural.
Being disgusted.
Americans are going to like Luigi.
She's got nice hair.
Mangione more than Elon Musk.
Is that your prediction?
I think it might already be the case. You're not going to get it.
I don't think we're quite there yet.
Well,
but
it's that, you saw that poll.
Yeah, you know what? No, you're right. This little, this one right here. It could be extensions. I wish Unimoogle were in chat.
Right.
She'd know.
And that's people who are willing to say it to a pollster. Right? There's a lot of people who feel a certain way that will never say that to a pollster because you're basically saying, I'm okay with crimes,
I like
so you're not
murder.
going to say it.
Yeah.
But how do people actually feel? Certainly by the time this is all said and done, they will like Luigi Mangione more than they'll like Elon Musk. But it might even be the case already.
All right. Man. Want to check the updates on the government shutdown situation. House passes bill to avert government shutdown after whirlwind funding fight. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I said uh-oh. Let's see what the bill is. Actually, I know exactly why I said uh-oh. House passes... not the Daily Wire. We'll go to ABC. With the government shutdown deadline just hours away, Republican congressional leaders on Friday scrambled to come up with the third spending bill. All right, so Johnson says House will address debt limit in January. We'll hit the debt limit early in January. Asked whether he will still wants to be speaker. Paused before expressing his appreciation. Being speaker is a challenge in this modern era. Celebrates package of full funding bill. Urges Senate to clear it quickly. Voting formally ends. Democrats vote yes. All right. So it looks like they averted it. It's all good. Yeah, all I want for Christmas is 1,000 subs. I'm not even kidding. Let's go. I think that I'm close to 990. I was at like 980 something before I started. Yeah, I'm at 989. So, make the dog do a trick that always gets him do tricks. Look at him. Look at him. Honestly, if I asked him to do a trick, like that'd be the trick. Is him just going, huh? Why don't you do a trick? He really does have that. Luigi has outpulled everything in the U.S. I mean, honestly, it's not even like a meme, dude. Like, Luigi is way more of a folk hero than even I thought. Because I got some people in my life that I was surprised that they're still not buying into like the right-wing narrative now, and this idea that, oh, you know, we're losing our humanity. They're just like, because surprisingly, again, one of the most conservative people in my life just said, where's the humanity when they're denying coverage? Like, they get it. The thing is, these people, they go through the healthcare system. Like, they are actively going through the healthcare system because they're like over the age of 60. So, you gotta love it though. 11 away. Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, that's real. And then I am 6 away on Twitch. So if you have a Twitch sub or a Twitch account, please hop on over there and follow the account. I really appreciate all the support, guys. And honestly, I'm not trying to be too beggy, but donations are very, very appreciated. So if you guys can donate to the stream, you guys can do so through my Streamlabs link, and it really helps me out. So, see, look, the mug. I've already drank some. It's so I love this. I love it. Bob Ross is like one of my favorite things on the planet. It's like my comfort viewing. So I'm lucky that like I got one of like I have a TV that has like the internet TV. The main channel that I keep it on. So every time I turn my TV on is Bob Ross. And sometimes, actually a lot of times, I just keep it on. So. Is that Woody Guthrie? No. What? This is some little happy trees, man. What? Making me a sad tree. You're gonna make... Actually, yeah, we got tree in here. You're gonna make him a sad tree. Don't do that. You gay. Shit. Alright, let me load up my next segment here. Squishmallow, your comment about soup has just been like hanging there. Do you happen to know like what I said when you were like soup? Because halfway through like drinking this, I was like, "This, do they think this is soup?" I love Bob Ross. I own like 50 different Bob Ross things. Cool, yeah. I got some pretty cool Bob Ross stuff myself. One of my favorite like gifts I was ever given was the Deadpool as Bob Ross Funko Pop. I was looking for a Bob Ross emote. Oh, oh wait, I actually think I might have one. I might have one in my Discord here. Jim and Skidum soup. Yeah, Squishmallow Dragon over on Twitch. She was she just at one point typed soup ? And I was like, it kind of threw me off. Okay. Oh my god, that is so cool. Yeah, I know. Like, my favorite thing to do is like when I put my hot water into this, I'm such a dork. I do literally just go, ooh, look at it go. It's so cool. Soup was when you asked what Superman's S meant. Okay. That's actually pretty funny. What's the S stand for? Soup? Oh man, that makes me think of like when he takes off, it just goes so. Kitty box. Alrighty. And we have got our majority report stuff lined up and ready to go. All right, this is going to be a longer segment, just so you guys know. 1, 2, 3. All right. Perfect. Also, if you haven't liked the stream already on YouTube, please do. It really helps push me into the algorithm, and I'm looking to get those 1,000 subs. I'm not even kidding, man. Like, it would be really cool to get that before Christmas here, so. Oh, Bob Ross. I love it. Again, just because, like, I'm a painter, you know, too, so I enjoy his techniques. Even, like, on miniature painting. You can apply a lot of his techniques to acrylics as well as the oils, as far as like his mixing and blending. Obviously, it's like the colors I'm talking about, not the actual like paint thinner. Get under the stream? What? Wait, what do you mean? I should be a sub. What? Oh yeah, wait a minute. One of the people I sub to has a really good one, but it's hard to find with all the subs I have. Oh. Well, I'm not special. No, I actually feel special just having you here, Squish. You are you're like my my Twitch rep over here. I'm gonna be calling for Gondor. Cool. We're gonna go full screen with this one because this is a special one. Also, let's cheers before I start the segment, because. All right, cheers, and then where are we at? 2 hours, 26 minutes. Cool, cool, cool. Anybody that wasn't here before, I just want to do the housekeeping announcement one more time. So I got a notification from YouTube that in the upcoming year here, well, in the new year, they do have an update to their TOS, and they were kind enough to let me know. So, and I think it is because of what my show is called. Yeah, we just have to keep it very vague now. So when we talk about like actual like you know, jerks, we got to call them J's. When we call Burnts, we call them, you know, B's. Which those are the ones roll, you know, with cigar paper. So, and then yeah, we're gonna keep the bingers, stuff like that. But as far as even talking like verps, we're gonna do verps. I just really want to be safe about this. Okay, so because getting my channel kicked off YouTube right as I'm about to kind of break through. Yeah, let's Trump is gonna fix all that. Don't sweat it. Doinks. Don't scare me like that, because honestly, his whole thing about like he talked about coming after YouTubers, so I'm not gonna sit here and, you know, front that I'm not a little bit afraid of that. Like the fact that, you know, that could be a real thing. And honestly, like that's the most dystopian version of what our country, you know, would be going through. But I had a disturbing conversation where I unfortunately have some family members that would be perfectly fine with it. So yeah, give me one sec. Where is this going? Oh shit! Did I not? Okay, cool. Never mind. I thought that I accidentally exited out of the chat. It is all good. We are so good. What do you... Here. Let me try this link real quick. Just got an update from one of the mods. Here, did this work? There, I sent it to your private inbox. Okay, cheers. Yeah, you can still do that one, Jim. Yeah, that stuff is fine. Obviously, like the 420 like stuff, we have to, you know, we can still do that one because that one is still code. I'll know in the new year here, though. So we'll. But the other thing, yeah, obviously, this is like the only thing I can really get away with on cam anymore. I can bust out the rigoroni, but that's also what I'll be calling the rigoroni. So, yeah, I hope you guys are comfortable with the updates, because honestly, I am kind of glad that I got away with what I got away with for as long as I have. You know, the fact that they've even pushed me in the algorithm doing this, I was kind of like, that's odd, especially given their, you know, their TOS. I was like, interesting. Make it 422, they'll never catch on. One of my favorite shirts that I ever bought, I wish I could find this. I bought it from Daytona Beach on the boardwalk, and it was 421. I couldn't find my piece. And that one stuck with me, so I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go buy that. Unfortunately, I outgrew that shirt very, very fast. So can I start a channel showing the best ways to... No. I can't even say that on YouTube. So no. I know you're kidding, but at the same time, it's like, nah. I mean, why would you do that with Coca-Cola anyway? It's so fizzy. 419 got a minute. Oh, Squishmallow Dragon. I like that. I might be able to use that if I run into problems. I'm gonna keep that in the reservoir. I don't know why I left it reservoir. I'm like, oh, that was a dirty joke. No, it wasn't. Reservoir? What? I mean, I guess you could. It's whatever. Anyway, I'm getting the goofy out before I go into the segment. Because, yes, this is the long MR segment. I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, they had a great lineup today that it was very hard for me to not listen to live. The only segment that I listened to live was the Tim Pool one. So, yes, I admit there's a little pre-watch there, but... All right, so I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to call for Gondor. Reservoir. Voya. Again, one of my favorite scenes in any like movie that just randomly stuck with me is Tommy Boy, when they're just like the Nos, they in the car, it gets bumped, so they're just like, they get kind of out of their gourd, and they're just like, what a weird word, roads. And I catch myself doing that with a bunch of stuff. That was a perfect... That should have been in a different movie. That should have been in, like, Dazed and Confused. I'm just going to say. But, all right, we're going to go for Gondor here and then start the segment. For Gondor. All right, so on the Majority Report, they had a really cool interview. Perfect way to finish out the year with AOC. So I wanted to take a look at that with all you guys and see how it went. So let's take a look. I remember when they got this music. It was kind of cool. I'm not gonna screw with it. So there we go.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Joining us now, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, that's a Midwestern in me. I can't see somebody wave and not wave.
So I'm going to start off with let's talk about what's going on, obviously, right now. At any moment, you could be called to the floor for a vote. And there's some indication of what it may be. They're now talking about splitting it up into 3 different bills. But just give us your sense of what's going on here, because it feels like 5 days ago, nobody predicted there'd be an issue with this.
We were totally fine. Democrats and Republicans had come to a compromise, CR, just government funding bill. And it's actually funny. It kind of came down to literally maybe like a 3-hour window where the schedule in the House, there was 2 vote series. We're supposed to vote at 1:30 and then again vote at 4:30. And so they were going to put this government spending bill that everyone had agreed to on. There's some talk about putting it through at 1:30. Mike Johnson says, you know what, let's just do it at 4. And in that 3-hour window, Elon Musk tweeted. And it died. And then you have Trump threatening, and basically Trump threatened to primary any Republican that voted for a clean CR. And then Elon tweeted that he was threatening to primary anyone that voted for the compromise CR. And Republicans are in this moment where they don't know who their daddy is right now. And so they are just running around like chickens with their head cut off. And so we're literally in this holding pattern because of this. And it's like this recursive loop that is just...
Guys, I just had that realization that if they did actually primary everybody, that would be actually good for the country, because that is kind of taking care of the term limits thing.
Shut down the government literally out of nowhere because of a tweet. It's actually insane. Like, it's actually insane.
I was a product of divorce, so I can understand what happens when mommy and daddy fight and you don't know which side to land on. But putting that aside for a moment, one question I have that does not feel like it's going to be addressed whatsoever is the $20 billion for the IRS. Mm-hmm. This was in the last budget. It was a clawback by the Republicans. But if it's a continuing resolution, it could happen again, sort of as just sort of like, I guess, inertia. What is anybody talking about that at all?
Well, I think that this is the core problem that they're in right now, which is that, of course, they need Democratic votes to pass this thing. This conference cannot keep themselves together. And so they keep trying to, but they can't. They're too much at war with themselves. And so it is something that is a priority for us. And it's not something that I think has been left aside or forgotten. This is going to be a big battle, though. And it's not going to be the last time we see this come up.
Right.
Because the Trump tax cuts are expiring next year. And this is actually what this fight is actually all about. This is why Elon is involved in this right now, because he's not tweeting this out of nowhere. He's not coming at this out of nowhere. They are trying to lift the debt limit now because reauthorizing the Trump tax cuts next year are going to explode our federal debt. It's going to explode our deficit again. And they don't want to lift the debt limit then to do that. They want to lift it now. That's why
that'll draw too much attention to what their tax cuts are doing. And this way, if they split it up, it's less of a story
and
at that
that's
time.
why Elon's getting involved. His net worth has, I believe, it's almost doubled since the election. Or it's like, this is what was kind of being discussed a little bit among Democratic talkers. Like they're talking about changes to Elon's net worth since the election. He is trying to further explode his net worth. And he is trying to leverage everything from income from federal contracts to, reducing his own personal expenditures and reducing his taxes. And this is something that we are, this is what this is about for him. Trump has a different set of priorities for himself. He's trying to, line his own pockets and figure out his own political preservation in this moment. And sometimes those things are aligned and sometimes they're not. And I think right now we're in one of those friction points.
It's sort of the definition of an oligarchy where even though these guys aren't these, I mean, even though Trump's not even in office yet, his like billionaire
mob
daddy,
enforcer, basically.
Is like controlling whether the government will stay open or not. But let's leave this for a moment because this is an ongoing story. We're going to find out maybe how this resolved at least for the next 3 weeks or 2 months. We'll find that out in a moment. But I want to turn to what's been going on this week in terms of your attempt to chair the government oversight committee. And my daughter had a question that sort of dovetails into this. So I told her I would ask this question. She wants to know, and I think sort of these two questions sort of address that whole dynamic. One is if you feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, and how so if you do. But also, she wants to know, how do you grapple with having to appeal to multiple different ideological groups within the Democratic Party and your constituency?
Yeah, well, two really good questions. The first one is that I don't really feel abandoned by the Democratic Party because my primary relationship that I care about the most is mass movements and mass movement politics. And part of my job and my role exists forever in this tension point between mass movements and everyday people and the establishment of the Democratic Party. And so that is always as long as I exist as a person, I am going to be in this waypoint between these two forces. And what I'm always trying to do is open the windows of possibility for people in the Democratic Party. And so I don't feel abandoned because my job is not to try to gain personal acceptance. My job is to try to build power for the working class. And so I feel like you have to know when to select your battles and when to force the question. And I ran to win. I always run to win. I don't pick fights that I think are losing from the jump, even if they are long shots. But I also felt like this was a win-win situation. And I felt like it was win-win because you win it in a literal sense. We're able to wield this seat. And I think I genuinely ran because I thought it was what was best for the party. And I think it was what was best for the country. And I think it was what was best for people. And that's why I did it. But I also think that it is clarifying. And sometimes when you force this question, it allows us to take measurements about where we are at. And not in a binary perspective, not just in a binary perspective either. It's not just that we won or that we lost. But even in losing, I don't think anybody in the party thought that it would be this close at the start. This is a race among, by definition, Democratic insiders, only among other members of Congress. And this is typically an environment where people like us get crushed. Mm-hmm. And the fact that it was this close, the fact that some of the most, established and powerful elements of the party had to mobilize to make, to make this result, happen, that we, people were hot on their heels, I think is a very good sign for us. And so that's the first question, which leads to the second question, is that
I got a little lost on that one.
In order for us to win, we need to win along several dimensions. And we need to know how to bring people together and cleave people together in kind of different dimensions in addition to an ideological one. If it's forever just progressives versus the establishment, and that's the only frame, then we are outnumbered. But if we can take that, preserve it, we're not abandoning it, but you add generational dimensions. You add.
Is it bad that when she did that, I just realized I wanted to go and order one of those mugs? I'm like, I forgot to do that.
Class dimensions. You add some of these other things. This is an exercise in coalition building while preserving the integrity of our positions. And I think this was one of our first big swings at it. And I think as far as that goes, there was a lot of really interesting successes in that. This was not.
So that you mean if we were to look at the votes that you got maybe on the steering committee, and if we were to look at the votes that you got on the floor, we would see you could have obviously progressives voted for you, but then maybe there are younger people who have a different idea of what partisanship looks like. I think that is a big part of the generational changes. And there may be also some people who run to the progressive positions on economics, but maybe not on immigration, or maybe not on, Pickett, essentially. Or, because frankly, there are votes that I know that my daughter and I have talked about, and that we've talked about here, that you've taken that we're not excited about, to say the least, the anti-Semitism one in the most recent. Mm-hmm. But this is part, or you tell me, is this part of like the idea of there are certain battles where you think are maybe less consequential in the, long term, that you will sacrifice to build these coalitions for the long term?
I think that we are presently in a moment where we have to be really ruthless about what battles we pick. And we cannot pick all of them. And I think we have to be realistic about the political moment that we are in. There are moments where we have the juice to be bullish. And then there are moments where we need to like really strengthen foundationally and preserve. This was a tough year for us. And it's not just about big money. It's about like organizationally on the left, we are in a challenging time. Just everything that has gone on over the last year, there's a genocide that is happening. And this is rightfully been a focus of so much organizing. And it's also caused a lot of not just internal, I think, questioning, assessment, how we do things on the left, but it's also been a moment where we've had tons of dark money, not just, yes, APAC, also crypto, also Wall Street, all these folks that are constantly waiting to pick us off. And so, I think that for this purpose, when we make sure that we fight like hell on the material things, like I vote consistently on withholding weapons, withholding funding for offensive weapons. When it comes to some of like the finer, second and third degree connections on condemning anti-Semitism. If IHRA came explicitly to the floor, I would not vote to ratify it. But I think that we need to be very strategic. We cannot swing at every single pitch because we have to build. And so I do think, for example, internally, one of my big cases about in gaining support, and what is interesting is that the support that we got in this, it was not just like the Progressive Caucus plus the Hispanic Caucus, which were the two caucuses that endorsed me in this fight. We had swing district Democrats that supported me in this. We had New Dems, which is a
Pat Ryan, I think, was one of the most successful of the swing, sort of the purple districts, as it were. And he, I think, spoke
on your behalf, right?
Yes. Yeah. And he outran Kamala Harris by the largest margin of any House Democrat. And so one of the things that the case that I was making to the caucus is that I can message on an economically populist message. And that is my intention. Of course, we are going to fight on civil rights. We're going to fight on human dignity. We're not going to let Democrats abandon our trans community. We're not going to allow Democrats to try to run skittish on civil and human rights issues. But the selling point, the most alluring point to bring the party together and to bring them over, we have to make a case of persuasion, which is that there is no other place where we are seeing promise to win back the working class, to win back Latinos, to win back young people than right here. And the message that we can send as a party.
The simple answer, Les, is that the actual electorate just views Trump and AOC as not the average politician, the ones that upset Trump upsets the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. AOC upsets both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. This isn't like rocket science, dude. They literally see them as the outsiders. Are they right? No, because they don't watch news as much as we do.
Really kind of cemented in this election by Trump that Democrats are the party of the elite, which bore out in an electorate in terms of what got hemorrhaged. That the way that we counter that is a populist economic message, which in a progressive frame has the benefit of a multiracial democracy, and that is attenuated with that.
Yeah, but that also, Les, think about that. You just said the electorate falls for cons. That kind of speaks to how bad the Democrats are at actually playing this game.
Right.
They can't even if they want to con, they can't even do the con.
And part of why, I was excited about the prospect of you winning that position to be a top Democrat on oversight was because of the fact that you could communicate that kind of thing with a really large megaphone. And I think part of maybe I saw what you did with your followers after the election, some of the voters who voted for you and Trump. Mm-hmm. And, Trump's style of tweeting or truthing or whatever, he's lying all the time, but it at least simulates a level of responsiveness to the public. Yes. So my question is just do you think that the Democrats' message on Trump's threat to democracy was undercut by the fact that an overwhelming number of Americans thought that Biden was too old to run for a second term, and yet there was no real primary process anyway? So I guess in other words, do you think that the Democrats need to build back more trust and legitimacy with their base, democratic legitimacy, by showing more responsiveness?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a big part of what our case was as well. I think it's interesting because a lot of people kind of talk about the gerontocracy of the Democratic Party and the way that a lot of these decisions are decided by seniority. And all of those things are true. But what is also attenuated with that is the fact that it is really hard for a lot of, I think, Democrats to wrap their head around the current media environment that we are in. And there's still this really big attachment to the idea that CNN, MSNBC, the op-ed, pages of the New York Times are where swing voters are and where everyday people are. And as we saw from the election, people who, if you ascribe to that kind of a media diet, you are overwhelmingly supporting Democrats. But there has for a very long, and this was actually part of what part of what I was trying to offer the party is also part of what I think had cut against me in this race, which is that there's this idea that having this, not among all Democrats, but I think among more of the old guard, that having that kind of resonance and responsiveness is gauche and lowbrow and unsophisticated. And it's attention seeking. Like the fact that a person has attention means that they are attention seeking, as opposed to the fact that they are talking to people. And so I feel okay because at the end of the day, I'm going to keep doing that. I am going to continue to do that. I wanted to do it at the behest of not just like the party for the sake of the party, but because we are on the precipice of a fascist administration coming in.
Right. And your level of partisanship would have been a benefit, right? I mean, it's also about acting partisan with the Republicans and not exceptionalizing MAGA and Trump and saying Trump is the Republicans and the Republicans are Trump.
Right. And so, but I don't think that window has necessarily passed.
Well, time's sort of on your side on some level in this dynamic, right? I mean, we're seeing that develop. I don't know why it develops more quickly on the Republican side, and maybe that's just because they have a
seniority system.
They don't have a seniority system, and they don't even. But even in the context of their media, like they developed, talk radio first. They and they've put a lot more money into the online stuff, and there's an investment there, and they don't seem as reluctant to do that. And just lastly, because I know you got to go, but part of this dynamic of the way that young people are getting their media now, it seems to me, is that what we've seen with Gaza and what's happening with Israel is akin, in my mind, to what happened with the Vietnam War when we saw for the first time reporters were actually involved in the war. And for people who had more skin in the game, insofar as like I could get drafted or my kids could get drafted, that really changed the politics in a way that I don't think the upper echelon or the old guard, as it were, of whatever was happening at that time in this country understood. And I feel like that same dynamic is happening now. If you're under the age of 40, what's gone on in Israel is in Palestine and Gaza in particular, obviously, and the West Bank for that matter, is very different from your perception if you're over the age of 40 because of where you get your media.
I have said this directly to Democratic leadership. I've communicated this to the White House, that this is our Vietnam. This is our, not just like in terms of the party, but this is just a...
You know what my personal Vietnam was? It was STDs. That I'm on the record saying my personal Vietnam. Look it up. It's on the Howard Stern show.
Our country's Vietnam. And what I think a lot of people do not yet understand is they think this is that some of these hemorrhages are maybe ideological. They think maybe it is like an ethnic thing. I don't think there is appreciation yet about how generationally radicalizing this moment is, and how
watching the blatant chauvinism in my chat right now is just making me go, ugh.
How shocked people are at how far just like the general inertia is willing to go, as if we're not seeing what's happening right before our very eyes. I mean, we are now at the point where, in where I exist, me calling this a genocide, going to the House floor, delivering a speech saying that the administration is aiding and abetting this is so far beyond the fringe, so far beyond the pale. This is also part of what this dynamic was in this vote, too. It came up. Let's just to call a spade, that was also an element in this fight. But I think that it is important that we lay these markers down again generationally, because people see what is happening, and we need to have some sort of legitimacy if we seek to reinstate an order around human rights and actual care for democracy. And that is the benefit of being of trying to be consistent. And so when I see these losses, they're not devastating to me, because I think they are important waypoints for us to see. It's not just a loss. Again, in the context of the Democratic caucus, in the context of a 3-term member of Congress running to become a ranking member of a committee against, someone that has decades of experience here, to gain that waterline of 84 Democrats in an internal fight it is something that people were taken aback by. And we will see, what do we do with that? I don't know. But it is a chip that we have. And we'll have to see other people we can elevate and support and see how all of these things interact. But at the end of the day, it's something that I think was a net gain for all of us to be able to engage in.
Yeah, I suspect that 130 on the other side or so were surprised, and they're, I don't know if put on notice is the right way of putting it, but they're aware that maybe there's something they might be missing. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
And good luck with whatever you end up having to vote on today. Hopefully there is something to vote for, because it makes a material difference for a lot of people that we operate the government. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was a good one. Let's go to the next one.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is our final live show of the year. And as such, Ryan Grimm, reporter and co-founder of Dropsite News, also a co-host of Counterpoints, has dressed up. And it's much appreciated. Look at you. Look at you.
A Christmas green as well.
I had a t-shirt on until just recently. My wife was like, please don't do that. Don't. Come on, have some dignity.
I know that's your way of covering for saying that you wanted to dress up. And
no, I would tell you the truth.
But no Windsor not today, so Sam doesn't get to rip into you.
It's his casual Friday dress.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah, he really has nailed it. So Ryan, when we booked you, I thought this was going to be like just a full roundup of the end of the year type of thing where we're going forward. But because I thought on Monday it was sort of a done deal that there was going to be, a continuing resolution, very sort of vanilla. There were some add-ons that were in it. This very controversial measure of paying for disaster relief, or this very controversial measure of funding cancer studies for kids and treatment for kids.
That was the insane one. I'm like, really? You guys couldn't even make this up if you were trying to create the most evil of evil deeds.
Or
no, you know what? Maybe we put it the cancer kids. Yeah.
Somehow this all blew up. At one point, it looked like this week. Wait, are we going to get rid of the debt ceiling forever? And just give us your sense of where we're at this point. It's sort of insane.
I think what we're really looking at is, if you step back, a significant number of steps, what you see is that it's kind of an existential fight over the role of Congress. And I say this judgment free. I'm not saying Congress is good and should be part of our system, or Congress is bad and shouldn't be. But I think what Musk in particular is trying to do here is to basically turn Congress into a sub-branch of government that certainly when it's controlled by Republicans is completely at the will and the mercy
of the president.
Yeah. And when I say the president, I'm not doing the facetious like Musk thing, but like Musk's ability to primary members of the House in particular, and
gee, it's almost like Congress needs to get together to kneecap this.
Musk's reach through social media and his popularity with the Republicans.
At what point are they just going to take the threats and just be like, you know what? Nah, screw you, dude.
He wants to be able to tweet something.
Like your money's no good here.
And that be a dictate to the House of Representatives in particular, but Congress in general. And I think he's
literally doing the funniest kind of shit because legit, this could get money out of politics. Like I just kind of had that happen where I was like, oh, wait a minute, that could happen. Because realistically, if he threatens to primary every single person in there, they're all gonna they're gonna coup his ass. And he's not even part of the government.
Trying that stuff out now. His post yesterday, I think it was, where he said
they're gonna do it by literally just being like, all right, no more billionaires, sorry.
Not a single bill should pass between now and when Trump takes office. Like he wants those to be orders.
Also, real quick, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. It really helps me out and it makes you awesome.
That are just given to another branch of government and just followed. And that is a system of government that a lot of countries have. It's just not the one that we've always had.
That's the amazing thing about this is that, we have talked about, and Sanders has been talking about this for, decades, really, in many respects. We're headed this way. We're headed this way. The idea of a billionaire when the party's still out of, it's not like this is Trump's in office. It's not like this is just him.
And they're using that as the argument. And like, Trump's not even in office. This isn't even his fault.
Sort of almost like transpartisan on some level. And of course, he's just leveraging the Republican Party. But we've had money that, of course, is going to play in primaries, right? Like, we saw this with Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. We've seen it in, Jayapal as well, where like DMFI comes in and, APAC money. Or other big industry, but we saw it with crypto money in Ohio. But the idea that one person has enough money to beat all of these people and it happens to be aligned with all those people I just said, which I don't think is a coincidence. But the idea that he can deploy this, and they know, there's someone to the right of me who's just as and the only thing they have to do is say, and this is their primary, all they have to say is they have more fealty to Musk and Trump or whatever you want to call it than I do. And here's the evidence. And we're 2 years out. You can't get further from their potential.
Like they're not sworn in yet.
That's my point. This is he's now threatening he's threatening politicians in the womb. Essentially, with primaries for positions they don't even hold yet. Technically, it's fascinating.
Yes. It's never happened before that, even AIPAC, when they go after, half a dozen to a dozen, left-wing Democrats in 2022 or 2024, for instance, to spend $100 million, they at least had to go out and hold some fundraisers and make some phone calls and hit up individual people for. You can look at you can go to the FEC and see $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, $5 million, $10 million, million, half million. And then you'll see a ton of 6-figure checks all at the same day. So you're like, oh, there was a fundraiser this day. All these people gave $100,000. And eventually they've raised $100 million and they spend it. That is a disproportionate asymmetrical amount of power that they have to basically anybody else in politics until Elon Musk steps in. He doesn't need to even organize a fundraiser among 100 people that give $100,000 or 10 people that give $1 million each. He can just say, all right, here's a super PAC that is going to focus in this district. I'm going to put $5 million in it, and a tiny amount of money for him. And it's going to run ads starting now for 2 years saying that this guy's not sufficiently loyal to Donald Trump. And that has never happened before, ever. Like nothing even remotely close to that has happened. And so if they had a cushion of 10 or 15 votes, I think this game plan would be easy to execute. The fact that there's such a narrow margin means it's going to be tricky, and he's going to cause, I think he may push too far and too fast and screw things up for Trump. And then Trump tells him, you know what, I don't actually, this is not actually helpful to me right now. So that's the only thing. It's not really anything Democrats can do about it. It's just, they have to just kind of fail on their own.
But part of also what, Representative Ocasio-Cortez was saying to us is that Elon feels that he's reliant on this push for his own financial gain, for tax cuts. That's really what he's in it for. And I guess that probably elongates the level of like the amount that Trump and Musk are tied together. If his self-interest is so specifically tied to this agenda and to the tax cuts, then like the breaking up of the two over their egos, it's going to be harder to pull off, which I naively thought maybe they had a chance with some of the trolling, but it doesn't seem like that's happening.
And let me just add
they're feeling themselves.
What does that look like?
Yeah.
Like like this whole thing about President Musk so that it gets under Trump's skin. Look, if if I thought it was in my power, I would, I would stoop to like putting, when we were kids, they had little like asbestos tins of like itching powder, and I would put that in, I'm not above any of this, but in terms of efficacy, this whole President Musk thing is the dumbest thing.
I disagree. I disagree because we've seen how Trump reacts to the dumbest stuff. Like he can have his opinion is not necessarily incorrect. It is one of the dumbest things ever, but it'll work because of how childish Trump is. That's the broader takeaway here.
I've ever heard, because let's say Musk was to go away, and then you still have the same problem. Like this is a problem with Republicans. If it wasn't Musk, it would be Miriam Adelson. If it wasn't Miriam Adelson, it'd be some other billionaire. I mean, to make it about Musk is stupid because there is no long-term messaging there. But the other thing is, in what world is it in
10-4, Jim and Skidham,
either Musk's or Trump's best interest? Even if Trump is literally like a baby, and they still are going to be smart. Like maybe they're not going to hang out as much, and somebody's going to write a story in the Post or the Times like there seems to be a chill between Musk and Trump. Who gives a shit? Because at the end of the day, their interests are aligned.
Great way to put
They're
that.
both basically, autocratic kleptocrats. And it's just like they may have to negotiate. You know what? It's not 50-50 anymore. It's 60-40 or it's 35-65, whatever. Like, this is the dumbest thing. This is so baby-brained. This is junior high school stuff. And we need people playing in the big leagues, it feels like.
And so what I mean by them failing is that they are unable to run their operation. In other words, let's say that they do actually shut the government down. Musk is, obviously a very intelligent guy, off the charts IQ, that sort of thing. He really has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to government.
None. I
don't think he understands what the consequences would be for the Trump administration of shutting the government down for the entire transition. If you don't call the inauguration essential services, he doesn't even get to give a speech outside of Congress. He'd have to do his swearing in inside the White House.
Musk doesn't care about that, though. Musk doesn't care about that.
Musk doesn't care about that.
Yeah.
This is where interests are disaligned.
Right.
Obviously, Trump does care about that. But the transition is much more than just the party on the
Oh, my gosh. They would be starting 90 days late, essentially.
And that's a misaligned incentive right there between the two of them. Musk might be
is Musk really that intelligent? No.
Fine with all that chaos.
No, and people are just figuring that out.
Might grow, might not, but it might at that time. The weaker the government is, the more powerful he is. But Trump, I think, is actually enjoying this round of his election so much more than 2016. 2016, he won as a fluke. He lost to Hillary Clinton by 3 million votes, which he was mortally embarrassed about. He squeaks through because of this technicality of the Electoral College and these really narrow wins in 3 states. He spends all his time fending off these charges that actually he didn't really win because Putin helped him. The day after he's inaugurated, he's defending his pitiful little inauguration crowds while there's 5 million people, mostly women, which is deeply offensive to him, marching in the streets against him. Yeah. And his approval rating is like 20s, 30s, like out of the gate. He was miserable and lashing out and cranky. I think you can just feel his vibes. He's feeling his oats a lot more this time. He loves that he actually won because he does trust the numbers now. And Musk risks that honeymoon with like a stupid government shutdown the entire time. So that's what I mean about that they just might not have the competence to pull it off. And also Trump is surrounded by morons
what they could pull off. Like I don't even know what pull it off ends up being at this point. Like they've already damaged themselves. Yeah. Even if they get their continuing resolution, they're not going to get the erasure of the debt ceiling. No. It seems to me it's either going to have to be completely gone or as it is now, so that he has to deal with it.
Also, good luck. Like, seriously, this is my favorite part too. They don't see how much they're taking on and how unpopular this stuff is going to be. Again, the debt ceiling. How are they ever going to be able to use the debt, the national debt, as a bargaining chip or even just a frickin', as a bullet in their chamber, if you will, against us anytime that they want to say, well, the Democrats are about to raise the deficit. That's one of their favorite things to do.
Because as the congresswoman was saying to us, like,
it's the same as getting rid of the filibuster. Are they going to do it? Because that could easily just turn around on them. Like, as much as this stuff,
they don't want those two
the
things.
Checks and balances are still kind of there.
To be the tax cuts and the debt ceiling to be sort of like in any type of proximity with each other, because then people start doing the math. And what's his face? The bald guy. Chip Roy gets on the floor and he's like, why, what are the Republicans? And so I don't know. This is it is fascinating. It's a lot more interesting than I thought maybe it would be. It's also terrifying. Like we've arrived now. You have one guy who has the ability to essentially, and remember, $1 billion for a campaign to raise is a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
I don't know what the record is,
but presidential campaign. Yeah.
Yeah. And he can deploy this and still have 200 times more money than he had 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Like it's insane. The amount of power that this guy now has because of his money, the money that he's amassed. The idea that we don't have 12 alarm bells going off and it's really just more about who's the real president? I'm sorry that we are not meeting the moment with that stuff. It seems to me, but so what do you think the prospects are for the future?
I mean,
it's a funny shift.
A shutdown would be such a mess for them that I feel like they're going to capitulate and get it together, but maybe not. I don't they might just screw this up. It's possible.
Do you think that also what is scary, for me at least, it's scary that it's almost like Donald Trump's constituency, there's not really much of a promises that were even made really in the campaign except for Project 2025, which he distanced himself from, but cuts and cuts and cuts, and immigration. All of this stuff, this looting of the government and the taking a wrecking ball to the administrative state, there's also no constituency that he has to respond to. That's the other part of this, which is like the substanceless campaign outside of just hate. Like that element, I think, emboldens him further.
Yeah, and also I think what Musk is doing here, has so much of an artificial element to it that's one reason you could actually see Republicans like getting themselves back together, dusting themselves off, and actually passing this again. Like Musk had the ability to stop the thing, cause absolute total chaos, but that wasn't because like 1 million people marched on Washington. Yes, there's a bunch of people retweeting his posts that he puts in front of everybody's face, but it is still somewhat artificial. And so if he takes his foot off the gas on it, then it just goes away. It's not as if it's this organic movement that is going to continue on its own. The Republicans are going to try to move on their own. But yeah, I think the promises Trump made are he's going to entertain his supporters, and he's going to cause pain, either public or civil or criminal, for his supporters' enemies. Like those are the things he's going to do. And he's already, I think as long as he does that sort of stuff theatrically, he'll that's what he wants to do. Like, and then I feel like he'll deliver. Now, other people around him, want real material, substantive results. But him, I think he's happy to just like, if you notice this recently, he's like browbeating the EU. He's like, if the EU doesn't buy more oil and gas from the United States, it's tariffs all the way down for them. And so he gets to make this huge threat about these gay Europeans. And then he gets to back down when he points to some numbers about oil and gas that they bought.
That seems to be, I want to turn to sort of the Democrats and ask you what you thought about the AOC, but it seems to me that like there is a world in which Trump's most excessive things are just used as like, threats that he knows people don't really follow. He just like, it's a way for him to rack up wins.
And that half of his people told pollsters they liked him because they didn't think he was going to do those things.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They liked that he said it, but they also they don't believe that he's going to do it.
And so he's going to be able to just talk about wins all over the place for stuff that is almost pre-existing, and claim that it happened because, he knows how to negotiate and bargain. Yeah. I mean, if you happen to believe that government actually has a function, it's not a great strategy. But if you're looking just to sell a brand, I mean, it's a great strategy because there's really very little cost associated with it, and it's hard to lose in that situation. All right. Yeah. So with that said, give me a sense of what you think. Like, where is the Democratic Party in terms of like being able to deal with this? What's your take? Let's just start with this AOC committee chair race. Hmm. What's your takeaway? I mean, she seemed to argue that 84 votes was good. It gives a marker. She wanted to win. She thought she could win maybe, but that 84 votes is a good marker as to like where the balance of power across various different planes, if you will, exist.
And here's the saddest part, that she's right about that when it comes to the perspective of members of the House. Like Democratic members of the House genuinely were surprised that she got as many as 84 votes. And like the sad part is that A, it's only 84 votes, and B, that they're surprised about that, and C, that it shows that they actually don't have any interest in radically rethinking the way that they do politics.
Yeah.
Like if they...
It's showing their ass.
A shellacking like this to some institutions would yield a radical rethinking of what they're doing. All right, what have we done wrong here? What has been working? What works for us that we can put out in front? And what can we do differently? Instead, they're comparing themselves to 2022, 2018, saying like, hey, it's a fourth term, she's coming into her fourth term and she won 84 votes. Like that's historic compared to what it was like in the 90s or what it was like in the 1950s and what it was like in the 1930s. So they're still stuck in this thinking of themselves as this long, continuous institution that changes extremely slowly while the entire world is spinning around them at an exponentially faster rate and breaking them while they're not even noticing.
I had Dan on the other day on his piece, how the Democrats are rudderless. I mean, because when you say they, it's almost like giving they too much credit as if they are an entity, as opposed to just, a bunch of people who just happen to find themselves in the same cloakroom. And, maybe within, somewhat aligned in terms of policies, but, some not, frankly. And there seems to be such a massive vacuum of leadership. Yep. And I'm not even talking about somebody who's like actively being a leader, but like to look to Chuck Schumer for any type of direction, right? In many respects, he's the most senior. Well, he's the most senior elected official, a Democrat, and to look to him for any type of like signal of like where should we head is like it's like some type of like Escher painting. Like all you're doing is you're looking back at yourself somehow. Like you look at him and you just see you're looking into the mirror.
So Democrats have spent 40 years now, basically since Reagan, being not Republicans rather than being anything, which makes for, like you said, a coalition of people who look around at the cloakroom and are like, what do we have in common other than the fact that like we're not Republicans? And Republicans are now changing, substantially. Like the Republican Party of 2024 is not the Republican Party of 94 or 2004. And so if you're a party that has no identity other than not being Republicans, but Republicans are all changing in weird ways that are confusing to you, then what are you?
Right.
Rudderless is what they are. Yeah.
Do you see like where like I guess it's just a question of like it's impossible to sort of predict who emerges as a leader out of this. I mean, certainly that vote in the House was like some sense of like, well, we definitely don't think it's going to be AOC, or we don't want it to be AOC.
It's Jerry Connolly.
Jerry Connolly. I mean,
I'm excited already.
Of all the esophageal cancer patients in their 70s, he would be the one I would want. Though I would say that, like, let's be honest, for a guy who has esophageal cancer and in that age, he's got some pep in his step, and that's
now or never, Jerry. Yeah.
Hey.
DEI hire. Yeah. I mean, I guess but that I guess brings us to the Wall Street Journal 50 sourced piece that came out this week about Biden, which we went through yesterday. And the leadership vacuum that he's left is, I think, one of the worst parts of his legacy, the genocide that he supported. Pretty big stain. But that element of like them knowing as soon as 2019 that they didn't want Jill Biden out there because she looked more energetic than her husband, 8 years younger than him. You're already doing that kind of management. And then, frankly, it's why Harris was in the closet. They weren't putting her out there to highlight that contrast either. So Biden consciously undercut any other leadership opportunities for Democrats that were rising. Didn't even need to be her, and it probably wouldn't have been at the end of the day. But because it was all this group of sycophants insulating him from questioning, and also making sure that there was no question. He's the president. That's it.
Yeah, we just reshared on the Dropsite Twitter feed the Julian Castro debate moment from 2020, if you remember, where he was basically driven out of the race for calling out Biden for being, mentally infirm. In 2019, if you remember, when Biden was campaigning in Iowa, there are all these stories about how he would speak to audiences of, say, 50 people, 10 of those would go in as supporters and like 2 would emerge still supporting him. Like, because of his sheer inability to string sentences together or to seem remotely presidential. This was 2019 in Iowa. He then finished 4th in Iowa as a result, because Iowa voters
get up close. Yeah.
Actually saw him. And they're like, no, this is ridiculous. Then he finished 5th in New Hampshire, because New Hampshire voters also get to see people up close. And then in Nevada, it's 2-person race between him and Bernie. Bernie beats him 2-1.
Yep.
Democratic voters knew in 2019 that this guy was not ready to be president. They were looking for anybody but him. And then they're just told by Obama and Clyburn and Buttigieg and Klobuchar and MSNBC and CNN, with their hundreds of millions of dollars of earned, unearned media, saying like, look, everybody's consolidating behind Biden to beat Bernie. And
well, I mean, to be fair,
okay, yeah.
Listen, there was a real fear amongst a lot of us that if Bernie won, we would be lined up in Central Park and shot because of
look at
being
Luigi
on the wrong
Mangione.
side.
I mean, later we'll play Eric Adams saying how we need to respect CEO trauma right now, and that there's not enough of sensitivity about this class of individual and their trauma.
And for viewers who've forgotten, that's it. Chris Matthews said that on air.
I was in that room that night and went up afterwards on the air, and I was like, well, "Excuse me, what are we talking about here?" And but and that is on Obama, right? Like, there's,
Does anybody know if Sam was ever on Bill Maher at one point?
Chuck Schumer, like somehow Chuck Schumer's not in that Wall Street Journal piece, right? I mean, you can almost hear
you can hear his aides speaking anonymously. Yeah.
Yes, but you can hear Chuck Schumer himself like running as far away from like any mention in that piece as possible. But the fact is like, where was Chuck Schumer 2 years ago? Who was the titular head of the league? Where was Barack Obama? I understand. Listen, I've been in that business. You got it.
Les Wiseman, Bernie is 83 fucking years old. Well, yeah, but that's kind of the point here is like, that's why they were even talking about like the cognitive slips with Biden as much as they were, because they were that bad, man. And Bernie, like, it's not about the age at this point. It is about just like, how is the cognition? So
gotta be available for meetings. If you're pitching a show, you guys, when you're
What's up,
when you're coming up with a show,
I'm only
you're
not
like,
your
that's the
friend
whole
viewer.
world you're inhabiting. Like, what are the characters like? What's going to be the arc? But if you're going to dip in to the election, the primaries, which, like, okay, anybody can be a political actor, but like, do you have no sense of obligation to sort of like, if you're going to exercise that kind of power, do my Uncle Ben used to say to me, with great power comes great responsibility. And I mean, honestly, it's so ridiculous the way that these people are operating. And I feel the same thing about the incompetence of people like Pluff and like Cutter and, Dylan, that their incompetence is bred by a certain ideology. Like that sort of ideology breeds a certain type of incompetence because it's just, there's a lot of CYA and there's a lot of like, well, what can you do?
Right, because it's kind of accountability free. Like the bigger risk would be losing to the left than losing to Republicans that over their entire career. So that's really
if they keep doing
them.
that, then we're just going to sit in the same place. Like, God, you have to take some risks.
What's so stunning about their belief that they were going to be able to run Biden again was that the only reason they were able to run him that time was because
of COVID
scenario, and then COVID. Mid-March, we didn't see him again through November.
That was the best thing that could have ever happened to his campaign. Was
Biden in the basement.
I can't leave.
Literally.
Because COVID and
he's hiding in his basement. Come on, where is he?
On some level, like that.
And Trump being
Basement
the actual president
Biden.
and everybody wanting him out.
Yeah.
So they had those two things going for them, and they had zero of those things going for him, and they had him 4 years older than he was.
Right.
So how they thought they were going to be able to force that down people's throats is beyond me.
I don't know
insane.
if we can calculate the cost of Biden's inability to use the bully pulpit. Especially in the communications environment that we live in now, why AOC is potent, which is what I said to her, and why Trump is. They are trying to talk to you directly. And Trump's lying by Truth Social or whatever. But it feels to voters like a level of responsiveness that a guy like Biden, who didn't say anything publicly, basically, for the final 2 years of his presidency, they didn't feel that on top of...
It's almost like have the respect to at least lie to me.
Of all
Like,
of the
really?
other reasons that we talk about with him. And, you know, no president ever gotten reelected with his approval
I swear
rating.
that's how they actually look at it, though.
It bore out.
And he was the most economic populist president we've had since probably FDR, and he never said a word about it. Or he never said a word that anybody could like absorb.
Could understand.
This is the paradox.
Yeah, but it was also not being felt by the like general populace. Like somehow this was like the most like successful economy that we've had since FDR, but also where the the working class did not feel good about it. They were getting screwed. We are still getting screwed. We also have the fact that the prices of groceries kept skyrocketing. And then you have this idea, like when the rates finally got cut. Do you know how many people in my own personal life were like so happy they were finally going to be able to possibly get a new apartment or into a new apartment or house, and then they take a look at the interest rates, and guess what? Yeah, the news is reporting, oh, there's this drastic dip in interest rates. No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. They didn't make it any easier to borrow. And then they all skyrocketed within like the next like few weeks. And now we're right back to almost the exact place that we were at.
Right? Like, because you read that piece in the Journal and you start to wonder, like, okay, his administration was the most populist, certainly of our time. And the value... this is frankly like why, like, I was like, I'm happy. I don't, if we have a Reagan situation, and I think the Reagan situation is very analogous to this on some level, except for, Reagan it was almost like built in that Reagan was going to be a little bit like that. And, whatever. It was a different era in terms of like exposure. If it was 50 years ago and there's only 3 stations, Biden could have maybe won again, in that environment. The Reagan era, you just had some of the worst players in U.S. government were basically running the ship, and he was not.
Yeah. So I think you're right.
With Biden, we had, early on, he farmed out antitrust to Elizabeth Warren.
Jim, it's actually snowing right now.
He farmed out labor to Bernie Sanders, and he basically farmed out, and we didn't,
Ron Klain's running the show.
Yes, he farmed out foreign policy to Dick Cheney, essentially. Mm-hmm. And I
oh, please. No, the general consensus even back then was that it was President Cheney, VP Bush. Bush was just the figurehead. No. We all thought it. Even the Republicans at that point thought that. And Donald Rumsfeld did not help with it at all, because he essentially went out there and I kind of remember at one point he kind of screwed up and he was just like President Cheney.
Literally, but
it's like, wait.
But certainly pretty close.
Jake Sullivan.
And I mean, these people are of that ilk. And then just like, everything was just trying to have as many good days as you can.
It says in the piece in 2021 that an aide said he has good days and bad days.
Yes.
Yep.
And then he wasn't receiving the polling information. It wasn't clear because the pollsters weren't allowed to talk to him directly in 2024.
That's insane.
I mean, it doesn't sound like
it's insane how they buried this.
My point.
And then they just allowed it to happen. They're like, yeah, we're gonna ride that. We're gonna ride the incumbency all the way back to the White House. What?
And it's like,
yeah,
come on.
Short of who he farmed out foreign policy to, I'm okay with a caretaker presidency. Like as in there needs to be a caretaker for the president, and other people are doing the actual stuff because he had basically given it out to different people. But that it turns out you also got to run for president.
Yeah, and one piece of evidence that it wasn't really him running it, because this wasn't his politics for the 60 years or whatever that he's been in politics, and that phrase that they use to describe his populist economics, from the middle out, it makes no sense. Nobody understands what it means. You focus group it, people are like, what is this? What? But I think Biden liked it because he's middle class Joe. He calls himself that, and so I think they framed the economic politics that
they call me middle class Joe. You call yourself that?
He wanted to run.
Come on, man.
As this middle out to him, like he was the only audience, I think, for that ridiculous brand that they put on it. And they're like, all right, if we can get Joe bought in by calling it middle out, let's just call it middle out, and then we'll do our thing.
Are you guys doing the middle out? Hey man, where's the
same with foreign policy for the middle class? Remember that? That was how Jake Sullivan sold his foreign policy. Foreign policy for the middle class.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does that mean? They're invested in arms dealers?
It means that like when we're hawkish on China.
One person.
Yeah, right. Well, right, exactly. You're right. It doesn't make
sense. It
sense.
doesn't really make sense. It just lands in his brain, and a light goes off. And he hears the word middle class.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been like, God damn it! I've been doing this for 60 years, and I never thought of that. Damn it!
How generous of you to assume he had the thought.
No, damn it! That sounds good.
Yeah. People are gonna love this. Oh, and the other piece of
Hunter, get in here.
He was always calling Larry Summers for advice.
Really?
Larry Summers was completely shut out by his entire economic policy team because they thought all of his ideas were incorrect, like a Kramer style. Whatever he says, let's do the opposite.
Yeah. Right.
Yet Biden would talk to him regularly. But then his whatever he told Biden would just be completely ignored. So I think that's another indication that was just the way they placated Biden. Like, all right, it's called middle out, and Larry Summers likes it. Here, talk to Larry. And Larry would tell him, just don't do all the things that your team
Do you
doesn't do.
want to read the latest Matt Iglesias piece, Mr. President? Here, look at this.
Yes.
I mean, Les, it's kind of also disingenuous to ignore the fact that he is kind of infirm, dude. Like, this is like, yes, we can acknowledge like how he did well with unions. He did some good stuff. Like, we can acknowledge that. But this report that was released by the New York Times, I'm sorry, man. Like, this wasn't just like the hit piece. This really was like they were hiding how bad his cognitive decline was all the way back to 2019. He really had no business even running in 2020. So.
And Micah and Joe, they look so.
Let alone 2024.
Good today, don't they?
They're my friends.
All right. So, Ryan, this is our final live show of the year, and we've talked about the now sort of like not theoretical, but we've reached oligarch.
Hey Scott, welcome to the stream. Biden and his team screwed us royally.
Oligarchic stage, like in a very obvious fashion, I think. And we've talked about the fecklessness of the Democrats and the fact that we had a pretend president for 4 years. Positive note. What's going to be positive? 2025.
So, I think
we can just laugh about it now.
There, that could be in a positive direction that I could underline. When she said that,
I'm not saying dementia, dude. There's other ways to have cognitive decline. Like, dementia isn't just the exclusive way to just kind of lose it, man.
As she was running for ranking member, the case that she made to the caucus was that she would lead with economic populism, and that she is very good at messaging around economic.
No less, but he did talk about corn pop, and if you're going to ignore that, then you really are just as bad as everybody else that was ignoring that shit.
Populism, and she was contrasting that with leading around the cultural politics.
Oh, that was in response to Biden screaming about people eating cats and dogs.
That's why she said. That's why she followed it in your interview by saying, don't worry.
I'm still
multiracial coalition.
It's like,
you got Trump for the next 4 years. Be happy. Listen, like, why is it having criticism of somebody means that now I'm all of a sudden like, yeah, be happy that this happened. It's somehow our fault for pointing this stuff out, dude. Like, no, this is part of the problem with the fucking Democratic Party is the fact that they tried to pull exactly what you're kind of doing right now. Hey, it was fine. You ignored the good, but because like honestly, if his cognitive decline was as bad as they are saying, and obviously they are, dude. When his own aides are coming out now and going, yeah, he had good days, he had bad days.
You start
like,
saying,
dude,
and it's clear, you de-emphasized it.
And then also to ignore the fact that he shouldn't have been in the race to begin with, because he himself promised that he was going to pass the torch, didn't. Then the Democratic establishment was like, well, yeah, we want to ride that incumbency. And they tried to even do that thing where they're just like, well, Kamala, at least with her, we can still kind of ride the incumbency. But then anytime they were like, well, if we don't like his policies, so we see like Trump would do it. And he was pretty successful in it, where it's like he would do the blanket labeling of your policies. And Kamala would just be like, listen, I'm the VP. This wasn't necessary. Yes, I did have some, like she tried to claim it, but then like you can't have it both ways. It's the cake and eat it too fucking conundrum.
Specifically,
which I've always hated that phrase. Again, is it just like maybe one of you guys can answer it? It doesn't mean you have the whole cake and then you get one special piece.
Saying that she's de-emphasizing that and re-emphasizing the economic politics, economic populism, and I think that's a good thing. It's no secret. That's what I've always felt. I think that you actually will win the cultural fights by winning those fights. Like I think you fight and lose on the cultural fights, then you lose them both. You have to fight on the economic populism, and then you win them both.
Yep. I definitely saw it in the context of when I mentioned Pat Ryan and said immigration, because I just happen to know, like, I'm familiar with Pat Ryan.
That's your man, right?
No, I mean, I'm the 19th. He's the 18th. If he was the 19th for a brief moment, but he used to do regular interviews on my on the radio station I listened to up there via the internet. It's very effective. And when he was county supervisor. And, he is I think like definitely has the sensibility of an economic populist. I think he's probably more to the left in general than he is as a, politician. He's a vet. His immigration stance, I'm not terribly thrilled about. He got, and that was really the one that probably the one position that he held that I don't subscribe to. In New York State, it's a very difficult environment right now for that, because of the way that Hochul and Adams, I mean, it's been framed that way, and Swazi's win, that's like you're really swimming against the tide. But he ran on two things in terms of what his mass media was: Social Security, protecting Social Security, and abortion rights. And, Social Security is the Democratic populist message. That's where it all emanates from, it seems to me. You want to expand Social Security, there's you understand the value of a universal program and getting everybody involved, and you understand the value of mandates and all of this. All of the sort of Democratic populist measures are manifested through Social Security. And
Sam's not wrong about those.
I think we're watching the maturation of a politician. It's just, hopefully it's not the maturation process is not like a Nancy Pelosi maturation process, right? I mean,
no.
But I don't know if San Francisco was ever about populism, even 40 years ago, when it wasn't like it is today in terms of where the money is.
Right. And she always represented the establishment wing of the San Francisco Democratic Party against its more insurgent wing anyway.
She's always done that. Always. If there's one thing Nancy Pelosi has been consistent in, is shutting down the far left.
All right. Well, on that note,
the far left.
I'm trying to sum up your positive message. So,
some
AOC's
Democrats are going to lean into
economic populism.
Wow, that's really tepid. That's really tepid. That's a very tepid positive message for 2025. Anything else? I don't know.
Well, I think they're already talking about, candidates for 2028. So the idea that 2024 is going to be the last presidential election.
Did you hear the theory that that's why Kamala Harris made that Christmas video about just stand strong, stand firm, regroup with your family? It was so cringy. And I can't get behind the idea of getting behind
That's
her.
good to hear.
That's good to know.
But
yeah.
it's still, 4 years away. They haven't even taken the oath of office yet, so I'm not sure we can bank that. But as Edward Gregorian says on our IMs, this is why they call him Ryan Grimm. And Ryan, Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. Have a great 2024
run.
Folks,
oh my God, the guy should be a comedian or something.
check out Drop Site News. You guys have been breaking stories. It feels like every week.
Yeah, a lot of good. We're on a roll. A lot of big.
Really
hits.
are.
Yeah, good Cuba piece coming today. You'll like.
Oh.
All right, so folks, check out Drop Site News and Ryan. Have a great.
Wait, is he not on part of The Hill anymore and Rising and all that? Because I thought he was on Rising, wasn't he? Okay, give me one sec. We're going to go right to the next one. As I said, this is the heavy. This is the Majority Report segment. It is. This one's a little bit more fun. This isn't an interview. This is them just doing a little retrospective on the year and going through also a fun little Tim Pool clip. So let's go for it.
All right, let's move over to this. We've got people on the IM screaming about this clip. I haven't seen it, but this is when was Poole doing this?
Yesterday.
This is yesterday or the day before. I don't know what's going on. I guess it's cold in his studio, or maybe they turned off the heat in there because he's moving to Nashville. Is he moving to Nashville? Is that definitely happening? Or have they?
I saw that implied, but who knows? Maybe
who knows? He just built his skateboard park there.
That's got to be heartbreaking for him. It's a little boy's dream.
It is. He's got his Neverland ranch, and he'll have to leave it. I mean, and I wonder if he writes into the contract, if he goes to Daily Wire, that anybody who works on a show has to watch him skateboard for 20 minutes a day. But here is this is
Tim Pool.
Tim Pool.
He's reacting to a Fox News report that a Kamala Harris staffer was like, we need more Hassan Pikers in the Democratic media sphere. And so he's sort of like, how do we counteract that if that's actually the tack that they choose to take?
That's spoiler alert. That's not going to be the tack they choose to take.
And I'll just make one note. Tim Pool, the Daily Wire was apparently a silent partner in his operation for a few months now.
We don't. Do we know this for sure? Or
I can look up the source on that, but well, I'll get back to that after this clip then, if that's right. But
But here he is commenting on
Brett Cooper.
On Brett Cooper being let go from the Daily Wire, and he's just saying, I assume Brent wanted more money. Daily Wire didn't want to pay more. Impasse. I don't get why anybody would be mad. It's not like Brett can't keep doing videos. Now, I wonder if he had some inside information here and was just running cover for potentially maybe his existing employer or whatnot. I mean, he was very cagey. You'll recall when I asked him about the tenant money from Edward Gregorian, the Russian money that he was getting, if he had any other license deals, and he was all over the place. I mean, the jibber jabber coming from him was amazing.
Yeah.
He kept implying that there were people negotiating with him 2 years ago when he was talking to Tenet, and that they're still negotiating with him, or that the deal was there. And then he claims that like he had done a license deal for his Tim Pool show on National Geographic, and I think that was more like he probably was like a stringer and shot some footage for them. Very strange, but let's hear what he's saying here.
Democrats calling for more Hassan Pikers. I'm going to reiterate, Brett Cooper launching her own channel is a good thing. Certainly you wanted her to retain the
Pause it
massive
for a sec. Why does she have to launch her own channel? Couldn't the Daily Wire give the channel that she's built to her?
She built the channel, and now the capitalists get to own it. And Tim thinks it's good that she at least gets to make videos on her own now?
A lot of media companies do that. So if you're questioning, like, why hasn't this person left this company or X, Y, or Z? Sometimes the corporation that owns like a bunch of these channels contractually refuses to let people out of them. And this is across the media space and across ideology.
Yeah, the only time I recall that is like when Jank let Jimmy Dore walk away with TYT comedy. And I think they probably learned their lesson that they don't want to do that for any of their people there. That's my guess.
That's my guess.
That's a nice one for Jimmy, though. Jimmy to take TYT comedy, which is still what if you search youtube.com/TYT comedy, still goes to his channel.
Yep.
And the issues at play and where we go media-wise. With the Democrats calling for more Hassan Pikers, I'm going to reiterate, Brett Cooper launching her own channel is a good thing. Certainly you wanted her to retain the massive marketing efforts of the Daily Wire. She's not going to, but I think she'll be all right. Reagan, replacing Brett, is going to get the massive infrastructure of the Daily Wire. Is that what people are mad? Like, honest question for those in the comments. Is the issue that the Daily Wire spends a ton of money promoting and building up this channel and you want Brett to have that capability? I think she's going to find a way. Having another Reagan is really good.
I hate that hoodie jacket. I hate it. It is so, like, that in theory would be something that I like because I don't mind, like, the look of a hoodie and a sports coat, but that one looks awful.
It's really annoying how people just want Daily Wire to be evil. I really just don't like the people who make their whole identity Israel. Guys, you can criticize the Daily Wire, you can criticize Israel. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the people who are obsessed
I wonder
with nothing but
if somebody's a little bit worried about porting his own audience over there. Now, again, it's rumors. It has not been. It has not happened. It was rumored to be in play, but I wonder if he's starting to realize, like, his audience is like, I don't want to be associated with the Daily Wire. I don't want to give money because honestly, like, whatever the relationship would be between Tim Pool and the Daily Wire, understand both parties do it because it's mutually beneficial to them. So if you're giving money to Tim Pool or views to Tim Pool, you're giving money and views to the Daily Wire.
Hey, look, the money that they don't have to pay Brett Cooper to bring her back to her her own channel for the next year is money that they can give Tim Pool to move to Nashville. But also, it's Media Right News that made the allegation. Pool additionally has already had the Daily Wire as a silent minority partner in Timcast for months. So I'd be interested to see more clarification on that.
Criticize the Daily Wire, you criticize Israel. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the people who are obsessed with nothing but Israel and criticize Daily Wire in that vein. Okay.
I'm sorry. The Zionists are the ones obsessed with Israel. The people that are obsessed with Israel's actions are the ones trying to prevent genocide. So anyway.
But Israel and criticize Daily Wire in that vein. Okay. If you're critical of Daily Wire, you're allowed to be. Not saying that.
Thank you.
But we need more people in the space. We need more investment. We need. They're outright saying they want more Hassan Pikers.
What about more investment in Brett?
And but who's the we? Who's the we?
Tim's getting the more investment, I think.
No, but who's the we? I thought Tim was a moderate. I mean, the Daily Wire is an unabashed right-wing network. Who's the we he keeps talking about? We need more in this infrastructure. Is he talking about our show? Is he advocating for us to get some money from the Mercers or from Miriam Adelson or from some right-wing organization? From Slack? What's that guy's David Sachs or whatever? Peter Thiel. I mean, who is the we here? He seems to be fully identifying as of the right at this point. Now, he has some positions that are heterodox within that right-wing thing. He may not, have a litmus test as to Israel, or he may sort of like say, well, I actually believe in some, that even though he has said publicly, in fact, multiple times in front of my face, that he feels that if you've been raped and you don't want to expose yourself to and you don't get a timely rape kit test, which we know that rape kits sit unexamined all the time, even if they're taken, and you're not able to prosecute your rapist, then you deserve to be impregnated and forced to give birth to that rapist body. I mean, that rapist, a child.
Sorry. That was
that's
the rapist body.
He does believe in some exception, I guess.
That's a crazy horror story right there.
If you go and successfully prosecute a rapist, then you don't have to have their child. So that's his,
you can get an abortion as a reward.
Yeah, that's their his exception to abortion, which I don't know if that exists at the Daily Wire. Maybe they do or don't believe that. But this guy's a right winger. That's his project. He may be heterodox, he may skateboard, but he is a right winger. He's identifying himself that way. Go ahead.
Not saying that. But we need more people in the space. We need more investment. We need, they're outright saying they want more Hassan Pikers. Well, we want more Brett Coopers. We want more people who are going to be calling out the lies, the cheating, and the stealing. And if we don't focus on like Reagan and Brett are of comparable cultural worldview, despite any personal drama or beef that people may perceive. I don't know. I don't care. What we don't want is more Hassan Pikers. Hassan's welcome to come on the show and debate anytime. He's going to stand by his ideas, but
we want more Brett Coopers, and a Reagan and a Brett are comparable. I'll say from a capitalist perspective, one of them was asking for more money, and Reagan, the one who's going to take over the position, was going to take less. And this is why, like in our press, this is actually a huge problem, is experienced people who need to support families.
This is old school radio. That's how they used to push out old school radio DJs.
Through the press and replaced by interns. Ben Rhodes, Obama foreign policy guy, commented on this during the Obama administration, said none of these reporters know what the fuck history is. They have no idea what happened in South America, Central America. They don't know what we're talking about. So I'm talking to kids. That's not only ideological, that's money saving by our press.
Right.
100%.
Right.
If Democrats start reinforcing that space, we get crushed. They're going to pull in. Disney's going to have $1 billion in revenue, and they're going to say, let's allocate $500 million.
Then how come it hasn't happened, dude? Like, dude, I love the fact that he's just sitting here like, I'm scared that eventually the left is going to have a lot more funding and they're going to have more news networks. Oh no. Wait a minute, we're showing everything that we've been doing. Oops.
$500 million towards owning the podcast
we need
space.
less Beanie Babies.
They already largely control a lot of it. And while they come out and say
oh my God, he's literally having a Beanie Baby.
Conservatives are well-funded and organized, that's just not true. The majority of these people who are quote-unquote conservative, independent, the biggest names in the space, largely independent.
Pause it.
No big
Incidentally,
networks.
Tim Pool will tell you that he's independent after being paid millions of dollars.
Well, less if you're cutting checks, man.
Over the past 2 years from just some, rando.
Hey, the
Joe Rogan.
Just some rando.
Joe Rogan has taken money from Disney, Fox, Spotify, and Unilever.
Just some rando is funding me. I'm completely independent. Incidentally, it was like people from The Blaze was the way that he, gave the cover for this, fake Edward Gregorian. He may be independent, but there's so much money sloshing around there. They're all independent, except from where they get their money from, according to him. Go ahead.
The biggest names in the space, largely independent. No big networks. Then you look at these other popular podcasts, and they're more likely to have networks and be produced serialized shows coming from the corporate press.
Wait. So that's why he definitely, was. He wasn't being influenced at all because, it's normal.
And legacy media. It's changing. Rumble's doing a great job. Daily Wire's doing a great job. The Blaze, they're there as well.
Rumble, previously known as Cantor Fitzgerald Acquisition Corporation number 6.
Independent.
Isn't the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald Trump's commerce secretary?
Yeah, so,
independent
guys.
Everyone's saying, what, you don't think they're doing a great job? The Blaze is doing all right, but they need to do more. You've got these networks, they could do better. So in response to what we're seeing here, as it pertains to NDAs, I want to cover this and highlight this because Candace did respond based on my last post. For those that aren't familiar,
wait a minute, did he just accidentally slip up and just say they have an
NDA? I basically
NDA?
said that Brett leaving the Daily Wire is likely a contract dispute. They didn't come to terms, so she went to do her own channel. So long as she gets good advice and she knows what she's doing, she should be totally fine. I do have concerns about the launching of her channel as of yet without any content on it. That could be a big risk as it creates dead subs. I want to stress that because I hope people around
I don't care about this.
Yeah, this is
okay,
stupid.
whatever.
Well, what's fascinating about it to me is if it is the case that he knows that it's a contract dispute because he's getting inside information from the from the Daily Wire. Like, I wonder, when you sign an NDA like that, it's usually there's a mutual non-disparagement clause to it. And I should say, just full disclosure, I have never produced an NDA that anybody who has worked around me or for me has had to sign at any time.
But a lot of people in media, it's like, I would say more.
Les, she didn't leave the Daily Wire. They're producing a movie for her to star in. I don't know about that, man, because she's already starting a new show.
Common than it's not.
No, yeah, I think she left the Daily Wire, man.
I was
shocked at how common it is.
100%.
Yep.
But there's usually a non-disparagement. Usually it works for the employer, but there's usually a non-disparagement. I wonder if Poole spoke out of school and then has to sort of backtrack a little bit because he may have had information that...
It's almost like he should stay in the shallow end.
was sort of inside information from the employer, and you're not allowed to do that either.
And he's acting like it's just, I'm just assessing this.
Oh, now he's going to be like, I'm just guessing that she asked for more money, which is weird. That's a weird guess. I wouldn't necessarily have assumed that.
Right.
It could be.
To be fair, I did.
No.
Well, it could be. I mean, look, Candace Owens, was she asking for more money? No, I mean, they had a very public spat. But, a lot of times, but he's assuming that she's asking for more money. And it looks to me like he's doing some repair. That somebody said, Tim, what are you doing? You're not supposed to know that. And he's going out and making a video and larding up all of the video, but basically to make sure that he is out of any type of liability. Now, of course, this is all my opinion. I'm just speculating. But I don't have any inside information on this, and nothing that certainly could be seemed as defamatory, because I'm just saying it's speculation on my part. I don't know anybody within the Tim Pool organization that has given me any information about stuff like this.
But if Brett Cooper's lawyer wants to have us testify.
I mean, I don't know. It's quite possible there are people who are privy to what's going on in the Tim Pool organization, because there's a lot of dissent there that is brewing because they're a little bit upset and worried that, wait a second, we moved here with my family from, I don't know, a coast, let's say, and settled in this place, and I can't get another job, and I got to move again for the second time in like a couple of years. Are you kidding me? But who knows? Interesting to see what's going on with that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll see if Tim goes up.
Ever used to style your hair in a bun? Tim could use a solid sidekick. I did, actually.
Over to the Daily Wire. It's going to really have to change his messaging.
Yeah.
Us. We over at the Daily Wire. I think he might kind of...
He's been doing that for like a year or so.
Yeah, but once you're actually in that stable, I think it's going to be harder to stand out.
It's what we've seen. The luster's off for Jimmy Dore. The luster's off for Dave Rubin. The luster will be off for Tim Pool. Once you've worn out the gimmick of like being a disaffected leftist or whatever Tim would have said, then you're kind of screwed. Because you've got to actually communicate. Like, then they'll just go to the real thing.
Should we do this number 16? There's one.
Well, I got to check.
You and Kyle?
I mean.
She's so over it. She's probably seen the clip pop up on YouTube a few times.
Oh, yeah. I guess we should do the War on Christmas. Folks, every year we play this. It's sort of our own holiday tradition.
I love this. All right.
I think it was about 20 years ago now.
Judging by the screen grab here.
Oh, yeah. No, this is still like 3x4. Like, this is...
Oh, man.
This was shot on a Pixel Vision. So around the time of 2004, 2005, Bill O'Reilly and a bunch of the Fox people, and it's lessened over the years. Sometimes you hear squeaks about it, and Donald Trump certainly said when I was president, you could say Merry Christmas. This is sort of like the old school.
I don't know that that Asian lady on the Piers Morgan debate yesterday. You know, the old God. What was her position with the Democratic Party? Like, she was a finance chair with the Harris campaign. She just, you know, as they're leaving, she's like, "We can say Merry Christmas again." Like, dude, she's so deep into the grift.
Way of distracting. And you can't believe how much of a distraction it was. They were making up this war on Christmas thing, and it was a way to activate their Christian voters. And to a large extent, I think their Christian voters are all activated now. And so they don't need to do this base of it. They use transphobia to do it. But George Bush was driving people out to, you know, across the country for the 2004 election to vote against marriage equality. And the other thing that was happening was this sort of like scare that there was going to be no more Christmas. And you can look around and see how much Christmas is around you this time of year. In fact, it almost feels less to me a little bit than
like
normal.
The Cold War on Christmas is being won by
I think
us.
part of it is because
Guys, sound off in
supposedly,
chat.
like,
Has it felt like just a Christmas season? Because I don't know why, but this season, it's so hard to actually like feel like it's Christmas.
Thanksgiving was late in the month this year.
Hey.
The third Thursday was like the 28th, as opposed to something like the 23rd or 4th. And so there was like a half a week that was lost. And nevertheless, there was plenty of Christmas 20 years ago. And I had this notion, like, maybe I'll get invited. Maybe there's a way for me to sneak onto Bill O'Reilly and pretend like I am an actual organization fighting the war on Christmas, convince them they should have me on. But I was doing Air America Radio at the time, and it was a little tougher to fake out Fox. And but I got a call just out of the blue to go on CNN to talk about it. And the best thing that happened to me on this, I had basically planned, you know, to take this tact, but they were going to go to the guy from Concerned Women of America, the guy who was talking about the war on Christmas, but his earpiece was not in just the second before we went live, or he couldn't hear, and so they decided to go to me first, and that made his job very, very difficult. This is a young Sam Cedar.
Well, Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays? A Christmas tree or a holiday tree? Which should it be? Depends on
my God, that haircut immediately just took me right back to high school.
whom you ask. We've seen controversy most notably prompted by the White House. It sent out cards, this card matter of fact, wishing a holiday season of hope and happiness. No mention of Christmas. Some thoughts now on the subject. Sam Teeter hosts the show Majority Report on Air America Radio. Bob Knight is the director of the Culture and Family Institute. It's affiliated with the Christian conservative organization Concerned Women for America. Gentlemen, great to have you with me.
Thanks for having us on.
All right, well, let's start with the holiday card. What do you think, Sam?
Well, listen, you know, as far as the war on Christmas goes, I feel like we should be waging a war on Christmas. I mean, I believe that Christmas, it's almost proven that Christmas has nuclear weapons, can be an imminent threat to this country, that they have operative ties with terrorists, and I believe that we should sacrifice thousands of American lives in pursuit of this war on Christmas, and hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money.
Well, Sam, is it a war on Christmas, a war on Christians, a war on political...
I was obviously trying to draw a parallel between our involvement in the Iraq War and the war on Christmas. I think that might be obvious to people. And I was not prepared for her not to listen to a single word I say and just ask the next question she had on her piece of paper.
Yeah, she just
kept going. Go back and you can see, like, I almost dropped character a little bit here, but I go back into it.
It could be an imminent threat to this country, that they have operative ties with terrorists, and I believe that we should sacrifice thousands of American lives in pursuit of this war on Christmas, and hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money.
Well, Sam, is it a war on Christmas, a war on Christians, a war on over political correctness, or just a lot of people with way too much time on their hands?
Well, I would say... probably, if I was to be serious about it, too much time on their hands. But I'd like to get back to the operational ties between Santa Claus and Al-Qaeda.
I don't think that exists. Bob?
Well, we have
Help
intelligence.
me out here.
We have intelligence.
You have intel. And where exactly does your intel come from?
Well, we have tortured an elf. And that's it's actually how we got the same information from Al-Libi. That's exactly the same way the Bush administration got this info about the operational ties between Al-Qaeda and Saddam.
Okay, Bob Knight. Sam is tying in now the lack of information regarding weapons of mass destruction and somehow moving that into Santa Claus. Help me out here. What's going on? I mean, is this a war on Christians, a war on Christmas? Is this too much political correctness?
Yeah, well, it was first I want to compliment him on his dry humor, but this is actually a very serious subject because a lot of people are waking up to realize that the war on Christmas is really the culmination of a war on faith, and the idea that the public square has to be cleansed of any religious expression, particularly Christian religious expression. You know, once
this was a huge thing. I'm not even kidding. This was a huge deal in my school. Like, we used to talk about it a lot.
Was a
and it was the subject of a lot of different sermons where they were just like, don't get bogged down by the war on Christmas.
Addition to Merry Christmas. So you wouldn't say the same thing over and over again. But a lot of people now see it as a substitute, and it's very gratuitous at times, and it's actually insulting when you're talking about Christmas Day or a Christmas tree, and you can't bring yourself to use the word for fear of offending someone. In the name of diversity, we're a less free country when that happens.
It's interesting, Sam,
Pause it for a second. I mean, do you understand, like, the development of where we are today, right? You can see the aggrievement. You can see the, like, you know, we are a less free country because, I mean, put aside, let's just assume that there were people out there who were like, I'm not going to say the word Christmas. I'm going to say happy holidays because I am so, like, adamant on cleansing Christmas from the square. Just assume that there are people out there.
It's just to show how woke you were.
Not an offense to freedom of speech that you say that. Like, it's like they both lie about the premise and then create an aggrievement that doesn't exist, but out of this false premise. This is exactly the formula that we have seen Donald Trump take to the nth degree, and it started in these sort of like right-wing fundamentalist spaces where you had people on the Supreme Court at that time who were trying to develop this notion of religious freedom. Like the idea that, like, if I'm a pharmacist, I don't have to give out birth control because it is an offense to my religion. No, you are licensed to be a pharmacist. Your job is to dispense medicine, not to impose your religious edicts on what we consider medicine. You don't have to be a pharmacist. Nobody's forcing you to be a pharmacist. But this is the system that we have. And this is the way, this was all the sort of the like, this is where this recipe was being developed and perfected back then.
And the way freedom is like a freedom to say happy holiday or the freedom to trade on the Robin Hood app. It's like, is this really what Americans need to be liberated from?
Right.
Go ahead.
We're a less free country when that happens.
It's interesting, Sam, because, I mean, this is a time where, if anything, we want to be even more sensitive to diversity, considering everything that's happening with regard to war on terror. We're learning so much more about different religions, different ethnicities, trying to become more of one versus being segregated.
Yeah, well, Kara, I mean, listen, I would like Bob to tell me who is the person who has been offended by someone saying Merry Christmas to them. I've never met that person. I don't celebrate Christmas. But if someone says Merry Christmas to me, and I either think, well, it's a little bit odd. It's like me saying Happy Birthday to you on my birthday. But, you know, no one cares. But I'll tell you this.
You know what? That's actually a good argument right there.
As we wage the war on the war on the war on the war on Christmas on our radio show, News Corp, Fox News, those people who have started this entire war on Christmas meme, fake war, they're having a holiday party. President Bush saying happy holidays, Tokyo Rose, Laura Bush, saying happy holidays to her dogs in the video. I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, these are the things that we should be talking about When we are waging this war in Iraq, we should be equating it to the war on Christmas. What else would Bob Knight have an opportunity to do? How else would he get on television if he wasn't pretending to be attacked?
You know, this would be funny, except it is serious to a lot of people who have seen their faith cleansed from the public square systematically.
Well, are you suggesting, Bob, that someone can't celebrate Christmas
it's illegal
in America?
to practice faith.
I mean, tell me about a person who can escape these
get a word in
celebrations.
here?
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm talking about things like in Ridgeway, Wisconsin, where the school children in the public school were told they couldn't sing Silent Night. So they substituted Oh Cold Night. You know, I think when you take Jesus out of anything, it gets pretty cold, so it's apt. But it's outrageous.
What? Or you sing any of the other thousands of fucking Christmas carols that don't have the connotation to Jesus.
They had children actually singing a
what?
bastardized version.
By the way, guys, 30 seconds. Load up and let's go. We're about to cheers.
Of Silent Night.
Well, Bob,
you see,
this may
Christmas
come as a
trees
shock to you,
called
Bob,
holiday trees.
But
It's
I don't
absurd.
consider Jesus the Messiah. And so if you're going to ask me to praise Jesus, I'm going to be a little offended. Well, I don't think the singing of the song that you can find other songs to sing. So what about Silent Night?
So because you're offended, none of those other kids can celebrate the great heritage of Christmas
I'm not the one who
carols
said
and
they
Christmas
couldn't do
music.
that. No, I'm not the one who
you're a
could do
Grinch,
it. But
sir.
you're trying to
That's all
force.
you are.
Why are you trying to force conversions on people?
Let me ask you guys.
Forcing
Let me
conversions by singing a Christmas carol.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you guys about the pressure that's been put on stores, for example. American Family Association called for the boycott of Target stores the weekend after Thanksgiving, accusing the chain of banning the phrase "Merry Christmas" from its stores.
Posit, I should also tell you, I am shocked that I'm still on air at this point. Like, this was supposed to be like a 4-minute segment, but it's clear the producer's going like, oh my God, I can't believe what's going on here. Just keep him on there and ask him more questions. And so this is what's going on. I'm shocked. I just didn't have like a third act for this.
Right. Well, but he gifts you one here, right? By
I start getting. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thanksgiving, accusing the chain of banning the phrase "Merry Christmas" from its stores. A charge.
Listen, even in the myth of Jesus in the Christian religion, no, he was actually born closer to March 13th.
At Target.
At my church, we actually used to celebrate March 13th as the theoretical actual birthday of Christ.
Denies. Pressure from conservative groups look like it has an impact here. Complaints
Sometimes I
from
wonder if it was like, we're taking 13 back.
the Catholic League. Walmart agreed to create a Christmas page on its website rather than a holiday page. And then Macy's, which is, perhaps more closely associated with Christmas than any other retailer, sent activists a letter touting its use of Merry Christmas in ads and store windows after it was the target of a small-scale boycott last year. I mean, this is pretty amazing, all these boycotts and pressuring all these stores, these businesses, Bob.
Well, these businesses are taking millions and millions of dollars in from Christians in particular and others who celebrate Christmas, giving gifts in the name of the Christmas season.
In the name of the Christmas season.
And yet
And we don't ever acknowledge the fact that most of it's pagan anyway. Yeah, nothing like the, you...
worried about offending...
Oh, Tannenbaum? Oh, no.
People like my opponent here that they don't want to mention the word Christmas. People are sick and
It's
tired
the
of it.
holiday time. I'm not your opponent. But
Well,
I do
yeah, you
agree with
are.
Bob.
Yeah, you are.
I do agree with Bob that I think what should happen is companies should calculate how much money they're getting from people who are celebrating Christmas.
Les Wiseman, apparently you don't live in near a city Target.
And provide exactly that much amount of Merry Christmas, because that is exactly how I would want any type of religious holiday to be
Exactly.
celebrated.
Nothing like shopping in the name of Jesus.
Would we be having the same argument about Hanukkah? I'm curious.
Would we have the same argument about Hanukkah?
Hanukkah is not the same as Christmas. It's not a major holiday for one thing, and this is the Christmas season. That's why billions of dollars are really being spent. It's Christmas.
Well, it's
Let me
also
put it
the
in
winter
perspective
solstice
for a
season,
minute.
too.
I don't know, Bob. People might argue that Hanukkah is just as big as Christmas.
Well, no, I would have to agree with Bob. I would have.
Are we really arguing that? No, come on. No, maybe you're trying to play the nice game where it's like, well, it matters as much, but no. If it's as big as Christmas, I'm sorry that I didn't catch that whole the Hanukkah parade, and I also didn't catch the lighting of the ceremonial.
None of them says Hanukkah.
Oh my God, I almost said
No,
yarmulke.
is not a high holiday. Our high holidays are Rosh
what's it
Hashanah and
called?
Yom
Right.
Kippur,
The
which I'm
candle
sure
thing.
Bob has been protesting why there aren't more Yom Kippur sales or Rosh Hashanah sales. Well, I mean, why shouldn't they be, right, Bob?
Well, if that was associated with that holiday, then maybe I would join you, but it never has been.
Bob,
so
have you
it's a
ever
moot issue.
protested Martin Luther King Day not being celebrated? I mean, do you resent when people don't say Happy
come
Martin
on.
Luther King Day a
This
month out
fucking
in
cat.
advance?
You know what?
Let's put this in perspective.
Put it in, let me be, and Bob, I want you to be able to respond. But what's interesting,
Okay.
the CNA USA Today Gallup poll, the question was, is it okay for people to say Merry Christmas? 88% said yes, 11% said no.
Yeah, well, 96% of Americans celebrate Christmas. So why would we care about the
So what's the war,
offending
Bob?
4% that get offended by it? I don't know anybody who'd be offended by someone wishing someone a Merry
Why
Christmas.
do we care? Why are we making all the changes, Bob? I mean, we do.
Yeah,
We do.
Bob, where's the war? Where are the battle lines? I mean, you can tell me that
battle line-
Silent Night
Ken,
can't be
history,
found
get a minute.
in one school in Wisconsin.
That's just one example. That's not the totality. So don't
What is
create
the
that straw
totality?
man.
The totality is 80. You brought it up. The
Yeah, you're the one
totality
who
is
did.
88% of the American population has no problem with it. You don't care about the people who don't celebrate Christmas. Fine. But I don't celebrate Christmas, and I don't care. So why are we wasting everybody's time? It's so that you can fundraise. That's why, Bob.
I'd like
and
to
I
put
think
this
you know
in
that's the truth.
perspective.
Bob, I gotta let you have the final thought, Bob.
Okay, you know, when the Nazis moved into Austria in
Oh, that is
1936,
offensive, Bob.
they immediately
to raise
removed Christmas
Nazis
from the schools.
That
you
is
read about it.
Hold on, let Bob, hold on, Sam.
You
Let Bob
can't
make
even
his
let me
point. Let
speak,
Bob
can you? You're
make his
so-
point. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, Maria Trapp wrote the story of the Trapp singers that's in The Sound of Music. And she said she sent her kids to school after
This freaking dork.
the Nazis took
Oh
over.
my God.
And they came home and said, Mama, we can't say the word Christmas anymore. It's now winter holiday. I think
the hills are alive
that order
with the sound of winter holiday.
disturb people
Kira,
that we're
that's
moving toward that
offensive.
kind of attitude in this country.
The Puritans also outlawed Christmas. The founding fathers of this country would fine you in Massachusetts if you celebrated Christmas at the beginning. So don't talk about Nazis, Bob. I
Well-
think that's really inappropriate. Why do
Well,
you have
let's
to
go
bring
to the
hate
Soviet
to
Union
this
then,
Christmas
too. They had
and holiday
Grandfather
season?
Frost.
That's so sad, Bob.
Well, it's the
so
truth.
sad.
That's so
You ought to read the book yourself.
Well,
and
Bob, it's
change
just
your mind.
sad that you have to raise Nazis when you're talking about Christmas and the holiday season. And we all know that Christmas actually, Tannenbaum, it's a German holiday. And Bob, I'm really disappointed. in you.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but if you can't understand the force of history,
To bring
I'm not-
up
I'm not
Nazis,
calling
Bob?
you a
Again, I mean, this is where you just go, dude. You adopted everything from fucking paganism and then just took it.
Oh, God.
Like what?
Oh, who are you calling a
Gentlemen,
Nazi?
gentlemen,
Who
we
are
gotta-
you calling a Nazi?
We gotta
sir?
let it there.
I'm not.
We could probably continue.
You are, sir.
Sam.
You are, sir.
I'm offended.
Eric
Seriously offended.
Bob Knight, Director of Culture and Family Institute. Gentlemen, obviously,
That was
was a
really
great
nice of
ending.
him to give you a Christmas gift in celebration.
That was my
God, that was
favorite.
funny.
Invoking Nazis at the end.
Yes, that was my favorite part of that. Was just the false indignation
Or
about
just
him calling me a Nazi.
Over the course of 10 minutes, him beginning being the one who's outraged to you being able to flip it where you're the one who's offended
Yeah. Oh,
is
God.
my favorite. It's just,
I did like that.
it is a beautiful trajectory. I will admit, I've sent that around to people just to give, for people to have some familiarity with
so
you.
You
funny.
harassing a guy like Bob was perfect.
Those were the
practice for
days.
Bob's
Nazis,
Burgers.
Bob!
Yes, well, someone actually just said, Noel from San Francisco, I'm only listening. I don't remember this episode where Hugo and Bob argue over Christmas. It's true. And back then, too, when I would, and not that I don't do that now, but back then in particular, when I was like getting excited, my register would raise more than it does now.
Evoking your Bob's Burgers character.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not so much of a voice artist that I can make that much of a distinction. All right.
Yeah. Well, that was the majority report segment. I felt like that was a good way to wrap up the year. That was a nice little surprise with the AOC interview. They kind of kept that one hidden. So I was kind of shocked. Well, kind of shocked. No, I was shocked when I saw it. I was like, oh, no way. And then Ryan Grimm right afterwards. Definitely a good guest to end with. But Yeah, this one, now it feels like Christmas, because I had asked in the chat here if it had felt like Christmas. Somebody said yes, that, you know, they saw more Christmas decorations. I'm just speaking for myself. I have noticed that there is definitely, like, less of the Christmas, you know, spirit out there. Bloodstone by Stars. Yeah, we shouldn't be feeling this down on human holidays. People celebrate every year with no problem, and now over time there's just something that keeps getting us away from enjoying stuff. Yeah. Thank you. No, okay, so maybe I'm not the only one that's like losing the ability to just feel joy, because like I feel like, yeah, occasionally I'm just like, I can't enjoy this. I think it's money and people just being assholes, to be honest. Actually a pretty good take. I can't say anything else except I agree. So, never feels like Xmas till Bob starts spouting off about Nazi. I mean, at this point, I think this is going to become just the thing where, yeah, at least on this channel, anytime that they go on Christmas break and they cover it, we're going to cover it. And we're going to laugh just as much as we did today, because it is so... Dude, the way that it keeps going, and that moment where you see Sam just go, oh, he's still in, because he even kind of made the just, huh? Oh shit, he's still in? There's nothing funnier than that. Well, everybody, I hope you enjoyed that segment. And if you haven't already, leave a like on the stream. Also, like the video when this is released as a on demand, and sub to the channel. I really appreciate it. Trying to get to that 1,000, and we're, I think, let's see. We were 11. I think we're still 11. Yeah, we're 11 away. So you could be that 1,000th. So hit that sub button. Let's go. And then also, join me on Twitch. I'm getting close to that 50 followers, so I would also appreciate that. So, thank you for the support. Alrighty. Alright, for anybody new here, it is the 420 fun half on the program, so appropriate that I'm just jacking everything from... Majority Report today. It's like, I'm gonna watch a lot of your content, and then I'm also taking the fun half. But I like the 420 fun half. 420 fun half. Let me look something up real quick. Cool. No, we're good. Apparently 420 is still fine. Because not enough people, I guess not enough people know. So, cool. Alrighty. All right. So, there's a disturbing lack of Duke in this chat today. Although, Jim, I feel like you're cool. You're doing sorry if I called you out there a little bit earlier, but oh shit. One of our regular viewers is now local to me right now, so that's cool. Literally just said, he's like, I'm on the freeway, on like the freeway. I'm like, oh shit. Well, that's cool. Visiting the folks. Yeah, actually, I should probably cover that real quick. I am going to be live for the next week and week after that. So if you are looking for live new content, come and check out the show. I will, it'll just be, good times. Gonna be playing some Marvel Rivals coming up here, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. Call it Mary Jane. They don't know that one. Mary Jane, she loves me just the same. I love that. Alrighty, let's see. What do we have here? Anything fun on the news front? Besides us, Oh. Well, that's kind of good news, I guess. Senate confirms 235th Biden judge, surpassing Trump's record. Is Rivals good? Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you're playing it on PC. I have been having a good time with it, so. My only issue is that I have been running into the problem of, like, the lobbies and wanting the character that you want, so I've become just okay with Jeff the Land Shark. But then even he's been taken lately, so I'm a little, like, whatever. I'm hoping to be live longer than that. Ha 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 ha, Jim. You're cheeky today. We're definitely in the mood. Yeah, sorry if I put you on the spot with the chauvinism stuff, but you were kind of doing a chauvinism, so yeah. As much as I do have that confusing rule where I try not to comment on people's looks, and especially like if they have a mental disorder, but yeah. No, you were doing the ones that make me uncomfortable. I don't like, just blatantly being like, well, like, because I understand what you were doing and who you were quoting, but I don't think a lot of people were reading it that way. So I just hope you know that. But all right, really, come on, man. These damn bots. Get the bots out. No bots. All right. 7. Well, guys, if you are new to the channel and haven't subbed already, please do. We are trying to reach that 1,000, and I would like to do it by Christmas. So, that is my thing. Free product placement for that corporation. Sad part is I never really drink soda anymore, but they had such a good deal at our local grocery store that we just ended up buying a whole bunch, and yeah, I kind of felt like my blood sugar was just getting low, so I'm like, oh yeah, I got those. So just a Sprite though, so ooh, exciting. Make sure I don't drink too many of those guys. I might get a little out. Because that can happen any more than I already am. Oh. Alright, I got one more thing I wanted to cover. It's going to be fun, so... Sorry. I listen to rap. I mean, if that's the case, then who's your fave? I'm a big fan of A Tribe Called Quest, so... I also, yeah, shit. Hold on. I lost my link again. Oh, there it is. Cool. All right. We're going to cover a DarkMatter2525 video. It is why some deaths are celebrated. So let's find out why some deaths are celebrated and others aren't, and get a nice little look at our social situation.
When I was a little kid, sometimes my grandfather would talk about World War II. He said everyone was so happy when Germany finally started getting bombed. At last, they were getting a taste of what they had been doing to us and to so many others. I always saw my grandfather as such a good and honest man, a man of great integrity, a peace-loving man. Yet he was happy about such widespread violence, indiscriminately blanketing an entire populace with fire and fury.
Doggy needs to go outside.
But consider the context of his time. Consider what the Nazis had done up until then, what they put people through, and the only tools we had to stop it. When faced with great injustice, even the best of us will turn to violence. Even the best of us will be glad for violence. That's what I don't want it to come to. You should do everything in your power to avoid the point in which violence becomes necessary. Because only then, only when all peaceful avenues have been exhausted, can violence be justified. And that's a hell of a thing, because violence is ugly. We have a natural revulsion to it. It takes a lot of anger to overcome such disgust. A beating, a stabbing, a shooting can all be such disturbing things to see. That's when violence is at its most explicit and visceral, direct physical contact between opposing people. Far more violence can be done with the stroke of a pen, however. A pen that seals fates, because after all, the pen is mightier than the sword. Violence can be cloaked by a labyrinth of bureaucracy. But that only works for so long before people start to understand who is really affecting their lives and why. Propaganda has limits. It can only contradict material reality up until a certain point. So you can't rely on that forever. At a societal level, those with the real responsibility to avoid violence lie not with the people, but with the powerful. Those with power can freely choose to do what's right or wrong. The choice is yours, but the results are quite different. You have the power to take it all, but the world that would result from that is not a world you would want to live in. During the full 100 years of the 20th century, there were 360 school shootings in the United States. We are still in the first quarter of the 21st century, and yet so far in the 21st century, there have been 575 school shootings. Already far more than the entirety of the 20th century. Now, some of these school shooters were inspired by each other and copied each other, yet they were all universally hated. Everyone was disgusted by what they did. They were seen as monsters. Soon it became anathema to even speak their names. They terrified regular people, people like myself, as I have a child in school. Even if I didn't, though, I would still be horrified by it. Everybody knows that children don't deserve to be killed. Well, most of us know that. Yet despite how hated those killers were, it kept happening. And now it happens more than ever before. So here's a hypothetical for you. If it can become a trend to commit an act of violence that makes you hated, can it become a trend to commit an act of violence that makes you beloved? It seems to me like that's at least possible, if not likely. And I say that without moral judgment of my own. I'm not advocating it, I'm examining it and presenting it for consideration. There are around 20,000 murders per year in the United States. Of course, you don't hear about the vast majority of them. People like my brother-in-law, who fought back against a couple of muggers and was shot in the head for it.
Real quick, guys, what do you think if I just started broadcasting like this? I mean, just kind of staring off at my screen like this, because, I mean...
I believe they got away with about
I'm not sure if I like
$20. There was a single paragraph about it in a local newspaper. That's it. The murderers were never caught. The police did not seem to care all that much. To them, it was boring, routine. It was as if they already knew the killers would never be caught. They were already written off. But it's a very different story when someone of note is killed. What I saw among the general public recently after the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO was quite unprecedented. People were certainly united, weren't they? The media tried to condemn it, and some tried to twist it into partisan politics, but that did not seem to work. Neither right nor left mattered. People were united across the political spectrum, which is unusual because that devious spectrum itself exists to divide us and to keep us fighting amongst.
Scott Lacoste, it kind of looks like he's sitting there talking to someone else. The thing is, he in his short form videos, he does the same thing. Like, he films it the same way.
Ourselves rather than for our own self-interests. It's exceedingly proficient at pitting us against each other. But for a moment, out of the countless shootings in this country, there was actually one that most of the public, at the very least, did not mind, regardless of political affiliation. It was a unification of sentiment I had not seen since the killing of Osama bin Laden, and he was guilty of an act of terrorism that took 3,000 lives. What if your death had a similar reaction? That's a hell of a thing, isn't it? Imagine millions of people either celebrating your death or at the very least not minding it. It's a scary thought. I would imagine that it's at least disconcerting for the peers.
Comrade Lenin, government shutdown prevented as always, yeah.
Of that CEO.
Yeah, I covered it live.
Especially as they...
I'll be honest, I didn't think they were going to let it shut down.
Try to live in a society that cheered for his killer. A society that is more heavily armed than ever before. I fear that his peers will take away the exact wrong message, which will be the status quo plus more security. To the peers of that CEO, I don't want to see you be killed. I don't even want there to be a death penalty. But I'd much rather see you be the change so that people have no desire to kill you. And I want that to be the reason that you are no longer in danger. It wasn't like the CEO was a well-known man, not like Osama bin Laden was. We all know that the vast majority of people who cheered for his death did not know his name the day before he was killed. If you asked anyone on the street who Brian Thompson was, they wouldn't know, and a lot of them probably still wouldn't know. But what they do know is what the company he worked for does, and that's all they need to know. So it's not even about personal hatred. That CEO could have been anybody. It was what he represented that mattered. It was what he agreed to do in his profession that angered everyday, regular people. When your chosen profession affects the lives of millions of people, ethical behavior is absolutely mandatory. But what if your profession itself makes ethical behavior impossible? Well, then nobody should be doing it in the first place, and the mere act of doing it becomes an indictment. What if more people died because of you than because of bin Laden? Not because of any sort of ideological hatred, not because of explicit, highly visible violence like flying planes into buildings, but merely because it's part of doing business. A stroke of the pen. It's so much more civil, isn't it? It allows you to pretend that you have the moral high ground. We have the ability to save your life, but somebody else's pen said no. We have the ability to stop your pain, but somebody else's pen said no. It may seem ridiculous to compare that to Nazis and jihadists, but the only real difference is in their reasons. They're all overseers of pain, suffering, and death. Some do it because of hatred, while others do it for profit. It's nothing personal to them, but of course, to you, it's the most personal it can be. It's your life. In the end, though, no matter how someone dies, the fact that they died carries an impact, and that works both ways. 10 days after the United Healthcare CEO was killed, the billionaire founder of the Mango fashion company died in a hiking accident. He fell 150 feet to his death. The comments I saw on that news story could not exactly be described as sad. What's going on here? Did these commenters know that man? Did they wake up feeling wronged by that man? Did they even know his name before that day? Probably not. What he did do, however, was accumulate billions of dollars during a time when many of us are struggling. That's what those who did not care about his death understood. Now, some people will mistake that for envy, but that's far too simplistic. It's okay to be rich and successful, but the degree and the context matters. If a lion was gorging himself on a buffalo carcass and swatted away the other members of his pride, that would not be an accurate analogy to describe what's currently going on in our society, to accurately describe it. The pride would have to be on the brink of starvation.
Yo, Ice. What's up?
And the greedy lion would have to be hoarding thousands of buffalo carcasses, more than he could ever eat, and swatting the pride away from all of those carcasses nonetheless. And if the pride should kill their own buffalo, then the lion would take it and add it to his forbidden mountain of carcasses. We would immediately recognize the absurdity of such a lion.
Yeah.
We would not try to defend it as ambition or admirable in any way. It's only partially about healthcare, you see. That's what others need to understand. I'll get into that shortly. But as far as healthcare goes, for the longest time, we were made to believe bad and expensive healthcare with insurance company battles was just a part of reality, and that it was unrealistic to expect otherwise. It was fantasy to live in a world where you could receive quality healthcare and not be charged a lot of money for it. But then the internet happened, and the world got a lot smaller, a lot more connected, and we started hearing about how other countries have free healthcare. So then they started arguing that it's not exactly free because they have to pay for it in their taxes. But as it turns out, it would be less expensive to pay for it through your taxes than through a bloated, greedy middleman that can base your medical care on their profits. It's
in all ways. That's what's fucking crazy. Like, this doesn't just apply to the actual cost of the care. It goes down to like the cost of the actual God, what's the word I'm looking for? The tools. Like the tools. It goes down. Like, it actually pays doctors more. Like, there's so many things that would, you know, help us benefit from that. But no. Those few people got to keep all their money.
Fully understood that a person with limited means can easily be discouraged from and even incapable of legally challenging a massive corporation, especially while going through serious medical issues. After all, such corporations are bigger than any of us. They're quasi-governments. Even though they're not alive, they're classified as people. But everyone understands that's a legal fiction to protect the people behind them. Some of you watching this video make around $30,000 a year or less. The CEO of United Healthcare made $30,000 a day. His job was to determine the best possible ways to choose money over stopping pain, suffering, and death. For that, he made $30,000 a day. He did not die while attending a patient's meeting. He died while attending an investor's meeting. Those close to him defended him by claiming that indeed there are problems with the way we do health insurance in this country. But that's not his fault, they say. It's
Again, this idea that these people are even ever going to be able to spend this money. Like, we are just what's really sick is we are just propagating this class where they have literally more money than God, because they'll die and their kids won't, their grandkids, their great grandkids will not be able to go through that amount of money. It is insane what we are doing as a species and allowing it.
The system's fault. Nobody forced him to do that job, though, and nobody forced that particular company to be the very worst offender of the system.
Yep.
You can't be the very best at profiting off the system and then claim to wish the system were different.
Mm-hmm.
That's an obvious lie. And if the very people in charge of the system can't be blamed, then who can be? They're the reason healthcare is so expensive in the first place. The CEO of the parent company of United Healthcare said that he's super proud to be part of an organization that does so much good for so many. Every one of us regular people recognizes that as PR bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't be further from the
Man,
truth.
He's crushing
He also
this.
said this.
And we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it. And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable. So we're going to continue to make that case. We will continue to do the work we do. I encourage you to tune out that critical noise that we're hearing right now. And what we know to be true is that the health system needs a company like United Health Group, and it needs people like Brian within it.
Holy shit.
Now consider the
that guy is
context
literally...
of that quote. First of all, insurance companies have no business making medical decisions to decide what's necessary. And second of all, United Health Group makes record profits every single year, while Americans struggle more and more every single year. So I don't want to hear about his version of unsustainability. What he really means is that the level of profit margin that they currently enjoy would be unsustainable. So people are going to have to be sacrificed on that altar, the altar of sustained high profits. That's what he really means. And the news media flooded us with puff pieces about how wonderful this other CEO, Brian Thompson, was, and how the positive reaction to his death was appalling, or was only a fringe few. That's a lie. It wasn't a fringe few. They're desperately trying to craft a narrative right now, one that paints regular...
And the mainstream media's, they're totally... Guess who they're paying for it?
People as monsters. Though I would not celebrate his death.
How do you sleep at night after lying through your teeth about the murder your company does every single night or every single day? Yep. Well,
or anyone else's death. I don't really blame people who do.
That's honestly why I'm not one of these people. I don't feel like I've lost my humanity for cheering this. I'm sorry. I don't. No, because he made a really good point about bin Laden. Just ask any American. Just ask any of us. And then and frame it in the way. So are you telling me that you're sad about bin Laden's death? Yeah. And watch, if they have to be, the holier than thou, like, yes, because I'm 100% humanist. Fuck that.
They've been through worse than I have. You can't expect them to be emotionless robots, emotionless like the people who seal their fates with the stroke of a pen. That may look civil, though it's anything but.
Yeah, and now they're talking about making CEOs a protected class, and you still have these fucking bootlickers that are just like, you know what? The billionaires are looking out for us. I love Elon Musk. Elon Musk and Daddy Trump. I love my daddy. I just need I need the Daddy Trump. If Daddy Trump isn't there, then I feel lost.
In this CBS piece, it says that at an investor meeting last year, the CEO of United Healthcare outlined, quote, value-based care to keep patients healthy rather than focusing on treating them when they get sick. CEOs love lying to investors. I'm fully covered under United Healthcare. This year, after I got flu shots for my whole family, you know what else I got? A bill in the mail for the flu shots. All these people do is lie. And that's nothing compared to what others deal with. I can't even imagine the agony of dealing with financial battles, thinking you're covered, while having to endure a medical crisis, or watching a loved one endure a medical crisis while you have to worry about losing everything you have. But you better not get emotional about it. That's just abhorrent. And un-American.
Yep.
They're ambitious,
they're literally pushing,
business,
and they're saying it more and more. Just watch any story talking about Luigi on the mainstream media right now, and that's exactly how they talk about it.
You see? So watch your loved one wither away along with the rest of your life savings. And for goodness sake, don't be so crass as to show a lack of concern when misfortune falls upon those in charge of that system. How dare you? That's what they're really telling you. Take it and be polite about it. Because if people get angry, then it's not because of what's being done to them, no, but because you incited them. That's the talking point, see? The truth is, though, this is only a fraction of what's happening. Healthcare is only one aspect. What you have to understand is that getting away with unethical behavior directly correlates to how many people you affect. Wrong one person, and you might get away with it, sure. Like those guys who killed my brother-in-law. Wrong millions, and you have a much bigger problem to navigate. When somebody wrongs you, there's a visceral feeling of violation. If someone points a gun in your face and takes your wallet, it's a feeling that stays with you for the rest of your life. Coming home and finding that your house has been broken into is a grotesque feeling. Some stranger coming into your life and taking something from you, something that you worked for, can feel like a partial death, and in a way it is. How many hours, days, or even years of work did it take to purchase that which was stolen from you? In a way, all that time you worked was stolen too, and time is the only thing you truly have in this world. People only tolerate that up until a certain point, and after that point they become ready, willing, and able to fight for what they have. Videos of robberies are easy to spread online. They anger people.
I don't know why this comment, Jesus left Chicago and he was bound for New Orleans, just literally, it distracted me a little bit, but it also like immediately had I got a song stuck in my head. I was just down in Mississippi, down in New Orleans.
Robber is thwarted somehow. People really love to see that. It's a very visible crime, and as such, a lot of people fear it and prepare for it by arming themselves. And there is very little compassion for criminals willing to threaten or commit violence against others, to steal their belongings. In my video called Weaponizing Young Men with Fear, I talk about how people have poor risk assessment abilities, how they will irrationally fear things far less likely to happen than things far more likely to happen. That applies here as well. In the United States, every year, around $53 billion is stolen from people. Robberies only account for $0.34 billion in theft per year out of the $53 billion. That means robberies only account for 0.64% of what is stolen from Americans per year. That's what you see on the news and on Twitter, and what politicians use to sell themselves as the solution for rampant crime. So who on earth is stealing the other 99%? Well, $39.2 billion of the $52 billion is what companies steal from their employees per year. That's 74%. 74% of the theft in the United States per year is companies stealing from their employees. That's minimum wage violations, overtime violations, rest break violations, and off-the-clock violations. The truth is...
And then they just threaten you. Like, if you have any of those, if you even dare say anything about them having those violations, they'll just threaten your job.
That you do not have to worry about the poor stealing from you nearly as much as you have to worry about the wealthy stealing from you.
Yeah.
During the summer of 2020, there was widespread outrage and condemnation of the looting and rioting that caused $2 billion.
Not the Target, no! Our altar, no! Bullseye!
Worth of losses that year. $40 billion is stolen from us every year, quietly and deceptively, by companies. That's 20 summers of 2020, every single year. Not taking from companies like a Walgreens that was smashed up, or like a bunch of TVs taken from a Walmart. No. That $40 billion is what those companies steal from us, the people. There's just no videos of that to spread around online. It happens in much more boring ways, via paperwork or lack thereof, but it happens nonetheless. Imagine 20 of those violent summers every year, not in commercial districts, but in neighborhoods. That's the material cost affecting us. It does not happen with a crowbar or a Molotov. It happens with a pen. You know what's even more infuriating? That $40 billion is pennies. Pennies compared to what else is stolen from you. But it's not included in the statistics because technically it cannot be classified as stealing because it's legal. It's legal theft. But not just legal theft, it's also legal vandalism too. It's what companies and governments are doing to your environment. Now, some of you are rolling your eyes right now simply because the propaganda has not caught up to the material reality in ways that are obvious to everyone. Some people can still afford to deny it as they fall back on all the lies they've been told, but eventually that propaganda will be obsolete, and you'll be faced with the harsh reality of what has been done. There will be climate refugees and resource wars, the likes of which we've never seen before, and the people best equipped to survive it will be the ones who caused it. The people who lied to you and told you that it isn't happening were some of the first people to discover that it is happening. That's how egregious their lies were. They knew it was a problem long before most of us did. They knew what they were doing, but did it anyway, and then told you that what they were doing wasn't a problem. Citizens United versus the Federal Elections Commission was a 5-4 Supreme Court decision in 2010, which made it so that any corporation or nonprofit organization could spend as much money as they wanted on any political campaign, and it could be dark money, meaning that they didn't have to report it. This is, of course,
still insane,
how your government is bought. Incidentally, insurance company PACs donated $23 billion to candidates in 2024. What's interesting is that before this decision was made, there was actual bipartisan debate on climate change. But after that decision, the climate change debate became divided sharply along political lines. Facts don't care about your politics. They're true regardless of who you vote for. But the debate curiously changed after 2010. This is also around the time that a lot of propaganda campaigns around climate change started, usually promoted by politicians. But politicians aren't scientists. The media isn't science either. Never confuse a politician's lie or a media headline as actual scientific data. One of the more popular pieces of propaganda is that scientists are paid a lot of money to skew the science, and that the moneyed interests are in favor of green energy. This is the same
he's almost at a mill
tactic as a pedo who accuses everyone else.
He said 800,000, man.
Else of being pedos. It diverts attention because it makes it look like they care about the crime while being guilty of it. Look at what happened after the Citizens United Supreme Court decision. Oil and gas expenditures to Republican campaigns skyrocketed, and just enough money was given to Democrats to make them ineffective opposition. They started giving a hell of a lot of money away. So what were they getting in return? Hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies. Their investment paid off quite well for them. Not only do they make record profits, but they get tons of your tax dollars because the corporations and the government are working together like the mob. If you don't play ball, then they fund your political opponent and get them in office.
Oh, gee, that sounds suspiciously like exactly what happened today on the grandest scale of them all. It's not like honestly, this is why this one was so transparent, is because it wasn't just like a few billionaires or somebody in a special interest group. It was Elon effing Musk just saying, listen, if you dissent, we're primarying you, I'll pay for it.
Slip the people in control of the money some cash, and even line the government with your executives, and in return they deregulate and send you tons of subsidies that result in billions of dollars, which causes a market advantage that is about as far as you can get from free market capitalism as you could possibly imagine. Yet they want you to believe that anyone who is resistant to this corruption is somehow a hardcore communist, un-American, or anti-business. It's ridiculous Red Scare tactics. Get the regular people to fight among themselves, cause people to complain about the inner city mother of five getting food stamps and money for rent, which causes people to call her a welfare queen, while billions of your tax dollars are being siphoned off to the robber barons that are literally destroying your children's futures. And just like the pedo who cries pedo, they also cry about the dangers of wealth redistribution while conducting the most massive wealth redistribution that has ever occurred, complete with too big to fail bailouts, which are more aptly described as handouts. Privatize the profits, socialize the losses. This is reverse Robin Hood on a massive scale. But cheap energy is good, right? It helps everyone, doesn't it? We need oil, don't we? It's included in so many products.
The craziest thing is, even if they just they shed just a little bit and gave it back to us, like just to shut us up, they would still never even notice that amount was gone. That's what drives me nuts about this. They don't even know what they're hoarding at this point. They just know they need a bigger number.
Look, the only reason we supposedly need as much oil as we do is because our society was built around needing the oil industry. We built
our Bloodstone by Stars actually just said this. Our infrastructure, oh my God, is for cars, not people. Cars are for cars are where the money is at. F pedestrians and freedom to travel in the places that you live. Yeah,
an incredible.
Although I do have things about rural communities that doesn't work for. I can tell you right now.
Efficient society around cars rather than people. So we need to commute everywhere, wasting billions of dollars and years of our lives.
Marx Max.
We never needed to do that before, but we need to now, you see, because of the world that was built for us to inhabit. A concrete world of planned obsolescence, deliberate inefficiencies, and complete reliance on those who made it this way. It's like giving your doctor a baseball bat and letting him beat the shit out of you so that you need him to keep you alive. That's what we're doing right now. It's lunacy. But this is the world in which we were raised, so it feels normal.
We just had a dentist that was he was doing purposefully shoddy work to keep bringing his clients in, and they finally just caught him doing it.
In truth, it makes no sense for us.
Money doesn't feel real at this point anymore. No, I mean, the thing is, it's not. When they can keep raising the deficit and just keep printing the money, and then just letting these just few people hoard all of the imaginary money, it literally makes no sense, especially when the majority of us are fighting the dumbest battles. We're not even fighting over the money at this point. Because before they tried to keep it a class war within a class war, so we never looked at the actual perpetrator. Now it's the transes and Daddy Trump. You don't like my Daddy Trump. You disagree with me. I have such hardline stances that I just refuse to change.
It makes perfect sense for them, though, for the few. It's an advanced form of
Marie Antoinette. One can only hope.
Widespread robbery. You are living in the midst of the biggest criminal empire that has ever existed. And you are being robbed every single day. Not by the poor, but by the wealthy. And I'm not talking about people who are merely well off. Not your rich uncle, not your doctor, and not the small business owner who makes a good living. It's done by the people and companies with enough wealth to buy countries.
Yep.
The only reason it's not called criminal is because they paid off the people who make the laws. The criminals made it legal to do crime, and you are the victim. You're the mark. You just don't know it because it wasn't done with a gun or a knife. It was done with the stroke of a pen. So it looks so civilized. What's the result of all this? Well, the result is a massive hoarding of wealth. 80% of our country, 80%, has 7% of the wealth. The top 10% have 70% of the wealth, much of that being concentrated in the top 1%. That's not the result of a meritocracy. That's not a fair and free market at work. That is the result of corruption. The bottom 80% of our country that gets only 7% of the wealth has some of the most intelligent and hardworking people. 7% does not reflect their worth. 57% of Americans cannot afford a $1,000 emergency expense. That's 200 million Americans who can't afford $1,000.
Yep.
If every single one of them had a $1,000.
Yeah, and then we get chastised by the media because now they're doing the thing they're trying to split the middle class and the working class, and they're just trying to be here, fight it out. They're trying to do it again, where they're just well, look, the middle class guys have more than you. Be mad at them. Yeah, you see them at the store.
Dollar emergency expense right now. It would amount to $200 billion.
Don't look at us, guys. It's not our fault. Billionaires are good.
Which is less than half of what Elon Musk alone has. But didn't he make money from electric cars, which are better in terms of climate change? Well, Musk made much of his money by selling carbon credits so that other companies can pollute more. He essentially turned Tesla into a pollution company while maintaining green energy bragging rights. The bottom line is that our entire country is a store that's being looted, and it's almost empty. We got 7% left, and they're not going to leave that on the table either. That's not the nature of greed. Cancer is not rational. If it were, then it wouldn't kill you. It would grow just enough so that you could keep living, and thus the cancer could keep living too. But that's not how cancer works, and greed is like cancer. They will just keep taking and taking until it kills our society. I could show you some graphs, like the ones in this older video.
Here's that ideal we asked everyone about. Something like this curve. This isn't too bad. We've got some incentive, as the wealthiest folks are now about 10 to 20 times better off than the poorest Americans. But hey, even the poor folks aren't actually poor, since the poverty line has stayed almost entirely off the chart. We have a super healthy middle class with a smooth transition into wealth. And yes, Republicans and Democrats alike chose this curve. 9 out of 10 people, 92%, said this was a nice, ideal distribution of America's wealth. But let's move on. This is what people think America's wealth distribution actually looks like. Not as equitable, clearly, but for me, even this still looks pretty great. Yes, the poorest 20 to 30% are starting to suffer quite a lot compared to the ideal, and the middle class is certainly struggling more than they were, while the rich and wealthy are making roughly 100 times that of the poorest Americans, and about 10 times that of the still healthy middle class. Sadly, this isn't even close to the reality. Here is the actual distribution of wealth in America.
Holy shit.
The poorest Americans don't even register. They're down to pocket change. And the middle class is barely distinguishable from the poor. In fact, even the rich between the top 10 and 20 percentile are worse off. Only the top 10% are better off. And how much better off? So much better off that the top 2 to 5%.
Oh my God, you know who needs to see this? The person that they were talking about as far as like your local business owner, or the guy that thinks he makes as much as that top guy. He needs to see they need to see this so they can just be like, oh, wait a minute, we're not rich either. Oh no.
Are actually off the chart at this scale. And the top 1%, this guy, well, his stack of money stretches 10 times higher than we can show. Here's his stack of cash, restacked, all by itself. This is the top 1% we've been hearing so much about. So much green in his pockets that I have to give him a whole new column of his own, because he won't fit on my chart. 1% of America has 40% of all the nation's wealth. The bottom 80%, 8 out of every 10 people, or 80 out of these 100, only has 7% between them. And this has only gotten worse in the last 20 to 30 years. While the richest 1% take home almost a quarter of the national income today, in 1976, they took home only 9%, meaning their share of income has nearly tripled in the last 30 years. The top 1% own half the country's stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. The bottom 50% of Americans own only 0.5% of these investments, which means they aren't investing. They're just scraping by. I'm sure many of these wealthy people have worked very hard for their money, but do you really believe that the CEO is working 380 times harder than his average employee? Not his lowest paid employee, not the janitor, but the average earner in his company. The average worker needs to work more than a month to earn what the CEO makes in 1 hour. We certainly don't have to go all the way to socialism to find something that is fair for hardworking Americans. We don't even have to achieve what most of us.
But by all means, guys, let's keep fighting about, trans rights and like everything else. Jesus. Now this was so dejecting right now. Like this one hurts.
Be ideal. All we need to do is wake up and realize that the reality in this country is not at all what we.
Yeah, but here we are. You're woke. They even demonized that fucking word.
Notice the comments, all understanding how much worse it is now than it was then, and expressing concern about that. Graphs are nice, but for some people they just don't properly convey the message. So allow me to show you a video that makes a physical demonstration of it.
This is what wealth inequality in the United States actually looks like. This grain of rice represents $200,000. That's about the median net worth of a citizen in the United States, which means if you took our population and drew a line split down the middle, about half of us have this much or less. Half of us have this much or less. Just going to put that down right there. 1 grain of rice. This is $1 million. 5 grains of rice. When most of us think rich, we think of $1 million. This is $100 million. This is about the net worth of CEOs who delay and deny care for sick Americans. This is also about the net worth of CEOs who tell Americans to eat cereal if they can't afford food for their hungry kids. This is $277 million. This is Elon Musk's personal investment in the 2024 elections. This is what he spent to buy the presidency. This is $1 billion. This is the approximate net worth of Vivek Ramaswamy. Only 800 people in the United States have this much money or more. As a frame of reference, think about how many people you went to high school with. Only 800. And this is $6.3 billion. This is the approximate net worth of Donald Trump. He recently said in an interview that he doesn't think he can bring grocery prices down after running his campaign on a promise to do so. He also blames immigrants who have less than a fraction of a grain of rice each for a lot of the financial troubles facing our country. And this is Elon Musk. He's worth $400 billion. He spent $277 million on the 2024 election cycle, while we have homeless veterans on our streets and hungry kids in our schools. This is what actual wealth disparity looks like in America. Each grain of rice is worth $200,000. And Elon Musk also wants to fire 75% of our federal workforce, which includes a majority of veterans. He wants to fire 75% of these people who have a single grain of rice trying to earn a living and feed their families because he says that that's inefficient. Musk, Ramaswamy, and certain members of Congress.
The fact that people stand this motherfucker, seriously, it makes them the dumbest people on earth. It really does. I have kind of changed my view on this one a little bit to make it even, like, I see it as even worse. Like, seriously. Like, before I could kind of just be like, no, it's okay. I can't really think of what $1 billion, let alone $400 billion is. But after, I didn't need the graph. The fact that they need a graph, the fact that they need the rice, and then they could even see the rice and they'll just be like, yeah, but one day I'll be like Elon.
Also want to consider cutting social welfare programs that support people with less than a single grain of rice from going into poverty. They want to look at cutting these programs because they believe that that's inefficient.
You have no idea the depths of the corruption, the depths of the destruction being wrought as we fight amongst ourselves.
God, I'm so glad he made this
video.
No
more culture war. Abandon the bullshit culture wars.
Yep.
Our future is being robbed from us.
Enough.
It's gone even beyond a class war. Because even the upper class...
Anytime that somebody starts going on about a cultural issue, just literally start throwing this shit at them. I'm not even kidding. Like, have your YouTube ready with this guy's video. Well, maybe not this video, but with the graphs at all, or like have it in your photos at least to have that graph, and then maybe have the rice video at least, and just be like, hey, this is what you're like. Why, while you're arguing this, because I guess you're mad for whatever reason, this is what's happening. This is who you should be mad at. And if they come out of that with still being mad about the social issue, walk away from that person and never talk to them again, because they will never, ever get it. They're not worth it at all.
Class has less than they used to, as it's all being siphoned to the
people aren't going to care until something bad happens to them, and then something they still don't get it. No, because then they're shit shocked that they're like, how come nobody cares? How come nobody cares?
But here's the thing.
Yeah, here, I'll link the
Earlier,
video.
I said that those with power are the ones who can choose, and they can, but only until a certain line isn't crossed, and they're dangerously close to that line. The truth is that their power is based on our consent. Their power is largely an illusion. We have the real power. We are the many. We cannot be defeated. The only way to defeat us is if we defeat ourselves. You think they don't know that? Don't do that. Don't play by their rules. I'm begging you. Let's end this right-left divide and unite. I know how hard that must be. I know the grudges are many and the scars are deep. I've given in to that fight myself over the years.
He's so right
but that's
about
all
this.
culture war.
And this is also why I've been kind of going off the way I have, like, since I started this show, about why we do need these people. Because I've had enough people in this comment section in our community even say we don't need to placate to them. We just need to try and focus on building a broader coalition, like with people of like-minded people. I'm like, no, because this is what I'm talking about. Once people wake up to this, then it isn't even about, like, we don't have to worry about the trans issues at that point, because they're not going to care. They're not going to care. Everybody, because they look at the way that this election went. It was a referendum on the fact that the Democrats didn't focus on the working class. Well, okay, that's a little disingenuous when, I don't know, the same news that's telling us they forgot about the working class, and this, like, they just bury this. Yeah,
division.
Come on.
The real problem is far more material.
God, the fact that, like, they don't even understand it. Like, the CEOs that, you would think that even the CEOs that are trying to kind of keep up and keep up with the Joneses, get the bigger number, that at some point even they would revolt against Elon hoarding that much money.
I think we can all get on board with stopping that. We can all get on board with focusing on.
Also, I'm going to just kind of call it right now. Do not be surprised if they do start giving us a little bit more, because we're starting to wake up to this.
That problem.
But just
and
a little
demanding
bit.
that these giant corporations and moneyed interests stop intruding upon our lives, shaping our laws, and taking our money, our environment, and our culture. This means realizing that these billionaires do not have your interests at heart. If they did, then they wouldn't even be billionaires. Do not fall for their attempts to relate to you. They cannot relate to us. We are nothing to them. We're peons. We're a means to an end. What we're living through right now has parallels in history. When the hierarchy of society becomes sharply stratified, when more and more people are ending up in the lower strata, when prices for essentials keep going up, when the vast majority of the wealth becomes concentrated among the few at the top, when it becomes practically impossible to move up the ranks of our political structure without enormous sums of wealth, when commercialism highlights extreme wealth disparity, when people run out of hope, become destitute, and have nothing left to live for, we know what happens next. And it isn't peaceful. That's why I'm hoping you, the wealthy and the powerful, the CEOs and the politicians, will choose peace by breaking this pattern and reversing each of these problems of your own volition.
Yeah, because if they don't see where this is going, because if they also, like, think about just how dumb Elon Musk is. He wants to defund the federal government and take away the pay of the soldiers. So who's this military that they're going to be spending on? I already kind of brought this up. Like, they really do think that, that even soldiers are that dumb.
Attitudes and
which I know plenty of them. Once you start fucking with their money, trust me, man. Trust me. It ain't about Trump.
Aren't going to work anymore. People will see through that. Words are no substitute for homes and food. The historical pattern is clear. Do something more material. Stop being billionaires.
That's what it is. It's his teleprompter. Yes, his teleprompter is way too high.
Pay your employees more. Wealth needs to be distributed fairly. Yeah. Seeing as how you already have control over most of the wealth already, that responsibility now falls upon you. Because you are the ones who took it. Now it's time to give it back. At this stage of the historical pattern, it's probably getting close to being your last chance to do that.
Did I not just kind of say? I mean, dude.
But I know you're not going to.
Yeah. The thing is, you got him, you got me, you got so many people just kind of like, it's like, hey guys, the ball's in your court right now, and what you're doing is you're like, well, I'm going to take the ball and go home. That was, yeah, Dark Matter is crushing you. He's crushing it. Man. Yeah. Funny enough, I don't usually link the videos in my chat. I usually wait to either release it or put it in the VOD. But yeah, this one, I linked in the chat right away and also put it into the Discord because everybody should be able to see this and have their... Because this isn't just like one of those internet documentaries too, where it's like it spits out a conspiracy theory and you're just like, well, that changed my perspective. Or like they do the religious thing, like trying to like trick you. No, this was kind of just like, hey, man, so you know how like there's these billionaires, right? Well, do you even know what a billion is? No. Well, here's a visual concept. Every single person gets mad at that because you're like, wait a minute, you're telling me that one little grain of rice, I don't even make half that? What? Meanwhile, they're just like, but I go to my job, but everybody Trump supporter, but billionaire good. Like, at some point, they're gonna break and just go, billionaire bad, billionaire bad, billionaire bad. Oh! What am I, a communist? Ah! I wonder if that's the breakdown. Is that exactly how that goes? I mean, God. Well, hey, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do. It really helps me out a lot. It really does help me get pushed into the algorithm. That's no joke. So hit that like button. And it's free. Come on. So I really appreciate it. Also, if you haven't already, sub to the channel because I am getting very close to the 1,000. It would be awesome if one of you guys could be the 1,000th. I think I am still 11 away. So yeah. Yeah, Marie Antoinette vibes. I mean, dude, did you see the thing that they're starting to flag? Like revolution, like even this, like you're probably flagged right there. And obviously this, like the whole thing, they're looking out for revolutionary language. Like, guys, if you can't see the writing on the wall, like this is bad. Like this one's really bad. And if they do like somehow shift that consciousness to protect them and like, you know, if everybody then all of a sudden starts looking at us like we're the crazy ones, yeah. Then it's Doomersville for all of us, right? I mean, I try not to do that. I'm trying not to be that type of YouTuber. Because honestly, man, like, I don't see the merit in just constantly seeing the doom in every scenario. But, hey, man. The writing's on the wall for this one, and it's happening so fast. Like, you do understand that the people that they were polling for Trump's approval ratings are his supporters, and even they're kind of going, all right, it was nice to troll, like, you know, the Harris supporters, and it was nice to troll the libs for a minute, but now you're telling me eggs still cost more money? And then he, like, dude, seriously, when he went, you know what, it's going to be a little bit harder to get those groceries down, all of them heard exactly what it was. They're not that stupid. They wish they were that stupid so they could, like, then they wouldn't have to face the reality, like, oh, shit, I may have voted against my self-interest. Oh, no. I'm just here chilling until the new year where things are going to go crazy. I mean, the fact that, you know, hey, 2025 is going to be wild. I'm just glad that I got this community here with you guys where we get to enjoy it together. This is going to be insane. So I'm kind of glad that I started my YouTube journey when I did, because I don't think I'd actually be here if I didn't. Like, if I didn't take that chance and just make a random video about Kamala Harris, I would not be here today. So also just a little you know, hope I can inspire you. Just you know, take that chance, just do it. You know what? Jim is scared I'm going to get deported to Mexico. KK. Ja. Jim and Skidum. Squishmallow Dragon. They will never admit they vote against their own interests. No. Because That would force them to have any introspection and not be the victim. Because notice how they're always the victim too. You know, for as much as they try to be like, oh, these soy libs, you know, oh, they're so weak. These are the most weak-willed mother effers, like, around. You say one thing and they're just like, wokey, you're communist. Like, they always react that way, because to them, it keeps them from going introspective. It keeps them from, you know, getting the upset feelings in the tummy where, uh-oh, I might be wrong. And that's why it's so much easier for them to just be like, I need daddy, I need authority figure, up-ups. I want up-ups. Give me up-ups. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, you know, Trump is just like, what are you doing? I don't need, what? Ew, get it away from me. Get it away. Ugh. But, hey, you know what? You know what? At least this time, this is why I am kind of flippant about it a little bit. You know, and just more, like, I don't give a shit. Like, they got every single piece of the government right now. You know, let's just take it for what it is. They can't. As much as they're going to try, they can't. And they know it. They know how stupid they're going to sound if they tried it. But the Democrats, they're obstructionists. What do you mean we have all the government? What do you mean it didn't get better? Expect a lot of that, guys. I'm not even kidding. And also, like, expect them somehow to spin this into, like, an even crazier narrative of, did you know that transgender surgeries are bankrupting the country? Like, don't be surprised. It sucks, but what you gonna nice flannel shirt. What are you doing, splitting logs today? Oh yeah, you know it. Why is it always like, really? Come on. Not everybody, like, oh, flannel is just the thing, man. Come on. Oh, God. Sorry if I'm a little bit tired today. Honestly, I'm feeling the streaming a little bit. You know, I did an 8-hour stream just a few days ago, so it's been a little wild. As I said, though, I'm gonna be streaming this weekend, making that push, because I would like to. I'm dead serious. I want to reach that 1,000 by Christmas. That'd be awesome. All I want for Christmas is 1,000 subscribers. I couldn't even make that rhyme. 1,000 subs. 1,000. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and 6 people to follow me on Twitch. That'd be awesome. You know, if Twitch would be nice, though. That is a nice shirt. Thank you. This is one of my favorites. This is legit one of my favorite pieces of clothing I own. It's got a nice hood, too. I like it. I like it a lot. Don't do that baby talk stuff. They will clip it and use it against you and when you get big time. What baby talk stuff? I was trying to sing a song, dude. Oh, you mean my wee? Whatever. Dude, if I'm gonna do this gig, like, with the whole, they're gonna clip that and use that against... You do know how this works, right? Like, they could just clip... I mean, especially the more content I do, they're just gonna clip it anyway. I don't give a crap, dude. Whatever. Whatever. I'm worried about the actual, you know, psychos out there. Like, the ones that don't know how to differentiate, you know, between just like, oh, I'm gonna be an online troll to where I'm gonna go find this person. Like, yeah. I'll focus on the things that actually, you know, like, whatever. I'm already trying to not get canceled by who? Like the shadow cabal of the internet. Again, man, If I'm thinking like that, that's just another way to get people to not do YouTube. You know, that, you ever think about that kind of stuff? Like, God, when I was first starting this, do you understand how many people in my own personal life were kind of like, well, do you want to even really, like, put yourself out there like that? I mean, it's so risky and just like, God. People talk themselves out of doing so much shit. It's insane. And I know this. I'm speaking from experience. You know how many times I talked myself out of doing this? You know how many times I talked myself out of doing comedy? Like, and then do you know how many times I felt like an asshole because I fucking did it? And then, oh my God, you know what? The world didn't fall. The world didn't crumble around me. I felt pretty good. I've watched a lot of big time stars. I know how it works, buddy. God, you remind me of that the Tom Cruise character from Tropic Thunder. You're gonna be a big star, kid. I know. Trust me, I know him when I sees him. Is that why you're still not a member? Is that why you're not part of my member squad? You're not part of the pep squad there, guy? Because, you know, you're still like, you got work to do there, kid. You got work to do. They will clip your dog on the background, licking and licking and licking. Whatever. Good. Yeah, at this point. Honestly, man. I know you were joking, but I'm getting kind of sick of it. Like, I'm getting kind of sick of the, they're clip that. Like, I know you're holding it down for Duke because he's not in chat and usually he beats you to this, but yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. Don't care. You ever hear Paul Harvey? Yeah, that's me. Hey, Avi. My name is Paul Harvey. No, I actually have not heard of Paul Harvey. Wait a minute. What fucking joke are you doing pulling on me, you stinker? Alright, you are a stinker. That guy has the largest forehead I have ever seen in my life. Holy shit. Look at this. Here. Wow. Like, seriously, dude, what did he do to piss God off to give him that much of a, like, that's a 7 head. Here. I'll try and pull it up. Yeah, look at this. Look at that guy. Got like the largest forehead. Holy shit. Alright, guys. I'm going to just kind of chill. So, kind of talk some things and just have some fun. Because, yeah, man, I need to. It's Friday for me too, guys. Oh, and I have been doing this for, God, yeah, went 5 days today. So this was, it's fun. I also just kind of, now you know the rest of the story. That's fun. Debating playing some Marvel Rivals, but nah. That will be more than likely a tomorrow thing. Ugh. Delphi murders Richard Allen, sentenced to 130 years for killing Indiana teens. Oh no shit. Oh, this is the train track teens. Alright, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do my quick commercial. All right, guys. Well, this is a news and politics program, so because this is news and politics, I use ground news. And I use ground news specifically because I was getting sick of the algorithm. I'll be completely open with you guys. I got most of my news just from like the morning where you get your news feed on your phone. I for the longest time did not go past that, even though I knew I should. And I'm like, well, TYT or, Majority Report, they got this covered. Well, not always. And honestly, I think that sometimes, occasionally, like they would even benefit from using something like ground news because it is nice just to know like where the bias is coming from, but it also shows you everybody that reported on these subjects. That's the one thing that I really enjoy about it. Also, like Trump will demand NATO increase defense spending. But here you can see that here it leans right, mixed faculties. It has other subsidiaries. So this one has Russia affiliate. Go figure. I love the fact that it's just right away we can see Russia affiliate. RT. Yeah, see, this is crazy because they're identifying these as right-wing publications, but this is beyond right-wing. This is right-wing state governments, for, like the government of Russia. EU struggles to agree on security guarantees for Ukraine. Like, dude. Yeah. But what I really love about it is the blind spot feature, where for the left, it'll give us a nice little curated section here, which, when I'm talking about an algorithm, I'm like, well, their algorithm, it does the algorithm of the algorithms. It does, though, because it gives you a bunch of stories where it's like, I think your side missed this. Which, let's see what the right missed. Missouri governor commutes sentence of white police officer convicted of... Yeah, see? That. Like the fact that only 5% of right-wing publications are even saying anything about it. Now, my favorite part about this is, even with my like hardcore religious family members or my hardcore conservative family members, it usually devolves, like when we have these arguments, it usually devolves into, well, who's your source? Well, now that I can show them who my source is so expertly, and also show them, hey, did you even see this? And I showed them the blind spot feature. They've actually kind of changed their tune a little bit, where it's like the fake news narrative, not so prevalent in my family anymore, because they're like, oh, well, you know what? I can do my own research. And this is kind of like the do your own research, like ground zero for on ground news. So if you guys want to join ground news, you can use my promo code. It is going to be attached here in the chat. And also I will attach it to the link on my VOD. So I appreciate you guys checking out ground news. And yeah. What sucks is eventually I'm going to be doing live reads like from a script, because I did get a little feedback from them. They're cool with me doing that for now, but yeah, the closer I get to that thou, they kind of want me to start being a little more professional about it. So very worst case, what I'm thinking is I will record a bumper, and then I'll just like have it in between, but we'll see. So you can join Ground News here. You get 15% off, and actually now I know that if you do join, you get an additional percentage off for the Christmas season. So now really is the best time to check it out if you guys are interested in checking out Ground News and using it yourself. And also, the phone interface is really, really cool. If you think that it's user-friendly, just like on its normal website, you have to see the app. Oh yeah, that's right. I can't even... Every time I try to show my phone, it just like whites out the screen, so it's not even worth it. But I appreciate you guys sitting through that. I'm gonna do one more little celebration, and then we can just kind of chill and talk about some stuff. Maybe get to know me a little bit better. Actually, I was kind of curious, Robin. So I know that a bunch of your favorite programs are going on hiatus and doing best ofs, which they are also my favorite programs. Which, just an aside, I am going to be live. More than likely not doing the full 8-hour streams, but we'll see. I mean, if you guys are, you guys are here, then I'll do it. You know what? I enjoy doing this. I also enjoy talking to you guys, but yeah, Robin, I specifically am singling you out because I wanted to know, what is some of the content that you go to over the holidays, or do you just find yourselves like separating from YouTube altogether? Because I actually just got my analytic, like I had an analytics roundup. I actually saw your name popped up as one of my top engagers, so I really appreciate that. Like you have been one of the OGs, so. Also, let's see. Jonas. Let's see. Oh, shit. Hey, Ruben Strain, currently aiding my team as Luna Snow. Oh, shit. You are. You know what? I'm gonna hit you up on, Oh. You know what's weird? I was just looking at your Discord, just seeing if you were live, and you were not. So that explains that. Okay. Yeah. Gonna be playing some Rivals, finally doing it. Man, I know how this is gonna go. And also, for the members only, you guys, if you join my channel, I'm gonna be playing Alien Isolation, so you guys get to watch me get the crap scared out of me. Anybody on Twitch, that will more than likely also be simulcast on Twitch. For you guys, we'll see if I make it and you guys can sub. That'd be awesome. Because as I said, I mean, I'm gonna just be open about it. Once I hit 50, I'm pretty sure that I made partner. Well, pretty sure, no, then I made partner, and then I can take them Bezos bucks, and we can have good times at the expense of that guy. You know, get that pittance, especially after God, how much of a grain of rice would that even be? It's just like there. There's a speck of dust. You should be happy about that speck of dust. There's more where that came from, kid. I'll spend it all in one place. God. I'm sorry. I don't want to go on another tirade about the wealth inequality, but holy crap, I am definitely not feeling very good about it. I am, because I just had this argument with my dad about capital gains, and you would swear, oh my God, you would swear that the capital gains taxes, like that it would decimate his wealth. Well, I tried to explain the numbers to him. I tried to explain like how much he has to make in capital gains for him to even be affected by the tax rate. Doesn't get it. And then he tries to pull well, you don't know how much I make. I'm like, dude, I have a pretty good idea. Shut up. Like, dude. That's why when he made that point about like just like even the one CEO that makes the million, or like the guy that makes the 100 million, like putting that into perspective and just how much they're not even really a factor, that did help a little bit too with me, like the way that I perceive a lot of these things. But what's not helping is the fact that those same people you can't change their minds, because those people truly are convinced that they could make that much money. Like they've already made the amount that they have. They're already told that they are part of the 1%, which technically is true-ish. If you just include that Elon into that 1%, then I guess ugh. But again, let's keep fighting over the minuscule issues that are keeping us at odds, like immigration. Those immigrants, those pesky immigrants, they're the reason you're poor. Sorry, getting a little sad there, but do the little secret move there. Let me see. I got my bumper screen that I can go to while I do this. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna do this. Cheers, guys. Also, oh shit. Hey, welcome. Welcome to the Twitch stream. And before I could even get it out, they were out. I was like, hey, possibly new member. No. Yeah, sorry guys. There we go. I'm gonna have one of those days tomorrow where I'm just gonna be like, I want my weekend. Because also, what's kept me able to do this for as long as I do, or as frequently as I do, is I don't really see this as work. I do have fun with this, but the more and more I'm doing it, I'm like, mostly just because, yeah, my energy levels. That's it. Realistically, that's it. I'll follow with my second and third Twitch accounts. Hey, you know what? That'll help me. But also, if you do, if you have an in with any other communities that would like my content, please shout me out if you can. Actually, you know what? I'll take this time to just formally say that I apologize to Adrian Vixen and her community. I, on Monday, had a little bit of a misunderstanding with her, where during a video I was watching about a police encounter, I said something that she didn't agree with, and I took it as that she was leaving my community just like as a whole, and I saw it, ironically, the timing just lined up where I thought she had unsubbed, I thought she had blocked me, I thought all this stuff. It turns out that is not the case. It was just bad timing. It just happened at that time. So, I want to formally apologize to Adrian. I am sorry. I really am. Like, that was a total misunderstanding. It is also one of those things that I kind of think that the, my meaning about how I was trying to, defend myself in my takes, I think that it was also lost in context. So, but yeah, I do want to just apologize. Also say, I appreciate you being so cool about that. So, I hope she sees that. Or they see that. Sorry, I'm still trying to get better at the at pronouns, and when I don't know, then I just try to use they them. So that's kind of my rule. Which, God. Oh, you soy boy, using the pronouns. Beep, 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 beep. Why are people so weird? Like, what the fuck? At some point, like, it takes so much energy to just be even a troll, like, in that sphere. Like, what the hell, man? Oh, Squishmallow Dragon, I'm sure it'll be okay. I hope so, because, like, honestly, my biggest, like, thing in this space is not making enemies on the left, you know? And that's what I feel a lot of this content is pushed to do, is to, like, divide us. And also, I think that some bad actors within, like, the space they'll jump on that, and they will literally just be like, nah. It's easier to create content that is, you know, the drama sphere content shit in the left. So they constantly try to, you know, stir the pot. So trying not to fall for that as much anymore. Also, legit try, like, if I do, like, make a mistake, or if I do, like, get angry, because I'll also be completely honest, Monday I was in a very bad mood. I was in a very bad mood before I came on stream. So it was just, like, not the time, you know, type of thing. Which, me personally, I have to get better about that, where I understand, like, that I can just not come on that day and just kind of say, listen, no stream today, whatever. But, yeah. Trying to figure out the finer nuances on that one. Where I'm just like, okay. Because I could even just call it. Like, that's the nicest part about this, is I am my own boss. So, it's the thought that counts. Hey, I mean, I guess it is, but it's also, I don't know, man. I've always been this way, even as a kid, even as, like, a little kid. I didn't like when people would get mad. Like, if I had an argument with somebody, I would be the first one to be like, hey, can we kind of bury the hatchet? Like, I don't like going, you know, I don't like leaving with bad energy like that. And, yeah, and, luckily I had, pretty, you know, few enemies is kind of where I was going with that. Like, not a lot of people, I guess, actively were, you know, after me like that. So, agree the thought and intent. Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Like, that helps me. Because I have been having that problem too, where, you know, whether it be chat or, you know, talking to somebody, even, like, on Discord, where I'm just like, oh man, I feel like something, you know, you can always get lost in context. Oh, you know what? So while I'm doing this, I should do this. Is he on? No. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I think that we might have somebody coming on. I'm not sure if that was planned for tonight. I'm just double checking, so just bear with me. Don't go anywhere, as we could be going to a discussion. But that is if they are available. Okay. Are you guys all loaded up and ready to go? Because I also want to, I'm ready to go. Wait. Okay, I think we actually... No. Alright, so we're going to just do something else then. My bad. I thought they meant today. So, if you guys could watch me do a debate, let me know. All right, I actually should be asking you guys this because you're my core audience. You're the ones I give a shit about. I actually give a shit about any of my audience, but you guys, would you rather see me argue with a right winger, or would you rather about politics, or would you rather see me argue with a right winger about religion? Because I can already tell you what my stronger subject is. Because they were talking about like arguing just like basic Trump stuff, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to have a debate with a Trumper. So but if you guys want to see it, then that could change my mind. But all right. You guys ready? I'm going to disappear for just 1 second. I'm literally going to still be here. But I'm going to have to also make up a new screen. Hopefully I'll be a little more cheeky. I think I'm going to do the 419 plus 1 though. Yeah, I think I will do that. So, all right. Either one sounds interesting. Hey, what's up, Rome Dog? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Oh, you already hit that like. Look at that. Oh, it's going good. It's going good. Just give me a second. I'm literally in the middle of doing the thing. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, wasn't to the mouth. So. Still good there. Cheers. Yeah. Stream is going well. I was just explaining that I'm going to be having an opportunity to do a debate, and they're kind of giving me like a choice of what type of debate I would like to participate in. So I was asking if, you want me debating like a right winger, like a Trumper, or like a religious debate. So I'm sick this evening, running around 102 temp. Gonna put you on in the background and lay down. Oh man, I'm sorry. That sucks. Feel better, dude. Also, plenty of fluids. I mean, Dr. Pep reporting for duty. All right. So, God. Yay, more Elon news. Woohoo. Hold on. So there's an update on fucking... Ooh, actually, this might be a good update. It looks like Trump might actually be getting bothered by the Elon stuff. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. Oh, it says isn't bothered. Oh, shit. Misread it. Oh, I guess they're trying to tamp it down and be like, oh, he's not bothered by it. It's okay. Ampeg. Yeah, Elon sucks. I hate how he is going to expose... I hate how he is going to expose the rampant spending. Wait, you're mad about that? Like, you think that the rampant spending in government is the problem? Apparently you missed the video that we just watched specifically about, you know, breaking down the numbers and just how much, like, dude, you want to complain about numbers? Like, let's just complain about how he doesn't single-handedly make up for the deficit. Like, he could. He literally could. Well, actually not at this point, no. He doesn't make the trillion yet. Because what is it, 4 trillion? I'm not complaining. Oh, okay. Sorry. Because I was about to say, I'm like... But he's exposing it in a different way, I think, than what you're thinking, so... Are some naming him Leon instead of Elon? If they're dyslexic like me, then probably. Occasionally I'll get something wrong like that, but... Excuse me. Just took a nice little ripper, so... Well, I think that Elon is single-handedly exposing, number one, the problem with money in politics again. But he's doing it in a way that is gonna bite him in the ass. Like, dude, seriously, can we just acknowledge how stupid Elon is? Like, I know that we've all kind of been memeing on it, but does he not see? Like, he's so short term, where any advisor would just go, yeah, maybe you don't do that because you're kind of giving the game away when you do that. And then, you know, you think that, because he always gets confused where he's like, but the people, they love me. I'm one of them. It's like, no, you moron. There's a very small subsect that love you because they don't know any better. Like, at this point, man, listen, if the crypto bros are going to be the ones to be the, like, literal fall of civilization, then I'm just going to go down laughing. You know? I did the smart thing. Number one, when the water wars happen, I ain't moving. I live, you know, right by one of them big old lakes. So those coastal elites and everybody, like those migrants, you know, those I'm talking about the ones from the deep south who are going to have to migrate the more the water comes in. I don't know. Doing the conspiracy thing. This is what's going to happen. It's going to happen within my lifetime. Although, geez, dude, I mean, the fact that we just had snow, I'm kind of like, It's getting later and later in the season. Also, dude, at the first week of December, it was like 56 here. I was like, what the hell? Oh, Robin, thank you so much. Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member of the Pep Squad. Now you get one of them fancy stars. Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, man. You guys are making me blush here. I really do appreciate that. But I'm still thinking about how Elon is dude, I feel like I'm living in a dream. I literally feel like I'm living in a dream. This doesn't make sense. Like, there's idiocracy, there's the Trump stuff, but holy crap, like, what is this? What is this? I want off. I don't want to do this one. I don't want to be part of this story. When do you think about it? Okay, so I watched this TED Talks once with this guy who I think he identifies like as a realist or whatever, where he just looks at raw data. That's it. Not news, just raw data. And he comes out and says, yes, just overall, things are way better for just all civilizations. The more time progresses, things are better. But because of the news, because of the way that we hyper fixate on certain things, we kind of lose that perspective where it's like, oh, that did get a little bit better. Oh, wow, that got a little bit easier. Oh, well, and I'm not even talking like economic conditions or any of that. They were talking about just like, the more, studies on medicine, all that stuff. But this brings me to my point. After the first Trump presidency, that was the first time that this guy started saying like, well, our future projections aren't looking great because they took into account the cuts that they did to like the Food and Drug Administrations, and that was right at the beginning of the big C. So he even said, he's just like, it kind of depends on how long this lasts, because there was also a creepy parallel with the flu from what was it, like 19 I think it was like off by a few years, but like it was like 1918 or whatever, but excuse me. So God, I kind of lost my train of thought. Shit. No. Elon and the parallels. So this guy came out this year now, and he said that this is the first time that he's not optimistic about his projections at all. And this was past the 2021s. He was just like, well, things look like they were getting better. And the funniest part is, in this one, he did say that the economy was way better than the news was saying. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually just remember where I saw his newest report, and it's kind of embarrassing. He was talking to Bill Maher about it. Ugh. But, yeah. He was trying to tell Bill Maher, like, calm down. Things, still aren't that bad. Like, the moral of the story was, even if it is the worst outcome for, what we think we could see, it's still not as bad as it could be. But he's talking about, like, if you put it in the context of history, like, hey. I guess the actual moral of the story on that one is be careful who you listen to on those studies, because I used him for a long time just to make myself feel better, where I was just like, well, at least that guy says that things are better. Oh, God, we could possibly be going back to polio. Like, this is real. Like, that's what I was also doing. I was doomering. Like, I was actually doomering. You're not going to see a lot of that. I try not to, but man, like, polio? Really? Like, what? And here, I'll show this. The the fact that this was a thing.
Czar.
Kennedy's lawyer. Yeah, see, because Kennedy's coming out and he's saying, "Oh, I didn't say that I'm against the vaccine per se." And he's just like, yeah, polio can stay. But then, literally next day after that interview, Aaron Siri filed a petition in 2022. Wait, what? When was this written? No, 2024. Okay. Kennedy lawyer has asked the FDA to revoke its approval for the polio vaccine. Wait a minute. Well, that's kind of misleading. Because it says that as wait a minute. President-elect Donald Trump has praised the polio vaccine as the greatest thing, but a lawyer affiliated with Trump's pick for the to lead the country's top health agency has petitioned the FDA to revoke the approval of the vaccine. Yeah, Siri filed a petition in 2022 on behalf of the Informed Consent Action Council, a nonprofit that challenges the safety of vaccines and vaccine mandates. Wait a minute. So this didn't just happen. Okay, that's where... Oh, God. All right. Well, this is why we have ground news. Oh, here. Yeah. I thought I pulled it up for you guys. My bad. Give me a second. There we go. Oh, thank you, Robin. I just saw your message. You like the stuff? All right. Excuse me. So yeah, here it says that in 2022, on behalf of the Informed Consent Action Network, ICAN. It's called ICAN. No, they can't. A nonprofit that challenges the safety of the vaccines and vaccine mandates. Siri has been working close with Robert F. Kennedy, a vaccine skeptic. So, so this wasn't filed on behalf of RFK. See, dude, okay. Trump saying that the polio vaccine is the greatest thing. And then here, this actually... All right. This actually kind of leads to, you know how I said that this was like Doomersville? Well, check this out. Give me one sec. Kennedy polio, I think it was just that. Aha. And then, same network. Boom. Kennedy says he's all for polio vaccines as GOP senators raise questions about his views. Now, here's where I ask the question. Is this alarming? Like even at the start of this segment, was I being too alarmist about it? Leading to the end of the last segment where I'm like, maybe that guy needs to adjust his model. I was about to say, man, I didn't think that this was actually going to happen where they're going to revoke all the vaccines. I am a little worried at, like, what will happen if you know, say like the bird flu thing crosses over, because that happened in Canada. I hope you guys know that, by the way. We're at the early stages of that, and it's the strain that was not supposed to do that, so yay. So yeah, let's just hope that we don't have another pandemic, because I've already seen like what we do there. Like that God, man. Like, how many people just freaking prove to just be the most selfish people on the planet, where they just, like, I get it. I get not wanting to wear the mask stuff. I get not wanting to be told what to do as far as putting stuff in your body. Believe me, I actually did understand those points, but I was kind of like, yo, but I'm also, there's a level of trust that I was kind of just like, fuck it. But I went into it thinking like Rocky 3. If I die, I die. Except it's a little more, maybe it was more badass where I'm just like, ugh. I'll tell you what, out of all the vaccines I've ever had, the ones that hurt the most was that HPV vaccine. Oh my God, that thing hurt. Like, I've had like shots that kind of felt like you got, like punched in the arm. Actually, one of my vid shots was one of those where I was just like, ooh, a little bit of a, Charlie horse. But, dude, the HPV vaccine was no fucking joke. The first one, they were like, it's gonna burn a little bit. I'm like, really? Plus I did have to read because I am older, and you're supposed to get this like in your 20s, and apparently it hurts the older you get. Yeah, that when they said burning, it felt like somebody was putting out a lit cigarette on my skin, just going. I'm like, oh, and like they're just like, it's gonna dissipate. I'm like, no, it's not. Then I went for the second one. Ooh boy. Yeah, that one wasn't as much like the burning sensation as much as it felt like you got knuckle punched like over and over. And it also did the weird thing where like it carries over, where it's just like, oh, what is my like my pec, it hurts so bad. Just like talking about it, I'm like, ooh, I'm getting a little bit of that pain back. Other than having whatever vaccines I was when I was little, I've only ever had the vid vaccine. Okay. Get your HPV vaccine. If I'm not sure how old you are, you might have already had it, because I was at that age where it was developed and approved by the FDA, and also we didn't really know that we needed it until way too late. Like, I was already well out of high school and school age, and they also, like, I think it was within the last 10 years that they were just like, you 45, get your HPV vaccine. I'm not kidding. I have seen what HPV caused cancer can do. Don't take the chance. Just don't take the chance, please. It's important. But I'm not trying to scare you, because like, yeah, like this is as bad as it was though. Like, I'm just saying it hurt in the way where I'm like, I don't want to get punched again, because that's exactly how I felt going in. The moral of the story, I went in for the third one because it's in 3 doses, and you can only get, I think you have to like have 3 or 4 months in between your doses. Holy crap. Like, it hurt so bad where it was just like, pow. It was like the first one was like, this is your, like, what if your brother was like your little brother just like kept knuckle punching you? You're just like, okay, dude, like, ow. But this one was like, if he got sick of it, it was just like, okay, I'm not hurting him enough. Hey, come here. Well, maybe not Mike Tyson anymore. You know what? Evander Holyfield. I like how my brain went to I'm like, really? He lost the time. What are you doing? I'm not gonna say the Jake Paul kid. Like, he's a fake boxer. That the whole thing was staged. As a wrestling fan, that whole thing was staged. Not sure if I'm breaking any news there, but actually, yeah. I'll stun lock on that for a second. If you guys, honest to God, thought that was like not staged, that was the biggest money grab in a long time. And I think that boxing at this point is just, again, money laundering. Like, it's just another way to money launder. It's just insane. I don't understand it either. I don't understand. Because at what point, like, is this maybe the humanist side of me just going like, how much do you need? How much do you need? Even if you have it all, then you're just like, need more. I don't understand that level of greed. I just don't get it. Like, man. Yeah. Damn commies. Some vaccines might be become more expensive for people because health insurance won't pay if they are dropped by government. Oh, really? Huh. Huh. Okay. I'm actually worried about that because I was like, I hope I'm not in that list. Because, oh, shit. Because, yeah, dude, I actually might. I'm pretty sure that my health insurance did just give me that update where they said certain vaccines weren't going to be covered. I mean, I'm glad that I did the HPV one. And to finish that story, legit, it just, for one, it's about 24 hours. It feels like you just got like you got hit so hard in the arm. So, and don't make the mistake I did. Do it in your dominant arm because the first one, the actual subsequent pain, it hurt so much worse because I was just like not doing anything. And I was like, Meanwhile, you know, this one dissipated like that. It was pretty cut and dry. Pretty cut and dry. What? I love how I have those moments where I'm just like, what the fuck? What? Mouth, brain? Huh? Talking about? Every once in a while, I'm gonna start pointing these out. Like, I have my dad, like, he has like these the terms of phrase that he just says, and I've caught myself saying them. I'm like, oh no, oh no, especially when I get high. It's like, oh no, I'm totally turning into a no. The more dad jokes that'll come out. Oh no. Oh man, my stomach is growling, and now kind of legitimately like, hey, what the hell? What's going on here? Okay. You know what? I'm going to get a beverage. And I hope that I didn't scare you guys off getting that HPV vaccine, because I'm dead serious. Like, you really should get it. Because yeah, the cancers are way scarier. Like, I saw the effects of what HPV, like oral cancer, can do. Not something I ever want to, you know, mess with in my lifetime. No, thank you. And that's honestly why I'm so, I think, adamant about this whole, like, class consciousness and, like, changing the healthcare system, because this is it. We need to do this. And for anybody that tries to be like, well, you know, you don't really always need to go to the doctor. Because I forgot who said it. I feel like it was actually, like, one of my family members that was just like, well, yeah, you don't need to go to the doctor for everything. I'm just like, preventative medicine, you should be able to just go get a checkup. Like, if you think that you have some, you know, something going on, you should be able to get some blood work. Like, yes, there are people who are hypochondriacs. I get that. Like, I've been accused of possibly being one, but I'm not. I've had one scare where, like, I've already had, like, technically my first cancers. I say it like that because it was a very small melanoma. It was on my foot. You know, came back and they were just like, yeah, we got to get that thing off. I'm like, okay. But they were like, yeah, it was totally. I'm like, oh. I was like, oh no. Whoa. I spiraled for like a little bit, and I did have like that whole thing where I'm like, I became like health obsessed. I became obsessed with my diet. I became obsessed with my healthcare coverage, where I was just like, I need to make sure I have the best coverage that I can get, that I can just like, and it's kind of weird because I have had healthcare in, Canada, and I've had, healthcare in Paris. I had situations in both places where I was just like, oh wow, I saw the effects of not paying anything, where you're just like, this was awesome. You're telling me I don't even have to worry about this? You're not billing me. You're not. I remember asking the Canadian doctor that he was just like, every time, he's like, you Americans are adorable. It's just like, wow, just holy crap. And yeah, once you experience that, it's something. That's why I honestly, I like conspiracy brain. Conspiracy brain segment. I do think that they kind of like the elites. This is why they kind of don't want us traveling. Like, they definitely do not want you to go, anywhere that has socialized medicine. Because seriously, it is as simple as that, where you just walk out, you're like, I think I just became a revolutionary. It's just like, wait a minute, that was awesome. Especially the French, the French one, that was insane, because like, I was so scared, because I had food poisoning in the States before without like good insurance, where I just remember like how mad my dad was about that one too. Like, I not at me. He was like, I remember him going off at the guy in the billing department. Like, I think that we all have moments like that where you remember like something that really pissed your parents off. Actually, in chat, let me know. Like, let me know the first thing that comes to mind, if it's not too personal. Like the first time that you remember your parents just like getting mad, like at somebody, where you were like, oh shit. Because like, it's also that thing where you're just like, oh, you're about to get it. It's like, oh, you don't know what you just did. Because you've seen it. You've seen your parents at their worst. So you're just like, oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, my dad had the look. He had the like, that's here, I'll even get closer. Like, he would just look at me like this. It's just the head turn of what the fuck. But I knew, like, at that moment, I'm like, oh man. He never, like, he wasn't a violent man by any means. He was just one of those guys where I'm like, oh, he's gonna yell at me. I'm like, oh. And it's always like a lesson where it's like, he was a pointer. Like, that's one thing. Like, I hate that shit now. I think that does play into it, where I was like, when somebody does this shit, it's just like, and you can't touch them. Yeah. Had that. I've had that. Ooh. I don't know. Hockey also does something to you too, where like, you have such an understanding of when you're off the ice, just how not okay it is. I never once had a situation where like somebody was like, parking lot. I'm like, I just look at my team. I'm like, parking lot? They're just like, oh yeah. Come out with my team. He's like, oh, what are you, bitch? It's just like, no, dude. It's like, do you have an understanding of how this goes? Like, I'm not catching charges for a men's league hockey game. So many dudes are like that too. You want to talk about fragile egos? Holy shit! Like these dudes that couldn't make like the collegiate team or like the AAA teams, and they're always the first ones to just say, "I played AAA hockey." It's like you tried out for AAA hockey. Like, what are you talking about? Do not miss those assholes. God. Hockey is also one of those sports too that like if I didn't have insurance I wouldn't have played. Like that was key. Had a few situations. Most of mine, you know what? Knock on wood. I was pretty lucky as far as not taking any major damage. Like I had I tore my groin. That hurt. Mine were mostly muscle and like light sprains, but the concussion ones, those were man, those are rough. Especially like, dude, I was of that generation, man, where our coaches and just our mentality, even when I didn't have a coach, when I was like just doing men's league, dude, like there was a few that I probably should have just gotten off the ice and gone home, but you push yourself, you're just like, fine, whatever, just got a little pit in my stomach, it's nothing. I am one of those people that I try not to, to screw with the brain, because I've also seen the effects of like severe brain damage. Yeah, not worth it, man. Not worth it. That's also why I said, like, I've seen it from hockey where somebody had severe brain damage from a hockey accident, and I was like, okay. And also just how many people, dude, so many. I'm talking like every single year, every single season I played, even summer seasons, I would see in the summer seasons, I'd see at least one torn ACL, but during the actual season, no less than 4. Yeah, man, so many torn ACLs, and I got made fun of, because even for being like a younger player, like I used to call them my Stone Colds. They were the same knee braces that Stone Cold used to wear. If you don't know who I'm talking about, I'm sorry. But Stone Cold Steve Austin from the WWE, he used to wear these knee braces, especially after he got his work done. But he, because he had one knee go out, he started wearing the other one kind of preventatively, and he said it was the best decision he ever made. So I was like, huh. Okay. So I started wearing they were like compression knee guards that had like framing in them. So I could technically get hurt. Like I do remember at one point, like a guy on my hockey team, he was he was a trauma doctor, and he was just like, yeah, he's like, I see the merit in doing that, especially for how much like we do like goaltending, but he's like, if you misrotate that and it gets locked though, that could technically work against you. I'm like, yeah, never happened. So but yeah, that was one of the best decisions I ever made. So if you have a child that ever plays hockey, make sure that they wear like the preventative stuff for their joints, and like just tell them, man, like just, it's like, dude, you will thank me for this. Like down the road, you will thank me for this. Grazie. Ooh, food. I don't think he knows. I think he's done for the day. Hey, careful. I heard that. Oh boy. Oh, that was fun. Oh, dinner. I appreciate that. that was also kind of, I think she was kind of like, hey, it's almost time there.
No, he's not. He wants to be back. Go.
Well, yeah, because he smells the food. It's okay. No. Look at you. No, he's actually really good about this. It's my lab. If my lab were down here, man, oh boy. Good boy. Alrighty. Hello. Welcome to the stream. If you haven't already, please follow me, and also like the stream on YouTube and sub to the channel. I am almost at 1,000. Give me 1 second. Apparently, I got to make a few more videos and cut these into VODs. So that's, for some reason, like where I've been gaining subs. Maybe it's all a conspiracy, guys. It's the algorithm. God. Sorry that I got distracted by my food. Completely just lost what I was talking about. If you want to remind me, like if it was that interesting, then please, by all means. I was going to talk about the robots. Oh yeah, the robot algorithm. I had a dream. May have been Eddie induced. Who knows? But it was like the first time that I've had a work dream, like about doing this. And halfway through it, I figured out I was like talking to like the algorithm. I was just like, oh, Cyberknight. It was fun. Oh man. Dumb dreams. Give me 1 second here. No. Okay. I guess that's not gonna work. Cool. Can somebody sound off in chat and just remind me what the hell I was talking about? Dude. Oh my god. That's one of the moments that I'm just like, fuck it. Oh man. Kind of wish I could just oh, wait a minute. I can do that. Hey, check this out. This is going to be a stoner's best friend. So I can rewind my... Go to my stream. Made me hungry talking about food. Yeah, the wife brought me my wife. She brought me some stew that I made that has been, again, this is why you make a stew. It's been keeping me fed for the past 2 days. Oh yeah, I was talking about head trauma and hockey. Sorry, you know what? That was a stunt lock in itself. But also, it's very. Oh yeah, it's very important preventative stuff. But yeah, hot take. I know. There we go. Yeah, usually Roam Dog. Unfortunately, our boy is down, man, because he's usually sitting in the chat teasing exactly what he's making for dinner, and I mean exactly. Like he's a good, he's got a, he's a good descriptor. I would definitely have him write for a food column out of all of you, because dude knows how to make you hungry. He really does. Ooh, you know what? This is making me hungry. Give me a second. Try not to eat on stream, but you know what? It's happening. That's my hair. We've all had that. If you have long hair, you've had it. The worst one is when you have the one. Look at how good he is. He's literally just laying there. I got my food here. He's so good. He is the best boy. Actually, because you guys have been very, very kind. And I've gotten a few donations. Let me also read off those. He is going to be able to get something kind of special. Well, him and the cats. Because, yeah. That was kind of something that I wasn't really able to afford before. So. Which I know, like, just even these small donations, but, like, you guys really do help me out, man. Like, I am one of the public, the general public, where it's like, yeah, every bit helps. All right. Oh, Squishmallow Dragon. I forgot to shout you out. Thank you so much. Seriously. Lex Howell, also. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Squishmallow. I didn't see your dono from the other day. I feel really bad about that. So, please forgive me. Huh? Oh, you tipped me. You, yeah, I felt bad because I just got my alerts finally kind of working, where now they're popping up. But because I didn't have it on, yeah, so I didn't see it. So, but thank you guys. And as I said, like, because of that, now I actually do get to, I get to treat the boy. Oh God. Why am I actually... I just legit had that moment. Where I was just like, oh, don't tell him. Don't tell him, guys. I don't want him to hear this. And it was so real, because I was just like, oh, wait, he can't hear that. Jesus. Sometimes I worry about myself. Yeah, he likes these lamb chop things. Like, I don't know why. It's the one toy that he loves. If you take him to a pet store, first thing he sees and grabs. Also, like, any toy, it's just boom. Well, yes. Hey. Now you're pushing it there, buddy. I'm telling everybody how good you are. And he's just like, I am good. But man, you've been sitting on that, man. You gonna eat it? You gonna eat it? I'll eat it. Oh. Say hi to Stan. He's a good boy. Give you the knuckle nuggies. You're so weird with the stuff you like. Not sure if you guys have an animal like that just has like the weirdest proclivities, where I found out that he likes doing that because I would just put my hand down and he would come up and rub, rub against it. So I think it's because he's got like, you know, a bony ass head. So a lot of itch. And them big ass ears, man. He's got the cutest ears though, because when if you say like, or if like he hears something immediately, like they do like they almost flip. They're so damn cute. Yeah, it's funny. I just got a message. My wife's just like, or you could treat your wife. Like, yes. But I also know you're watching, so. Yeah, this sucks, you know, like, I'm not really able to tell my audience what, I'm getting the wife, because you never know when she's there. Oh, actually, you know what? One thing I haven't shown you guys yet, and I know that you guys can probably see it behind me. First off, that's the advent calendar, if you didn't already know. That says holidays. Yes, it is exactly what you think it is. It is long J's. It's the big guys. It's the big guys. Squishmallow Dragon? You just actually brought up a great point. She probably is not subscribed to wait a minute, I don't think she follows. No, I think she's subbed. Are you subbed? Might have to take a look at that. Give me 1 second. So I made a passive joke that I had seen this at a used bookstore. It is Jesse Ventura, the governor. And it's literally the governor of Minnesota. Did you know that I'm the governor of Minnesota? Was the governor of Minnesota? Also, did you know that I was a Navy SEAL? Dude, again, I made a passive joke about that to a friend of mine. Where I was like, yeah, you ever have that moment where you're at a store and you wish you bought something? And I that's what we were talking about. I was like, yeah, and I showed him, and I was like, yeah, check it out. And they're this perceptive. I have to say, I got great friends. Like, I really do. I love them. Because she was just like, she noticed it was an eBay listing. She found the freaking eBay listing and bought this. So, this was my birthday gift. So. I am so... Holy crap, this came from a Rogers, by the way, from the 90s. Holy crap. I love when I also find stuff like that where I'm like, oh, it's the original tag. Go back. Go back. But yeah, it was so funny. Tell her I said sorry. Oh, no worries. That damn cat. You know what? That meme cat is always like, it's something that I have a feeling is going to be a problem. Because meme cat's not my cat. And I need to make a meme cat of my cat. Let's see. I'm trying, guys. Oh, man. And I'm sorry. I am fucking trying. But for some reason, I also picked the food that's the worst to eat on stream. Like, dude, yesterday I had cheese balls that were like the crunchiest fucking thing, so I was just like, nope. Fuck it. Alright, guys. Let's see what we got here. Got a user suggestion. I always love those. Let's talk. All right, let's run it through the check. Which, God, guys, I have to say, man, YouTube is getting worse with that. Just the last 2 days I've noticed. Fuck. 2. Alright. First. No. Guys, I'm going to take this time to remind you to not like forget about the like to talk to your family about Luigi at Christmas. Make sure it's brought up, often, and I really hope that your families are receptive, because man, I'm a little worried about what's going to happen with mine. Because I think I was kind of already talking about that, like how my pops, he is one of those, and like, dude, I understand, like, he's duped. Like, he doesn't know that, like, the difference between, like that, like the money that he has, and he should, like, by all means he should. He has seen these people. He has worked with these people, and he knows how they operate. But somehow, his idea is, yeah, but at least I'm better off than these people. And like, I hate to say it, he's the ultimate like version of the pulling the ladder up behind her, or closing the door, slamming the door shut. And then just looks at us and goes, well, why aren't you working harder? When I was I hate to say, like, I have had that almost exact conversation where it's like, well, when I was your age, I was making blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, ugh. Yes. And also you bought your first house for like $10. I mean, yes, it's hyperbolic, but you know what I mean. Oh, you know what? There was one thing I wanted to take a look at. I had heard that Vosh did something interesting. Or not. Did he not? Wow. What happened? He lost... Jesus, he lost like 30,000 subs? What? What happened? Did something happen? Does anybody know, like... Huh. Because I know that a few of you keep up with this kind of stuff. Actually, Squishmallow Dragon, do you know what happened? Because... Oh, wait a minute. Did they do a sub purge on YouTube? Oh, that might actually explain something. Because I had 4 subs just disappear. Well, I'll also chalk that up to somebody saw a video or saw something, like, might have said something and somebody didn't, like, I don't know. In this game, you never know. Oh, Squishmallow Dragon. What happened to... So I just checked out Vosh's channel. Holy crap. Honestly, I'm having one of those days where I'm like, am I having a stroke? And no, his sub count was way down. Because he was at like 520 something. Last time I checked, and now he's at like 496 is still nothing to scoff at, but why do I don't know. I feel like if there was like drama or something, but it doesn't seem like it because I'm looking through his stuff. He would usually cover something like that. And his characters have gotten, or his videos have gotten kind of few and far between. Yeah. Okay. I just know that you are up to date on that community a little bit. So cool. It's appreciated that you even checked or chimed in. Well, I don't. That's by Ronald Reagan. Well, Nancy told me that if I just sat over there, that somebody else would do the job for me. Actually, that could be Biden at this point. Ugh. I'm sorry. I know Les got mad earlier that I was making fun of Mr. Biden, but God, I mean, come on. Are you guys? I hope you're as mad as I am about the whole New York Times report, because it's kind of like we all knew. Hell, I even got duped into fucking standing up for the guy, or like trying to convince myself where I'm like, he could literally be on puppet strings, and I'll just be like, no, I'm voting for him over the other. Over Trump. Ugh, I hate even saying his name right now. The TDS guys. TDS got the tongue. Not history. Why did I go to history? No. Oh, here we go. I am looking for something to watch while I eat. That is also informative. So. That is weird. I thought Letterhack had a lot more, like, action on his channel. I mean, okay. Oh, here we go. Mickey Atkins. Nope. Don't want to screw with that. Here we go. Debates. What do you guys think? R and Rod debate? Can try and find a smaller one, because I kind of want to eat. So, I'm sorry, I have to eat, but I don't want to go anywhere. Tennessee Brando. Oh, here we go. Should be fun. This was a year ago. Okay. Screw it. We'll just start it.
He also talks about
Tonight, we're ready for a lively, juicy debate between Aaron Ra and Stuart Neckley. We're going to be debating, is Christianity true? And to start us off, we have Stuart for his up to 10-minute intro. So, Stuart, the floor is all yours, and thanks for being here.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Ryan. So the question is Christianity rational? Well, there's about 5 different definitions of rationality in the Webster's Dictionary, all thinking probably the other one is irrational. And so rationality is difficult. I think a lot of it has to do with what is the hard evidence, what are the facts. It has a lot to do also with, can you show it to me? What's your hypotheses? So many different definitions, but we're going to try and get down to it in terms of the rationality of Christianity tonight, in terms of is there evidence behind it? What's a healthy hypothesis in looking at it? Is there logical consistency? Are there things like experiential rationality as well as evidential, intellectual side of it. So there's many different angles, but I always start with thinking through different worldviews, and I always change up which worldview I'm going to pick on. So I've got some new ones tonight. But when I think through, say, materialism, materialism breaks down for me because, if it's true, then reason itself is really impossible. Because the mental processes, I would say, are nothing but chemical reactions in the brain. So there's no reason to believe
in the background
really
just
that anything
feeding the
is true.
snakes.
Chemicals don't reason; they react. So for me, materialism clearly breaks down. It's totally illogical. It's totally non-rational to me. Pluralism is another one I've been talking about recently with people. Pluralism breaks down because it's basically saying we all have different parts of an elephant, and pluralism is standing outside of the elephant saying that I have the enlightened perspective on spirituality and you are all just holding different parts of an elephant. None of you are making real exclusive truth claims. And I just want to be a liberal snowflake, just pummeling you with an avalanche of tears and all this supposed tolerance and sensitivity. And so I'm going to say that everything's the same. And we know there's internal contradictions with that. Humanism, I think humanism is simply Christianity light. I think that humanism has just stolen all of the Christian values. The only thing it hasn't stolen is the story, the Christian story, the narrative, which holds all these values together. So at the end of the day, if you look at it from an evolutionary perspective or a scientific perspective, it really makes no sense if you're a humanist that is a non-Christian humanist.
So before Christianity, there were no humanists. There were nobody had, nobody had a moral compass. It was just, seam of the pants kind of thing. Well, seam of the, whatever the hell they were wearing.
Relativism, I think, breaks down as well. That's another perspective I hear all the time. It's true for you. It's true for you. It's true for me. It's true for me. I would just ask, is that true? I would also say my brother's a professor at a local university, and, he could play many cruel tricks on students coming in who say, oh, why did you give me an F on that paper? And he could simply say, well, it's all relative, subjective. Well, what's wrong with me giving you an F? It's just my subjective feelings. There's no objective right and wrong here. So there's no real standard. I think if we just look at atheism more broadly, it's really the belief that there was once absolutely nothing, and nothing happened to the nothing until the nothing magically exploded for no reason, creating everything and everywhere. Then a bunch of the exploded everything magically rearranged itself for no reason whatsoever into self-replicating bits that turned into dinosaurs. I think that's kind of my reasoning on the rationality of atheism. And scientism is what oftentimes we get into here on these debates, and thinking further through on scientism, there's really no discovery. Oftentimes people say, well, just science, there's science and no God. Well, there's no discovery of science that has the least tendency to show that there is no God. That's Peter Van Inwagen at Harvard said that. So science can't prove, obviously, things like logic and math, can't prove it. It can't prove metaphysical truths, can't prove ethical truths, morality, aesthetic judgments. Science can't even prove itself because it's permeated with unprovable assumptions. The theory of relativity hinges on speed of light and being constant between A and B. So it's accepted, but in no way can it be proven. And for me, an illustration that I use is atheism and theism. Let's say if they were both dabbling in magic and pulling a rabbit out of the hat, well, atheism is worse than magic because you just have the bunny coming out of the hat. You have no magician. So those are some of my worldview perspectives that I've been thinking about. But getting more specifically into why I am a Christian and why I believe it's rational, well, I think you need to have origin, meaning, morality, and destiny. Origin, where are you coming from?
Yeah, but you could find that through anything.
From?
Like, why Christianity at that point?
Big questions that are metaphysical. Like, where did we get all people are created equal? Where did we get...
He acts like we don't ask questions. What?
Value for human beings. Why are human beings more valuable than the horse, the pony I'm getting for my girls? I mean, if that horse...
I think I'll watch like the first 20 minutes of this, but yeah, I might tackle this one.
My girl,
like,
if that horse
this is
has
interesting.
the same level of reasoning, say if one of my girls, for example, was handicapped Why doesn't that horse have the equal value as my daughter? It makes no sense from a place of origin. And second, meaning. There's no objective meaning in atheism. There's nothing bright and happy
That was
about
a really dumb, reductive
the
argument.
heat death of the universe.
What?
And are things really not having any long-lasting meaning and purpose? All the things that we do, all the relationships we stack up here on this planet. Morality, we know there's breakdown in morality, objective morality. The breakdown into, I don't think Aaron's a relativist, but I see a very hard stake to make in terms of the oughtness and the shouldness and the objective morals without a God. And then finally, destiny. You got to make sense of destiny. Where are you going?
There's no making sense of destiny. I mean, that guy.
To Gehenna?
Zing.
Or are you just going to the worm pit? Or is there something
worm
more?
pit?
Are you falling through
This motherfucker's afraid of Sarlacc?
this life, out of this life, into the loving arms of the creator?
This guy cosplays as Boba Fett. We all know it.
We all want that. I think C.S. Lewis was right
hey,
when he talked about
used to be
how
cool.
We long for food, we have an appetite, and there is food. We long for sex, and there is sex out there. We long for eternity, and most likely there is eternity out there. So that jives with me. That works for me. I think for me also, the emotional side of Christianity and the cultural side, tremendously rational. I was just in LA, just got back from LA on a popular podcast. I read this quote because I think it's very powerful from one of my favorite writers. He's an atheist, oddly enough. And he said to Kenyon College, I won't say who it is, but well, yeah, David Foster Wallace. And the compelling reason for maybe choosing some sort of God or spirituality, he says, because we all worship something. This is an atheist saying. He's one of the most brilliant atheists, I think, in the last 50 years. Unfortunately, he hung himself. But he said, is that pretty much anything else you worship will eat you alive? If you worship money and things, if they are where you tap real meaning in life, then you will never have enough, never feel you have enough. Worship your body and beauty and sexual allure, and you will always feel ugly. And when the time and age start showing, you will die a million deaths before they finally grieve you. Worship power, you will end up feeling weak and afraid, and you will need ever more power over others to numb you to your own fear. Worship your intellect.
But then apply that to God and the actual structure of the church then. That's literally...
Being seen as smart, you will end up feeling stupid, a fraud, always on the verge of being found out. But the insidious thing about these forms of worship is they're unconscious. They are default settings. So, everybody worships. The only choice we get is what to worship. And the compelling reason for maybe choosing some sort of God or spirituality thing to worship is that pretty much anything else you worship is going to eat you alive. And it's a subconscious matter. I see it all the time as a psychotherapist in my office. I not too long ago had
He's a psychotherapist.
A brilliant artist I was counseling, and she was worshiping her art. She ended up in a psych facility, unable to get out because her depression was so high. And I said,
worshiping her art.
Probably want to change that worship into something eternal, something outside of you.
He is one of the most. That is so irresponsible. The fact that this guy is any type of therapist that then is just like, well, you need to seek God. No.
And Viktor Frankl.
No, and you should lose your license if you are medically approved. No.
Those writings, obviously the great psychiatrist who lived through the prisoner of war camps there in Nazi Germany. He said, those who didn't worship something outside of the camp, something eternal, shriveled up and died, turned each other in, became nasty and brutish. The only ones who had a level of buoyancy and happiness and joy, even within the death camps, were those who had some type of God. So that's the emotional side of it. And then the real intellectual piece is the gospel reliability. I mean, 9 observers, witnesses, put their memories to writing. You have 27 different documents in the New Testament that were written on 27 different scrolls by 9 of these different writers, or over 20 to 50 years about. And now they've been collected into one book, and that's the New Testament. 5,800 handwritten Greek manuscripts, 9,000 manuscripts in other languages. Homer, we only get 643. Qumran scrolls, huge discovery in the 1900s, gigantic. 500 books worth. You have obviously Isaiah, most of Isaiah on a fragment, but then you have fragments of every single book.
This isn't applying to his argument,
in the Old Testament. Gigantic in terms of the reliability of the Bible as a whole. You get early testimony. My biggest piece of early testimony would be Paul, 1 Corinthians 15, 3 through 8. He also talks about in Philippians 2, but I would go 1 Corinthians 15, 3 through 8 as number one, because what is passed down? What has been passed down to him? And I would say the weeks after Jesus' resurrection, we have the immediate preaching of what occurred with the resurrection, which is the gospel. That's weeks. That's the scholarship that I go by. So eyewitness testimony, multiple independent sources. So you have coherence and dissimilarity within it. That's pay dirt for historians. It's not just wild contradictions. No, there's dissimilarities, and there needs to be. Or there's some type of collusion. Eyewitnesses are trustworthy. I would say, why would they lie? Doesn't make any sense. Women
worship by word count. Yeah, exactly. Robin, seriously, this guy is doing it where he's just because he's also ignoring a fundamental flaw in this, that it is still a handed down story. He keeps saying Paul, but it's but Paul told a guy who wrote Corinthians.
Trustworthy, even though Josephus would say that's ridiculous. They are untrustworthy, so that's enemy attestation. Corroborating evidence from archaeology. Other writers, there's the Pool of Siloam, Bethesda, on and on. We'll get into that later. But the enemy attestation is also, Romans, Jews. Let's just say the disciples stole the body. And that was a rumor that spread for a long time. Embarrassing details. Why would they add this about Peter and the women? Doesn't make any sense why they would add that.
It was literally a guy.
So maybe these disciples,
a guy who heard it from Paul.
Writers were just brilliant. Brilliant fishermen. And magically they were able to pull off this amazing stunt. Maybe. I'm not totally against that idea. I hold myself to be agnostic and at times. And so, but that's hard for me to get behind.
That's time there.
How much time?
That's time right there. That's 10
minutes. Time, okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Stuart. If that's all there, we'll thank you for your opening statement there. And I just want to remind everybody, if you didn't see the promo on the intro while you were all listening to me do my guitar solo work, we're going to be having a live in-person debate. So that's coming up on September 16th.
Dude's into some pretty kick-ass music.
So we got a link in the description for those tickets. And what's that? Oh, we're seeing double. Look, Aaron's there twice now. So with Aaron's face on the screen 2 times, we're going to hand it over to Aaron for his introductory statement, and the floor is all yours.
I want to thank Stuart for bringing me into 2 debates.
It was a creepy,
and yet not bringing me into 1. Because as you look at the title of this video, it is Christianity True? And that's the one I thought we were going to have. But Stuart decided that we were going to have a debate on, is Christianity rational? But fortunately, he didn't bring an argument for that either.
Nice.
So what he did do was let me know how much he does not know about atheism. First of all, what is materialism? Materialism is we both accept that there is this material universe. I think we both accept that there's a material universe. I don't also assume a magical alternative reality like Stuart does. So materialism is not assuming another reality that is not indicated. He said that chemicals don't reason. I would say that only chemicals reason, that the only thing that we can show in the universe that reasons are chemicals. And the other thing about how he said the worldview of atheism is that nothing exploded and all of that, except that we don't believe there was ever nothing. Not even Lawrence Krauss believes that. I've had the opportunity to talk to a number of cosmologists, cosmogonists, even in models of cosmogony that have a singularity. The singularity is eternal, never created. There was never a time when there was just nothing, and the Big Bang is not an explosion. Also, science doesn't prove math, because math and science are called math and science because...
Sorry, guys, my dog just burped.
They're 2 different things. So math has proofs. Science doesn't. Science doesn't have to prove anything.
That's pretty funny.
It's not about that. It's about showing what is or is not supported by the evidence. We have objective morality. I could argue, if we want to have a whole separate debate on that, about objective morality, where Christianity can't have objective morality, because all you have is the subjective opinion of whoever's pretending to speak for God's subjective opinion. But if you have an actual reason why we, a series of criteria Do we all agree on how do we determine whether something is moral or immoral? Then we can use that to judge your Bible and your God and determine that he is not moral. There's no such thing as destiny, and if there was, that would be yet another thing that would contradict free will. We do not all worship
does not exist.
something. I don't worship anything, and there's no other
keep
atheist
going.
who speaks for me, by the way, and I don't think I speak for anybody else. I can only speak for my own worldview or opinion, but so far as I know, I think I'm in the majority position on this, that we don't all worship something.
Oh.
And then one of my many problems with Christianity would be the absence of independent sources. All you have are anonymous claims. There's no corroborating evidence. There's really no evidence of any kind. So going to the argument that I thought I was coming here for, the one that was pitched to me, the one that is in fact advertised on the video, is Christianity true? And the simple answer is, of course not. Christianity is the notion that there is a God, and that we have to believe that, or we'll be mercilessly and savagely tortured forever and ever and ever, relentlessly, for all eternity, if we don't believe, by a God who supposedly loves us and yet denies us any rational indication of his existence. If God existed, then it would be his fault that we have all this evidence against him, and he would have had to have created all that evidence if he was real. He would have had to have created it to deceive us, just so that he can judge.
That one reminded me of the George Carlin bit where he's just like, this God, he's just like, you're gonna go to hell. You're just, if you're sin, then you're going to hell. But he loves you. He loves you, and he wants money.
Just for what he did to us. And then worse than that, Christianity has the specific requirement that we are to break the very first commandment by worshiping Jesus as God, placed ahead of the Jewish father God, Jehovah, such that anyone who dedicates their life to some other version of God, say as a Sikh or a Hindu or a Zoroastrian or a Muslim, will, despite all their sacrifice and all that they've given up in devotion to God, they will be sent to hell because they didn't declare Jesus as their savior. So all their piety and whatever they sacrificed and all their dedication is meaningless. We have to be forgiven for having fallen victim to God's own crime against us when he set and baited the trap in the Garden of Eden and punished a couple who couldn't be held culpable because God created them without knowing right from wrong and set the conditions such that our failure was inevitable. And then he acted like he was surprised.
Shocked Pikachu face.
That Jesus was supposed to die on the cross was to atone for our discovery of forbidden knowledge. So Christianity is largely a retelling of the Greek myth where Prometheus is bound to a rock to atone for men discovering the secret of fire that made them like unto gods. But none of that ever happened anyway. We know that Adam and Eve are genetically impossible, that the story of the Garden of Eden is just a fable with a moral, one whose only possible truth is only a metaphor, and a poor one at that.
Yeah.
And we know for certain that the Tower of Babel, the global flood of Noah's Ark, the Exodus, Jonah and the whale, and so many other stories in the Bible are not true and did not happen. If those stories were true, then God wants to blame us for everything he did. But fortunately, we know those stories are not true.
God, the ultimate, look what you made me do.
There's nothing to forgive us for, and there is no reason to base forgiveness on what or whether someone believes. We know it's not a moral issue. Morality in Christian theology is irrelevant because it doesn't matter how evil you are. All can be forgiven if you but believe. But if you don't believe, then it doesn't matter how good you are, because the only sin that will not be forgiven is the sin of disbelief. Thus, morality is irrelevant, and gullibility is the sole criteria for redemption. And then if we're only, do I have any time left? How much time do I have
you
left?
Still have 3.5 minutes, a little extra.
3.5 minutes. Well, let me say, let's just go with Jesus being the center of everything. So he's a faith healer who, a self-professed faith healer and scam artist who actually didn't know anything. He said that we could break the Jewish tradition of washing our hands because he said that whatever goes into a man's mouth will not corrupt him. It's what comes out of his mouth, because Jesus apparently didn't know anything about nutrition or drugs or poisons or contaminants. Instead, he believed in the power of magic words He was a mystic who had no idea what caused the maladies that he pretended to cure. He thought they were caused by
This is a different take.
This is not the guy you want to ask medical advice from. He and his disciples were faith healers, self-proclaimed exorcists, and no different than the frauds still running those scam seminars today. He didn't know what the smallest seeds were, even according to contemporary farmers whom he could have just asked. He didn't know when fig season was. And the argument that I hear now that this story isn't real, that it was a later interpolation just for the symbolism, does not help the Christian position. Jesus didn't know that the earth was round. I mean, you got one story where the devil takes him up on a high mountain and shows him all the kingdoms of the earth, which is impossible on a globe. But then Jesus says he doesn't know exactly when his return might be. He says he hopes that it'll be that it won't be during winter.
I just realized that Jesus had like the moment with Mufasa and Simba. Everything the light touches.
Which shows that either Jesus didn't know that there's a southern hemisphere, or he was only here for the Jews anyway, which he actually said, by the way.
Or you do it cinematically, where it's like he sees like around the globe, and it's like it's a quick like whoosh, like he flies around the globe, but he doesn't actually move.
Stop that! You're making noise. Knock it off. Sorry, I have a puppy.
It's all good.
So he told his disciples
Bad
not to go
puppy.
among the Gentiles or enter any town of the Samaritans, but instead to preach only to the Jews. And Jesus said, "Truly I tell you that you will not finish going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." Well, they've been through every town a long time ago, and your boy ain't showed up.
Flat Earth Jesus.
Jesus said that some, not all, but some of the disciples standing with him would not even.
He walked on water, and then he fell off the edge.
Taste death until they saw Jesus seated at the right hand of power and coming in the clouds of heaven. But all those people that he said that to died.
God.
Like 1900 years ago, at minimum.
Damn it! I gotta
Your
pee.
boy is
You know
late.
what?
You've
I'm
been
in.
stood up.
Screw it.
He ain't coming. Do we have any time left?
Yeah, you still have a whole minute about.
Okay, and then the values that Stuart mentioned. I mean, Christian values means no more than intolerance of other people's religious perspectives. Christian family values simply means hatred of gays and anybody who's on the spectrum of genderqueer. And Christian moral values means that excessive violence is perfectly fine whenever you're violating somebody else's rights. The level of hypocrisy, I mean, Christianity is all about denying responsibility. You don't actually have to help somebody. You can just literally wish upon a star that they'll get the help that they need somehow. And you don't have to be responsible for anything you've done, because you don't have to atone for anything you've done wrong, because you can just pretend that your magic imaginary friend has forgiven you, and because of course he has, he's you. And then you don't have to be responsible for the environment either, because you can just make up the excuse that any minute now Jesus will come back and roast everything anyway, so it doesn't matter that I don't do anything. So denial of responsibility. There's no truth to Christianity ever at all, period. Nothing, nada. And here's a big one. This is kind of important. We don't have souls.
10 seconds.
I've talked to a whole bunch of neurophilosophers and neuroscientists, and there is no support for mind-body dualism at all, period. Not in neuroscience, not even in philosophy. We don't have souls. We are our bodies. Chemicals are the only things that reason, and I'll just let it go there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Aaron, for your opening statement there, and your opening statement from you as well, Stuart. Just want to remind everybody here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform, and we will host debates on science, religion, politics, you name it, hit us up. We're excited to have this open discussion, so let's kick it off. Over to you, Stuart, to kick us into our open discussion, and thanks for being here, fellas. Hit that like while you're at it, people. It's a good idea. You're on mute right now.
Okay, so I like that list a lot, and I'm going to be honest. I'm honest in saying that. I am going to start with reliability of the Gospels I went to, and you were saying no sources when I gave 9. I didn't get to my resurrection piece, which there's an incredible historical background for the resurrection itself.
I didn't say you had no sources. I said they were anonymous.
Oh, anonymous. I know. When I hear that, I don't understand that, because
who wrote them?
With the age of where they are placed, the names fit perfectly And if we would actually have a better idea of the names, we would hold them to be more credible than even the dates. But we all hold the dates to be credible at where they're at. So how come you think they're anonymous?
Well, because we don't have their names, and because the dates.
Well, Robin B. Edge of the World, he's falling off an infinity pool.
Would be the closest thing to credible if there was an agreement.
Why am I picturing him singing Aerosmith's "I'm Living on the Edge"
on the dates? But even
you're saying
that,
the gospel
even that is
writers?
questionable.
Matthew,
I
Mark,
had the
Luke,
advantage.
We have fun here.
When I started doing my blasphemers Bible study, and started getting in with some people with some scholarship, and I've had the advantage of speaking to a number of biblical scholars on this topic, and so I was surprised at how weak the Bible actually is. I was surprised to find out that it was worse off than I thought.
And what's interesting about that is I've had the exact opposite experience with atheists like Tom Holland, the great historian over at Oxford.
That's not say Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
I'm told I look like him, actually, which is the biggest compliment I've gotten this year. And so the impact of the Bible worldwide is what all these atheistic
Spider-Man was like a bigger dork, I guess.
Listening to them say that, and then they go on and debate the.
No, damn it. He actually does kind of look like Peter B. Parker from the Inside Into the Spider-Verse.
Graylings of the world who hate them saying that. But it's fascinating that it's an atheist versus atheist. I guess Tom Holland might be an agnostic. But this gets at, I'm glad you said that, because this goes right into what you finished there in your comments. I've got a lot on the resurrection that we could go to because I do know that this debate was on, is Christianity true? And I'm glad you caught my rationality there. But why, when you state something like you just stated, there's no truth to Christianity ever at all, why does a guy like Bart Ehrman last month come out and say that, yes, compassion as an idea, more than just a feeling, came about in this world through Christianity and Jesus Christ himself?
Wait. Bart Ehrman doesn't realize that compassion predates Christianity?
No, his whole point was that compassion was a ridiculous idea in the world, specifically the Roman Empire, pre-Jesus, because it was all about those who are in power had dominance, and it was considered grave weakness by the Greeks and the Romans to actually say, hey, your God is going to become a slave, a servant, and die down here, and he's going to become human. And so that's why Bart Ehrman, the strong atheist,
I can't speak to whatever
one of the most famous,
Ehrman
would say he would grant it, yes.
We'll just give you 10 seconds.
I can't speak to whatever Ehrman was talking about in that moment. I mean, if we want to isolate it to the Romans, yeah, I've read stuff from the Romans that was hugely prejudiced, stuff that I adamantly disagree with. But you can't say that Christianity came from, that compassion came from Christianity when it predates Christianity. And not just in the Middle East, but in the Orient as well.
Thank you.
So we have a lot of compassionate writers from long before the time of Jesus. So that comment just doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
He was referring more to the level of compassion, because you and I have talked about this, I believe, before. When
Moving the goalposts. No, because like you made it sound like it wasn't even a concept.
I agree. There's places in the Gita that obviously the golden rule spans across all religions, but and there's places in the Gita that talk about being friend to your neighbor. I don't know how the Gita would define
there's secular
neighbor.
Philosophers in the 4th century through the 1st century.
But hold on, but there was nothing anywhere remotely close to Jesus Christ saying to die for your enemies. Like, I want to see that. So that's why it's such a radical take on compassion that spread through Christianity. That's why Bart Ehrman would agree on this with a Christian. And so I'm not saying this to point that Christianity is true. The reason why,
and I wouldn't say that Jesus was compassionate either.
No,
I mean there's a number of places where Jesus just straight up lies, saying that everyone who asked for anything will get it, and that if you simply, he was a mystic. He believed that the power of positive thought would change reality. So if you make believe hard enough, you could make a mountain jump into the sea. You just had to believe. And he said that if you just make believe hard enough, then his disciples should be able to perform better miracles than he did. And then of course, which they didn't. And then specifically says that the faith will be able to exorcise demons and speak in new tongues and survive drinking poison or being bitten by venomous snakes. When the reality is that snake handlers still die when they get bit, faith healing doesn't work, demons are not real, and no two people who speak in new tongues can actually understand each other because it's not an actual language, it's gibberish.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that is. And then in Matthew 10, where Jesus says, don't suppose that I came to bring peace, but a sword, right? He says that he's come to turn a man against his father and a daughter against his mother or her mother and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's enemies will be the members of his own household because he's a cult leader. And so he's trying to divide people over their misplaced faith in him. And then, whoever does not pick up the cross is not worthy of me. Whoever finds whoever does not hate whoever loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And then, so here's a guy who believes in demons, right? And this is the same chapter where he promised that he would return during his disciples' lifetime. And then in Luke 14, he continues his rant saying that you can't be one of his disciples unless you hate your mother and your father and your brother and your sister and your wife and even your own life. And of course, this directly contradicts John 3:15 and 4:20, but then the Bible contradicts itself constantly. So here's this guy that has
What was that?
no reason at all, doesn't know dick about Jack, has just erected himself as some kind of faith healer, cult leader. He's the same kind of
that counts, guys.
Scam
That
artist
counts.
we still have running seminars today, and he's made himself the center of this religion.
And yet, how odd this cult leader who came from absolutely nothing, as in like a feeding trough, nothing. How odd that he turns out to be more famous with more biographies written about him than the Roman emperor of the time.
Through no credit of his own.
Sure.
Because this was
odd no less,
the people who supposedly follow him now do exactly the opposite of everything he taught. He was a renunciate. He was advocating that no rich person could get into heaven, that you're supposed to sell all your clothes and give them to the poor. Oh, and pay your taxes, he advocated. He argued basically against the entire Republican Party today, which is a surprising thing. And then
except on abortion and sexuality.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, but if you're no. See, the thing is, he didn't talk about either of those, not directly. What he did talk about was everything that he just listed, but you guys always conveniently can just ignore all that stuff and then just go right to that. No, Christians of convenience. That's what this smug little asshole is. That smile right there, I swear to God, it pisses me off more than anything because these are the guys that are like, oh, I know just because of my faith that I'm right.
Sorry, what?
Except on abortion and sexuality, but the others you're right.
Well, Numbers 5 took care of that. So, I mean, that's already having, and also some Jewish scriptures. We have advocation of abortions with God's direct involvement and assistance. So,
hold on, Aaron.
What?
See, I loved all the topics you brought up. Actually, I'm going to be honest. You brought up my favorite topics out of any debate I've ever had on this show in terms of the amount you brought up and just how interesting they were. But then the slip was showing at the end here. I'm going to go back to no truth to Christianity ever at all. So you're saying Jesus.
And I stand by that.
Okay, so you're saying all values are false. All Jesus, his life perhaps
I did not say that all values are false.
Sources, no impact.
I did not say that all values are false. I said there's no truth to Christianity. Like there's no truth to any religion.
All right, let's
there is nothing there's nothing that any religion can show that they got more right than all the other religions. Nothing.
Okay, that's
and all of them together can't even show that there's a there. All of religions combined can't show that there's a supernatural at all.
A supernatural at all?
Right.
Well, let's just go over that then real quickly.
Yeah, so we're going to go through the standard run of things I've seen 1,000 times, and you're going to pretend as if this is your gameplay. Okay.
Well, all right, fine. I'll just do fact checking then on everything because if you don't want to go because the resurrection evidence has been updated very recently. But what you said on faith was just malarkey.
I don't say anything on faith.
Oh, you
and
said
nothing I said was malarkey.
You said faith is what is fully determined. God is based off of your faith, some type of wish fulfillment, and whether you connect to it or not, then you're going to go to hell if you don't really connect with it. And so I think
that is, I don't think that's what I said at all. You are judged on whether you believe in Christianity. You're given a completely binary sentence, which is utterly ridiculous.
I don't know what
you get the impossible promise, the impossible promise of a posthumous reward for believers, and then non-believers are faced with the threat of a fate worse than death. That is so far extreme and so over the top in both directions that it negates itself. There is no way that an actual considerate or a being at all of any kind of superior intelligence would allow there to be a hell. It certainly wouldn't have a judgment of the type that you're talking about, where it's extremely binary.
What would be the opposite of supreme goodness then? If it's a complete attrition of it,
this guy.
What would it be?
Hard. Like,
why would I need an opposite of supreme goodness?
Because if God is supreme goodness, or let's just say a place.
But your God is not. Let's pretend for a moment that it is. Yeah. Why would I need to come up with an opposite for that?
You don't need to. You don't need to. I'm just saying the opposite of would be what? The opposite
your God
would be what? That's why
the
God
eternal merciless torture in hell. That would be the exact opposite of your God. That's why hell was the first thing that I had to let go of, even as a young Christian, because I realized that hell was inconsistent with God.
But there's so much eisegesis going here that I just want to do a little exegesis. And one of them being just here for the Jews, for example. Then you got to explain the Good Samaritan. Why is the Samaritan raised up? You got to explain the Samaritan, the woman at the well in John chapter 4. There is no way you can set up a case that Jesus was just here for the Jews. The Jews were the chosen people in the Old Testament.
He did say that over and over again. Yes, he did.
What's that?
He said it over and over again.
Yes.
How come
he was just here for the Jews?
How come they can always do this where it's just like, wait, so he said that a few times, but what I'm saying he only said once, but it's also speculated that he may not have even said it. But what you're saying is completely wrong, even though it's been said multiple times in this holy book that I'm supposed to take as God's word.
A number of times.
Then all these other examples were given, especially in the book of Revelation, and then every tribe and nation in Galatians, and then all these examples of welcoming the Samaritans. So what, is he just contradicting himself completely?
I would guess so, yes. Because that happens a lot in the Bible.
That's how that
noticed,
works.
I'm sure.
No, I think it's beautifully put in order to not see contradictions, but a level of tension that makes you actually look deeper. He does not speak in total black and white, nor is the Bible spoken completely in black and white. And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're denying the heaven and hell option.
Gospels. The beauty of the historicity of the Gospels is, again, any good historian or literarist would talk about the importance of the tension, not contradiction, but the tension in reporting and writing.
I think the only possible beauty in the Gospels is that they're not historical.
How do we know that?
Well, because one, they're not part of history. They're not backed by any historian.
Wait, Tom Holland just backed it. Tom Holland, Andy Murray.
Contemporary historians, again, going back to Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman argues that there was a historical Jesus, but that Jesus was not a historical character because he's not recognized by any contemporary historian, not one.
I don't want to cut anybody off, but unfortunately it is the case that when you do speak over Stuart, his audio is cutting out completely, so those little nuances between the open discussion are getting a little bit lost on the internet trail. So just if we could mitigate a few of the interruptions, that would be okay, just so that it's not as open as what we'd like it to be, but that's okay.
If Stuart wants to challenge me that there is truth to creationism, that there is truth to Christianity, making a distinction there, he's welcome to show me what that truth is.
Truth to Christianity. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I mean, that's the debate, right?
That's exactly what the debate is.
So show me truth of Christianity. Show me something that Christianity teaches.
Truth of Christianity? Wait, what?
Apart from anybody else.
About. Truth of Christianity.
That is actually true.
Okay. Wait a second. Are you asking for me to teach you something on Jesus's teachings that's true, or am I giving evidence here for like the reliability of the Gospels and resurrection?
So if we were talking,
I will go for you. I feel like
bringing up Hinduism, and I was going to bring up something that Hinduism teaches that is actually true, and therefore this is the truth of Hinduism. This shows that Hinduism is true.
Yeah.
That I would be giving some kind of I'd be giving evidence for the type of theology that they're talking about. I would be able to show that there is a there. You can't do that. That's why you used the opening arguments that you did, because they all demonstrate that you already know we can't go there.
Excuse me.
No. I hear so many secularists say things like agreeing with the basic facts on the resurrection, for example, that there was a well-known tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, that women whose testimony we thrown out of court of law were the first eyewitnesses, that even Josephus said that the disciples had
Josephus, yes, the famous, very, very reliable historian.
some type of experience. Come on. And that then people like Paul and James were converted.
This is Abraham
But
Nostradamus.
even before that, there was an incredible historical context with people like Suetonius, Celsus, Josephus, all of these, or at least 10 of them, historical non-Christian writers who weren't just talking about Jesus existing and dying on a cross, but they were even setting up that Jesus was a miracle worker. So you got to explain that one. If we're just going to toss out Jesus is a miracle worker because his disciples said so, fine. But then you got to talk to me about the 10. Then you have them talking about
I have to talk to you about the what?
Christians started worshiping on a third day. Why did they
talk to you about the what?
I think he missed what you said there,
the miracle work. My confusion there is, then why were there so many secular historians and emperors and eyewitnesses saying that he was a miracle worker?
You mean why were there no eyewitnesses?
What do you mean?
Why was there not one eyewitness?
Why would they say that? Why would Josephus?
Why would who say that?
Why would Josephus, Suetonius, and Celsus all say that he was a miracle worker?
Okay. So lots of people doing the little bit magic tricks like faith healers still do today. Sure. I don't have a problem with that. But we don't have eyewitnesses. We have claims of eyewitnesses. We have claims that 500 people saw this. We don't have a single testimony from any one of those 500. We don't have 500 testimonies. We just have a single claim that 500 anonymous people saw this.
Matthew, Mark, John, Paul, James.
And all anonymous, those are not the authors of those Gospels.
Those are not the authors of the Gospels. God, they always do that too.
How do you know that?
What?
Because they're not identified as that.
Even in the Christian, oh my God, guys, even in the religion that and I was part of the most fundamental of fundamentalists, this is accepted that it was the inspired word of God, and that we don't actually know the authors of the book of Mark. We don't know the author of with the book of Luke. We also don't, they think they might know the book of Matthew, but it's theorized. So they don't know. And this was accepted in the religion. So for this putz to just be like, well, how do you know that?
There's just somebody arbitrarily put names on that.
Yeah.
They're not written from the first person perspective, identifying the authors in that case. So there's no reason to associate other than the fact that tradition has put those names on it.
Well, the full burden of proof is on you for that one.
Okay, I just gave it.
That did not sound sufficient to get out from underneath it.
Okay, so we have no reason to believe that those are the names that belong there.
Even Bart Ehrman, even though he makes that point, he does not hold solidly to that point.
Does he allow that maybe Luke was actually the author of Luke? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But Matthew and Mark, no.
Oh, I had that backwards.
So we have a hard maybe.
Yeah, maybe
on Luke. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hard no on Mark and Luke. Oh,
or Mark and Matthew. Yeah.
And then John.
I had that,
no.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got a completely different story on John.
Yeah, John, because then they're just like, well, it's not the same John, because a lot of people conflate the John from Revelation with that John.
We have a propagandist writing an entirely different tale in the case of John.
Okay, so I don't.
And again, we have to look at the whole logic.
I don't agree with it.
Adam and Eve didn't happen. We know that none of the original sin thing happened. We know that most of the things that Jesus is teaching for, they're all wrong. He got all of that wrong. The supernatural aspect is all wrong. That the moral judgment of it for the heaven and hell aspect, all of that is wrong. So what's not wrong? What's actually true?
Well, I'm still stuck on these gospel writers because, again, the burden of proof is on you, and I don't think you've given me a good enough evidence
not.
to believe.
Oh my God, no! Just because you don't know it doesn't mean that the burden of proof is on him. Especially when you already kind of know that he's right.
Believe that it was not those four.
Okay, so the experts agree. We just had this. The experts agree that maybe.
Why would they be
not hard? Yes, but maybe.
And tell me.
Maybe Luke was written by Luke.
Hold on a second. There's
so familiar.
Matthew and Mark were not written by Matthew and Mark, and neither was John.
Why were they so familiar with things like botany? With Luke talking about, for example.
Oh, you mean Jesus getting the wrong, the size of the seeds wrong, and the
Why would
the fig tree
figs wrong?
Yeah.
Familiarity.
1 second there, Aaron. We'll let Stuart expound on what he's thinking.
You will not.
For a second, just because his audio is
one of my favorite stories in all of the Bible is in 2 Corinthians when Jesus is angry. Yes, Jesus, angry, right? A very human emotion. He's very upset. As he's passing this fig tree, he notices that it is an ugly fig tree, and he says, "Fig tree, you will produce no figs," and just walks away and curses the fig tree. I remember studying it and even looking, and my theology teacher was just or my doctrine teacher was like, "Yeah, we don't know either."
My audio always goes. I noticed that for all these debates. Are the cards? Is the deck stacked against me here, Ryan?
You need to get one of these.
Well, I should not look at your chat. These people hate me. They lie about me every other post.
Don't be lying about our speakers in the chat. Give them lots of love.
Tell me
in
I
the
hate
chat.
my father, all kinds of shit. You'd be amazed at the slander going on here. All of it wrong.
Well, I'm going to
but
pop
what the
in
hell?
there, and
I get that I look like a Disney villain. Okay, fine. That doesn't...
That he does.
mean I'm actually...
He totally does. Oh, my God. You put a fucking pirate hat on him. He is Captain Hook.
Evil.
Well, I'm going to pop in there right quick and just mitigate the chat a little bit. Make sure you're being kind in there and your usual nice
they're
selves,
not
everybody.
kind. I'm just not even going to look at this because it's bad.
Oh, no. Well, just a reminder, everybody, to hit the like button. Regardless of what you're saying, haters be haters. We don't mind you. No sweat off our back. We'll move on without you.
Okay, guys, so this is apparently something I can look forward to.
We still got up to 30 minutes of open discussion, everybody. So make sure that you're sharing this out in those contentious spaces you like to have.
Dog lover 0208. The resurrection stories don't even line up. Nope.
Have those debates, and let's keep.
No, and just remember that out of the 4 gospels, that only 2 of them actually mention the virgin birth. You'd think that would be a pretty important, piece of information to not just leave out.
But rolling, fellas. So let's pass it back to you, Stuart, there, and keep the conversation rolling.
All right, let me get my verbosity out for 1 second, then you respond. I see the problem with what you're positing right now is nobody has brought a great case where they're like, I am certain the gospel writers, we got the names wrong. Everybody's like, speculation, I don't know if it really was them. So my case for them actually being the correct ones were their names were on the documents from the very beginning. And so if you're going to trust even the narrative of the gospel, which Aaron, I don't think you do, you're going to have to trust that if you actually trust the dating and the names. Now, I think the names obviously jive with the culture at the time. You got obviously the names that they bring up all the time are Simon Peter, Joseph, Matthew. All those names are the names that were used. Then you have
I trust the Gospel of Thomas probably more than I trust the other 4.
Yeah, well, the Gospel of Thomas is barely any copies.
Yeah, I realize that, but it's got the only wisdom from Jesus in it.
What was that?
When his disciples asked him what he thought about circumcision, and Jesus said that if God meant for us to be circumcised, we would have been born without foreskins. I'm like, that makes perfect sense.
I didn't know that passage. That is a bumper sticker right there. I like that. So
what is that, a factory recall?
So they get names right. Then they get
Arn he's bodying him.
Botany
so.
right. The sycamore tree.
How do they get botany right? And why is that relevant?
They use things like the sycamore tree, for example. Luke chapter 19 with Zacchaeus. He climbs up into the sycamore tree.
Okay.
Or the olive, for example, Garden of Gethsemane, connected.
And the relevance there.
It's all botany. So I'm just saying that they knew.
So Jesus getting the.
Oh my God, guys! They mentioned trees. What? And they theorized that Luke was a botanist.
The date of figs wrong and the size of the smallest seed wrong. That's the gospel's getting botany right.
Well, that's Jesus. I'm talking about the gospel writers right now.
No, you're right. What the fuck is Jesus?
What the fuck is Jesus? Yeah. Wow.
So
wow.
We're talking about looking for the
me,
truth
man.
of Christianity, right? So that there's a God and you have to believe in Jesus for whatever reason.
Wow.
And if you don't believe in Jesus, then it doesn't matter how you dedicate your life. You're going to hell because there's a hell because God is a punk. And completely unjust and unrighteous judge, and you've got this eternal damnation. Either way, right? Because if you go to heaven, that's eternal damnation too. You just don't realize it the first day in the door. It'll take you a couple of days to realize that that's hell too. So where's the truth of Christianity? Where's the true part of Christianity?
The true part, I would say, in terms of the teaching, is the brilliancy of if there is a God.
Brilliance.
It would make a whole lot of sense for God to meet humanity in physical form.
This guy thinks like a child. Like he literally thinks like a kid. Just like, yeah, could you imagine how cool it would be to meet God? Yeah. I mean, either a kid or just like dude, here I am. I think you guys know what I just did. Come on. I'm not even sitting like, yeah, man. I could see that.
And punching
Doesn't he already automatically do that with every creation?
What do you mean?
The only way I can view this is if I was a god, I would automatically feel, because he's telepathic, I would be able to feel that every paramecium, I would know what sensations they're going through. I would be able to sense every fucking thing. I wouldn't need to create some hippie based on what, the image of the Borgias. And then, and in order to forgive somebody for something they never did in the first place, which is another important point, that never happened. But even if it did happen, I would have the unconditional love that doesn't have conditions. I would be able to forgive.
Oh, thank you for following, Dog Lover.
Without having my people have to do something unforgivable first.
Dog.
So you wouldn't have to kill Jesus to stay out of hell, because I would be a good God, not even a great God, but I would be a better God than your God. I wouldn't allow there to be a hell because that's stupid. It's not possible to earn an eternal damnation. You can't be bad enough. 10,000 Hitlers times squared. You can't be bad enough to be worth hell.
So then you disagree with David Foster Wallace then when he says
okay. What is with this guy? Like, this David Foster Wallace, like, these guys love to do that too, where they're just like, yeah, they're like modern day prophets. We have to treat them as such. They would if we were living in biblical times, David Foster Wallace, he would be in the Bible.
You'd be wrong.
It would be David Foster Wallace, chapter 1 through 4.
2, I don't care.
Hell is here on earth. And simply eternal hell is just that hell writ large.
Also, just not acknowledging when you have a man crush, my dude. Come on.
Because your hell on earth here is the imposter syndrome that you have to live with when you worship something like your looks or your job.
I don't worship anything, remember?
What's that?
He refuses to accept that.
It was one of the many things
he refuses
when you
to
tried
accept
to describe
that, though.
Atheism.
I know you hate the word because you hate everything Christian.
The only thing I hate is injustice.
My favorite part about you is your emotional bias, which I like.
I don't have an emotional bias. I don't hate anything either except for injustice. That includes lies, and that's what pits me against religion.
Well, here. Okay, so God...
I hate.
Let's go back to your original question because it's a good one. Well, let's take, for example, okay, God meets...
I'm intolerant of intolerance.
Different ways, and you would say no. I have had
I just said yes. I just said that
I then, for example, I think
God would know everything that we know, every pain that we feel. God would know all of it.
How do you know he doesn't?
Why would you have to do, as you said, where he creates himself as his son. Oh, by the way, I need to show people this shirt. Are you there, God? It's me, you. Because
it's actually pretty funny.
That's
kind of want it.
That's how ridiculous Christianity is. And I sidetracked myself. Remind me, where were we?
Hey, all right, guys, that made me feel a lot better.
Close to Ryan. I think Ryan wants one.
Okay.
Me? No, I'm just hanging out.
Saw that little that eye, Ryan.
No.
Yeah, so why
Ryan's such a cool Canadian?
Would God have to create his son? Stupid idea. to then have to sacrifice his son. The idea that he ever demanded to sacrifice at all, again, stupid. Again, evidence against God. So that he could forgive us when he could have just forgiven us anyway. And it was entirely his fault.
No, he has not given his Wait, is it that bad? So, Dog Lover says, has Stewart given his stance on slavery yet? And then it's literally just the emotes of if it's that bad, oh man, I wasn't going to do this much of a stream, but
everything that went on in the Fable of the Garden,
I might be in for the long haul on this one.
He did, and it was all wrong. But it doesn't matter because it didn't happen. So, no truth, no original sin, no Adam and Eve, no Tower of Babel, no global flood of Noah's Ark, no Exodus, no Jonah.
Oh yeah, I definitely got at least one more hour in me.
None of that happened. So even if there was a Jesus, what do you got? You got a first century faith healer. You've got the Kenneth Copeland of the first century. Big fucking deal. So Jesus is trying to come up with his first century version of the citation jet while telling everybody else that they have to sell all their clothes and go into the poorhouse so that they can support the poor. Now, maybe they're donating their money to Jesus. I don't know how he's funding his operation. I remember what was it? Bobby Tilton here in Dallas, a big mega preacher, he was donating all of this money to a charity, a boys' charity for orphans in Haiti, which, here's a surprise. I know you don't see this coming. It was confirmed that orphanage never existed. And the reason it was in Haiti was so that he could fund the money out, that he was getting hundreds of millions of dollars from people and funding it out supposedly to charity. Now, I don't know that Jesus was doing that, but it sounds like the same kind of scam.
Well, then I don't know why in the world you have the Mother Teresa. Don't you start that Mother Teresa line on me.
Did I have to say a word?
I don't know.
You already realize what a bad argument that is.
It really hurts my feelings when anybody speaks ill of Mother Teresa. My wife worked in the Mother Teresa home, cutting a lot of toenails. But for me, it's the whole piece on your original question. If there is a God.
What? What was the toenail line? Can somebody explain that one to me? Because I feel like I'm missing something.
How would he meet us? And I gave one example of he became human here on this earth.
Which he didn't need to do.
I am very pro psilocybin and DMT and a lot of these drugs because these have shown that 40% of hard atheists became theists after these drug trips. So I think that's another
I think you might have that backwards, my dude.
way that God meets us.
Wait. One of the things that really impresses me about talking to believers is the citations of statistics that can't be backed up and any claim of fact.
Look it up.
Never backed up.
Yep.
I was a couple of weeks ago. I was in Washington State protesting. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Soviet mind. He was trying to make it seem like she was doing the Lord's work.
To SatanCon and
just touching those nasty feet.
Converted 98 Satanists.
Though theist can be anything. I mean, yeah.
To Jesus. But he couldn't come up with...
That's why I've always thought, like, anytime they're just like, oh, so you worship, you worship the idea of nothing. It's like, well,
name
no.
One. Not one person.
No.
He had a handful of pictures that he took with people for people who just were polite enough to pose for pictures with him and were Satanists before they went there.
Also, Lori Myers, welcome.
There and are Satanists still. So we got this guy lying, right? Lie. He said that the 20 Satanists had run away when there's 40 of us still standing there at the end of the day. So lie. That's what I get. Christianity, nothing but lies. Can you show me something that isn't just another stupid lie?
Sure. Statistically, Christians give away the most. Statistically, according to multiple op-eds.
They also take the most. You want to talk about how much they take? Let's do a calculation on how much tax revenue that they skate on.
Right.
Especially the super churches. You want to play that game? Let's play.
At the New York Times right now who went down to Africa. They said they had the same view as you, and they said if Africa didn't have Christians, the AIDS epidemic would be off the charts. It's the same that Christians are on the front lines. They're the main ones pushing for anti-sex trafficking right now.
Okay, so what's the largest denomination of Christianity?
This is not. We can have that debate in terms of.
No. I'm just asking a question. What is the largest denomination of Christianity?
Well, hold on to that one, Stuart, and let's wrap up your point.
Okay.
Wait, Ryan, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said hold on to his question and
want
wrap
me to
up your
speak.
point.
He wants you to finish.
Oh, write that question down because that was a good one.
The question. I just wanted to make sure you wrapped up your point there.
I can't remember my point, but I'll just finish a previous point.
To the question.
So God meets us through DMT and psilocybin and marijuana.
God only exists in those forms.
Here to this planet in human form to physically connect with us.
I can tell you right now.
Statistically, I have friends who are on the mission field in Muslim.
He's not doing it through the Mary Jane. I can say that right now.
Territories who all say that thousands of Muslims are becoming Christians because they're having dreams where they're meeting Christ. God comes to us via.
And I'm going to challenge you on that one too, because there's no way you're going to be able to verify that.
Of inmates.
Yeah, actually, here, this is a good point. Soviet mind. The guy would not have the same argument if for Bill Gates, even though he donates way more than any Christian.
Who are across the country and all the Christian.
Also, can we just not remember the whole Joel Osteen locking his church during the hurricanes thing? Yeah.
Rescue missions that are all Christian based. The Oxford group based, obviously, AA. Some of those are non-Christian now. All of these are meeting God as at least.
All right, this is like one of the most like stoner questions ever, but I love it. Can God cook a burrito so hot he himself cannot eat it? If he can't, then he is not omnipotent. If he can, still not omnipotent. Lori Meyer, that's hilarious.
Please, not as a Christian God, but as a higher power to get outside of self in order to have a relationship.
Just picturing him
with him where they worship something other than the finite, and by doing so, they get healthy. So that's a few ways that God meets us, I think, and it makes sense.
Oh my God, I just realized who he looks like. You ever seen Wreck-It Ralph? He looks like Fix-It Felix.
So I'm going to say that most of what you just said is indefensible bullshit.
I agree.
Now, when you said that Christians give more than most people, I'll concede that one. Because Christians are the largest demographic. If you include the largest
Oh my
body
God,
of
I can't unsee it.
But then
He
what
totally
is the
does.
largest denomination of Christians? That's Catholics. There's slightly over half of all Christians collectively are Catholics.
Decreasing.
What's that?
They're decreasing greatly, but yes, they will
Christianity as a whole is decreasing.
No, all of it is.
But regardless,
I mean, dude, they're closing churches. Like, I just read this article about how churches are, like, even though they have, small congregations, they're not growing. So they can't maintain them.
Catholicism is still over half.
So you've seen a lot of consolidation with churches where they all kind of come together to make a bigger one. But they can't maintain all the buildings.
All Christians are Catholics. Agreed?
It depends if you call Catholics Christians, because so many people don't consider
Okay, so if Catholics are not Christian, then Christians are the fourth largest religion. Islam is the dominant faith, followed by Catholicism. On some charts, it may be followed by Hinduism, because Catholics and Hindus are very close to the second place position. And then the fourth place would be...
Literally, no one doesn't consider Catholics Christians. I don't. Just because I was both Anglo Catholic and I went to an evangelical Christian school. So
Protestant.
Trust me, they did not treat it the same.
Christianity. So
if you believed in the apocryphal books, you might as well have just believed in a totally different Bible.
If you eliminate Catholics, well then you're in a very minority
kind of
position.
was, but whatever.
If you maintain the largest denomination of Christianity being Catholics, let's not forget that Pope Benedict, who I prefer to call Darth Ratzinger, went into Africa arguing that the use of condoms causes AIDS. He said that. This is the leader of the largest denomination of Christianity. And you want to say that if it wasn't for Christianity...
Well, I mean, if you were a Catholic at that time and you were a dude, can you imagine her? It's like, hey, you know what the Pope said? The Pope said that the condoms will give you AIDS, so...
You know, the AIDS epidemic would have been widespread, right?
If the Pope said
because of Christianity, the AIDS epidemic was widespread across Africa. Because fucking Darth Ratzinger said that. Because he hates...
What about all the marches right now by the atheists who are saying, we are here, we are queer, and we're coming for your children? I mean, I'd say there's some serious indoctrination going on here for these poor kids.
We're coming for your children? Are you sure you didn't quote that off of Fox News?
I'm just saying.
I have marched in a gay pride march. I'm not gay, but representing an atheist group, I have marched in a gay pride. I don't remember anybody saying we're coming for your children. Except for the Christians who come to my door asking me.
Laurie Myers, actually, no. I've watched enough of this guy's debates. He believes this crap. He's not a troll. He's coming at this in good faith, but he's really just that stupid.
How can we best target?
He's a target.
That word target children.
Well, who would you rather meet in a back alley?
I hate to say it though, his main arguments are coming at that he uses are just almost baseline arguments that you form as a Christian
or an atheist?
So.
Atheist, absolutely.
Well, if it was you,
because we know that the men in dresses molesting children are not the trans people.
Hey, teachers are doing that more than priests
Oh
are.
my God!
And I'm not a.
Oh my God!
Do we have statistics
this
for
guy.
That, really? I mean, how many religious leaders do we have to find out?
Yeah,
we're actually not just doing it themselves, but we're covering up for other pedophiles as well.
Oh, even in Christianity, man, it is rampant.
How many times do we have to?
And this guy's gonna be like, the teachers
have some homophobic leader of a family.
All right, I take that back, Lori. He may just be trolling.
Organization, because all the religious groups have the word family.
He really
in it,
is that
means
dumb.
that they hate gays. So
this doesn't decrease the credibility for Jesus Christ, though, does it?
But we don't start from zero. There is still no credibility. We have a first century faith healer who was wrong about everything. That's what we start from.
And then build up to what?
We build up to the guy didn't know anything then died.
Yeah.
He said he was coming back while some of his apostles or some of his disciples would still be alive. He didn't. He failed. They're dead. He's 1900 years late.
He didn't say in their lifetime.
Yeah, he did. Some of you standing
that was a great way of putting that.
Some of you will not even taste of death.
Yeah, teachers get fired. Priests get moved.
The Son of Man coming in the right hand of power in the kingdom with the clouds and all that kind of shit.
That was about the collapse of the temple, 70 AD.
Didn't happen. They never saw Jesus returning in the clouds at the right hand of power. Never happened. What was promised did not occur.
Do you honestly believe this whole piece on Jesus and faith, and that it's if you just aren't smart enough, you can't grasp this faith, you're just going to hell? I mean, look at how he dealt with, for example, the man who was going, Jesus healed his son, when the man said, I do believe, help my unbelief.
Soviet Mind, I notice you haven't followed. If you would like to do that, that'd be awesome.
Jesus doesn't scold him. Or, for example, Encounter.
Impeccable Living, you just walked into a debate with Aaron Ra and Stuart. I just call him Stuart. And yes, Stuart is giving the dumbest arguments for
Peter.
Just in general.
Also, I do believe
I don't know, man. He really is arguing kind of like a 10-year-old where it's just like, well, this guy said so.
That Jesus didn't actually revive somebody who was literally dead.
Jesus what?
I don't believe that Jesus revived anyone who was actually dead.
Well,
I believe that Jesus did the same kind of bullshit stick that we've seen Peter Popov do, that we've seen Bobby Tilton doing, and and all of these other faith healers, where they've shown how midgets grow, and they hire somebody to sit down in a wheelchair to wheel them on stage so that they can have them walk, so they can make a good stage performance out of it. And then worse things, when you have somebody that's actually convinced.
The Amazing Randy did a documentary about that.
They can stand up out of their wheelchair and they can stand for a moment.
CPR Jesus.
And now, oh yeah, that's great. Now put her back in the chair and wheel her off stage and tell them that they don't need their medication. And my friend James Randi went to go visit one of these people who did this performance on stage, and it was televised. And he wanted to go see, did she actually, a week later, did she actually not have to have her medication anymore? And when he shows up, they're wheeling her out in a gurney, dead.
So religion versus Jesus Christ and the Christian faith.
Religion versus Jesus Christ? No,
is there a difference?
Christ is religion.
No. You brought
what's the world's dominant religion?
I do not believe that Jesus or Paul teaches me to go and handle snakes right now who will bite me.
Lazarus was narcoleptic and his family was just trying to bury him alive. Jesus came along and was like, bro, your family are idiots. Get the hell out of here.
And kill me. Do you think it's because I am just deflecting from certain passages?
And then it's just like, look, there's a miracle
in the Bible, and I'm not actually reading in context.
All right, that's
or
pretty fucking
You are
funny.
ignoring certain passages that do clearly say that, yes.
Honestly, don't believe that that's contextual.
Okay.
Well, this might be
I'm not going to argue for the literacy of Scripture. I will only say that nobody reads the Bible more literally than atheists, because we don't need to make up any bullshit excuses.
Yep. Thank you. I have been saying this since I left my faith. So somebody tried to make the argument. They're just like, well, you're especially when they found out that I was leaving the faith. It was one of my friends that was, pretty invested in me staying. And they kept saying, they were just like, what? Oh, well, if you just know that you have to go, then why don't, like, do you have faith in your not having faith? And I was just like, I hate when Christians specifically try to pull that like reverse Uno on you, where you're just like, I can't even.
For when it says something we can't allow it to mean.
I wish I was an atheist, because that'd be so easy.
How many times have I brought up, when people say, well, the Bible says this, and I say, no, it doesn't say that. And they say, yes, it does. I'm like, show me. Well, I can't show you. Well, that's the way it always is, isn't it? But if I say that the Bible says something, I can bloody well show you right exactly where it says that. And when they say, well, it doesn't say that, then I show them. And they say, well, that's not what it says, becomes that's not what it means.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that you do that, because they oftentimes go to their little priest, and their little priest says, don't ask those
your
questions.
Little priest, but then you do it with your Bible studies. That's where I was going with that. Like, dude, you have this thing where it's just like, well, if we hold each other's hands through it, we can find out what they mean, and only through our faith can we figure out what Jesus means. Meanwhile, Aaron's dead on about this. You read it literally, and you're like, this doesn't make any sense, and it's horribly fucking edited.
Just listen to me. And when that occurs, then it's not their faith at all.
I hate the atheism is easy argument. What's easier, believing some kind of deity has your best interests at heart and will protect you, or that the universe is an entirely random occurrence and there's nothing there to protect you and no meaning to anything? Lori, they don't see it that way. They see it as like it's our choice to not. Yeah, like that's a really good point. Also, yes.
And when that occurs, it's a total abuse of power.
You and I agree.
I'm coming down
because
off
that
of
exactly happens. Somebody finds some
like the name of my show is listed. Just so you know, I'm just going to
horrible thing that the Bible really does say. They go and visit their priest with it. The priest says, just don't ask those questions, because Dickless ain't got no answer.
Well, this might be a good time, everybody, we got 15 minutes left of the open discussion, so it might be a good time to focus specifically on the resurrection for the next, or try to, you guys can meander all you want, but we can focus on that just for the debate topic, and then we'll move into our Q&A, and let's keep it rolling.
Well, actually, you know what, Lori Myers, it's just as simple as ignorance is bliss, and they don't see it that way because they don't see themselves as being ignorant.
Remember, everybody, to hit that like button. I hear if we pass 666 likes on a live stream, Bruce Dickinson will appear and sing the whole Number of the Beast album. It's just a wives' tale, but let's find out if it's true.
666,
Number
of the Beast.
I like how people are criticizing me for not coming up with bullshit excuses when I read the scripture, that I just read what it says and take it that it says that. People are criticizing me for that. In your chat.
They're not my
Maiden
tribe.
rules.
All right, so the resurrection.
I happen to know that Ryan is a huge Ronnie James Dio fan, so if he makes a few more rock references through this, I'm going to hedge my bets and say that they're going to be Dio references next.
Where did Paul get again that he received that he probably received it? So from my perspective, from Peter and James when he visited them in Jerusalem 3 years after his conversion. So you have that in Galatians 1:18.
They are.
Most scholars.
I mean, dude, it's like he was saying, Bruce Dickinson's just going to fly his plane there because that's what he does. He flies his plane, like he flies his own band to their gigs.
Believe that testimony was
Still
part of that
wild,
early creed
man.
that I referenced that dates right back to the resurrection itself.
Yeah,
So eyewitness testimony.
Look at him.
Within weeks. Some would say months.
Look at him. I'm just going to take this moment just to...
So there's no time for there to be legend that goes about. And it obviously occurred, the resurrection, right in Jerusalem. So it would be so easy.
Just no joke. I mean, there's literally no joke here. Dio's Last in Line is legit one of my favorite songs.
For both the Romans and the Jews to say, yep, here's the body. This is ridiculous. This is a hoax. Let's get on with it. So the resurrection hypothesis, without forcing it, I believe has totally explanatory scope and power, and it really couldn't be any better than what it is. I mean, Aaron, like science, if you think about, we've never seen a black hole and probably never will, or a quark or subatomic particles.
Several now.
Rings. But the reason, just as an example, the reason why these things are positive is because we see certain effects. So you posit hypothetical, theoretical causes that could result in these effects.
You do understand they've actually seen several black holes now.
That would hold on, don't get stuck in the black holes. That would produce these kinds of effects. So therefore, even though we've never seen a black hole, it's a good explanation, profitable one.
Yes, we have.
On how we can get certain things.
Wait.
So I would say, in the same sense, a historian could say, posit God as a theoretical entity as the cause for the resurrection.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, he's going to sit here using black holes for his argument. And we...
So Paul's the best source to support Jesus' resurrection. I've said that before. And these are creedal sources.
Can I just declare victory with that statement from you?
Yeah, Done.
Paul is your best
holy shit
evidence for the resurrection. Can I just win with that?
Wow.
Why?
If that's the best you've got, why are we still talking about this?
No, that's just one of 9. I gave 9. He's just the top dog.
You gave 1 name.
Don't you worry. 8 more.
1 name, 9 anonymous.
Buckle up until Q&A. So James, second,
all right.
being a follower, brother. I mean, while he's alive, then he dies and becomes this martyr. He gets thrown from a balcony.
Even Ryan's just
poor
like,
James, he's
bro.
dead, but they're still beating him to death, according to tradition, at the bottom in the dirt. And we get Pliny, Trajan, Suetonius, Josephus, talking about Jesus' brother was crucified. James's brother was crucified. What are we going to do about this? He was a miracle worker. All of a sudden, now what I find is very interesting.
And which Jesus is this? The James, the brother of the one that is anointed, because we have Jesus of Damnius and then Jesus ben Ananias, and Christians will point to both of those and say, hey, that's our guy, when neither one is, and we know that. And your chat is, I'm irritated at all the people who constantly accuse me of lying when I don't lie. And the reason I'm not religious is because I don't lie, and religion is just a lie.
That's a very Christian response.
That's not a very Christian response. Why is it typical?
That's a
then?
very.
Oh, he
that's
said it's a very
like
Christian
when you're saying
response.
that with
I've
your
had
righteous indignation.
I've literally.
Oh, that I'm a Christian because I said I don't lie?
Yeah.
Because I can prove that what I said is justified?
At Lori Myers, yeah. I would just say that I used to be a hardcore Jesus didn't exist guy until we proved he was a real person, unlike a Christian. When we found evidence that he lived, I changed my opinion. Well, I can see where the next commenter was just like, it's arguable. I would just say that the only reason it's arguable is because they have other evidence to kind of show like it might have been like conflated with multiple people and all that kind of stuff. So, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas when a Christian speaks, they just utter empty assertions as if that's a matter of fact.
Yes.
Well, sure, that goes on. I just think you're a goldfish swimming in a pond of these Christian values, and you don't realize
Christian values that predated Christianity and that Christianity largely denies.
No, the legal system was fully formed based off of the laws that were
of the Vikings,
root system of the Judeo-Christian value.
Yeah, but not of Christian values, not American laws.
I think it was multiple people.
Wild right now.
Yeah,
let's stay on the resurrection.
I'm gonna just say I think it was multiple people, or it was because like the way that the Council of Nicaea was formed, it almost made sense that they actually did just say, okay, so we have a similar figure. Yours is called Messiah. We call ours, Dionysus. So what we can do is I don't know what. I always do this. They turn into gangsters. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that the Dionysus and the Jesus fella, they're the same guy. And then we're going to bring them all together, you see? It's going to be a lot easier to control them. Yeah.
Not based on Judeo-Christian anything.
This is key. This is the latest resurrection evidence. Tacitus talked about the third day as a day of worship that the Christians changed. And then he talked about how the movement stopped and then broke out again in Judea before spreading to Rome. How accurate?
You mean Palestine?
He was talking posthumously about a cult.
I mean, it is.
Not the guy himself.
Just saying.
These are non-Christian sources.
Right, talking posthumously about a cult, not the
yeah, the Bible is conflating lots of events and ties hundreds of years into single chapters, invents people, ignores people. It's horrible.
Temporary.
Yeah, I mean, to use it as a historical document is almost silly.
Historians, people later talking about the cult, not the guy. And it wouldn't matter if they were talking about the guy, because we're not talking about Jesus, we're talking about Christianity.
Why does it matter, though? Why does it matter?
So the facts don't matter. The theology doesn't matter. All right, you tell me what matters.
Why in the world would that matter if they are enemies? They do not want Christianity to exist. If they are backing up the full narrative, even if it is 50 to 100 years later, that doesn't matter. They're saying this is the history that's been passed down, and we're going to write it in our history books.
Why does it matter whether Christianity exists?
Lori Myers, before I think like 2006, all we had to go on was like the actual Jesus was a Roman historian that was like 100 years later, that this dude Josephus, who has been proven to be kind of a fraud. Most Christians don't like bringing up the fact that like Josephus is proven to be like a fraud. So
you're saying that they were duped by the Christians,
but I think you might have missed the part where Stuart was using Josephus as a as proof that his point was right.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I asked why does you made an assumption, yet another of many baseless and false assumptions that you have made. You made the assumption that I'm thinking that somebody needs to say that Christianity doesn't exist. Why would they need Christianity not to exist? What does it matter? I'm
not following.
Right, I'm not following either, because nothing you're saying about atheism is true. Nothing you're saying about my position is true. I'm just a loss of all the
All right, that's some stoner shit that I do. I'm sure you guys know.
Pulling out of the resurrection topic right now, and you're pulling a quick one, and it's smart because it's getting.
I'm not pulling a quick one. I'm genuinely confused by the bullshit you're slinging.
Genuinely confused. Come on, explain it to me.
And I get it.
We don't have souls, and that's a big problem for the current version of Christianity.
This is really funny.
Now, the original version of Christianity, where we're all supposed to be walking undead some way, maybe. But now we know we don't have souls. So that's a problem, because that means that the concept of God having, taking our souls away and leaving our bodies behind, that's just factually void. Now, which version of Christianity are you arguing for?
I'm arguing for the resurrection right now. I'm not talking about any denomination or souls.
I'm not talking about denominations either. I'm talking about during Jesus's time when he said that you wouldn't die, you would just continue living. And when they were talking about the undead souls of the saints would be like getting up and walking around, right? There's that version, or there's the modern reinterpretation, where we have these invisible spirit pieces in us that look like us, but are a spiritual component of us that gets out and then drives another vehicle or goes away somewhere, right? Is that what you're arguing for? Do we have an invisible soul in us, according to you?
No, that's a good question, because I want to get why you're so certain there is not a soul in a second. Let me answer first. What does it profit a man if he gains the whole world yet forfeits his soul? I'm writing a book on this topic.
Okay.
First book. We'll see how it goes. But what soul means there, contextually, is the soul is the physical, it's the social, the relational, it's the emotional.
Okay, so you don't believe in a supernatural soul.
Soul is the whole person.
So you don't believe in a supernatural
resurrection, we're not going to be floating souls. We're going to be physical, relational bodies.
So I'm looking for a yes or a no here. You don't believe in a supernatural soul.
No, I just gave you my answer.
What's wild to me is how medicine and science was so bad at the time. No one knew that bringing a cloth to town elders didn't prove a woman's virginity. Makes you wonder how many were stoned due to lack of medical knowledge. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that, but I immediately thought of the Monty Python bit. So I was just like, but yeah, a lot.
Terminable as a yes or no. Do you believe that when the body dies, that there's this transparent, maybe crystal blue version of you that goes walking along in a misty form, or that floats up without feet, whatever? Do you believe in a supernatural component, a spiritual aspect that animates life? Do you believe that when Darth Vader cuts your body down, that Luke will be able to talk to the phosphorescent blue sparkling you later?
Well, you put it so beautifully. You're kind of making it an attractive idea for me. So maybe, but yes, I believe that there is all of our language is Aaron Ra, myself, Stuart, yourself, our experience, not connected to our bodies in the sense of when we're talking about our personal selves, selfhood. I think that could be connected to this little blue guy who's going to be floating away, perhaps when we die. Perhaps it's connected to near-death experiences.
Okay, so you do believe in this spiritual thing that supposedly exists in or integrated with or interfused with our body, that when our physical body dies, there's some spirit, like what Yoda said, we are luminous beings, not this crude matter.
I love this guy.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense. The way you put it, it doesn't make much sense. I agree. But the way I would put it, I think
the reference he does. Yes.
Makes total sense when it comes into...
Okay, well then, make your attempt.
Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
To make that make sense, because I've talked to some leading philosophers and they don't think it makes sense at all. What can Stuart say?
Well, you got to talk to J.P. Moreland then. He's the best on this.
So Stuart can't say anything.
No, but Stuart's about to say it. Stuart just gave 2 answers, and he started in on a third, but then got rudely interrupted, and his train of thought is slacking right now. But coming back,
Mini Fridge to the rescue.
Everything, my third point would be the self.
Actually, about to hit that in a minute.
Personhood, this innate drive, metaphysical drive that came out of the Bible. Even the Harry Potter fans would say this. Even, sweet J.K. Rowling, who says...
Why do they always say, like, dude, okay. For my new viewers over on Twitch, I came from a Christian background that I was part of a school where at the time we had like the Satanic Panic 2.0, except it was caused by witch panic, like Wiccans. And we had this whole thing where we had all of our Harry Potter books confiscated and the few D&D kids, which I wasn't one of them at the time because that was the devil's work. Yeah, they took all of our Harry Potter books, and no, they didn't just like throw them in a dumpster. They burned them. We had like a legit book burning that ended up in the paper, and it was like, we're gonna burn the evil witchcraft, and yeah, and to see this guy all these years later bring it up and just not even see that J.K. Rowling technically, like, he would think she's based because she's anti-trans.
Christian says that the
like, this guy sucks. Welcome, Uncle Grandfather. Thou shalt not suffer from a witch. God, second time tonight. Like, every time that I see it in the chat for some reason, I think of Monty Python. But
physical piece of equality for
one of my friends from middle school brought me one of those.
all, and the soul outside of the body is something that we all believe truly in, whether we are going to be honest about it or not. You're not just neurochemical.
So I disagree with you. I'm dishonest. Is that the poisoning of the well that we're doing right now?
See, the alternative is just your neurochemicals and neurons. You're a moist.
But if I disagree with you, then I'm being dishonest. Is that the picture you're painting now?
You're a moist robot, and you're only getting moister right now.
So that is the point.
Ew, the fact that he said moist and then moister. Ew. Stuart lost the debate based on that.
Isn't that you're putting into the well?
What is?
That if I disagree with you, because of course I do.
He poisoned the well with his moist comment.
And you knew that before you said it. But it's not because I'm dishonest. It's because Christianity is dishonest and asserts baseless speculation as if it was a matter of fact, which is fundamentally a lie.
No. I think we're getting into more of the experiential right now.
Ooh, he's
I think
drinking a
scientifically,
stout. Nice.
when you brought up to me once, or was it your buddy T-Jump? Your buddy T-Jump, when we had this debate on the soul. And his hope and a prayer, and he's not here. I like the guy. There's nothing bad against him. His hope and a prayer was, hey, yeah, you can look at, if a person dies, you can look at his memories, and actually people can write out his memories. And he was trying to make a case for the brain, and I think that fails every single time. Because
the fact that we can't even trust our own memories. Like, look at the way that we can't use, certain eyewitness like testimony, because they're just like they can just prove that you have a bad memory. Like, for me, hate to say it, if I saw something and they put me on a cross exam, they'd be like, well, how's your short-term memory? It's like,
because I think there's something
what was the question?
Material that we cannot nail down scientifically. And when you look at it, it explains our experience. And you can go to near-death experiences, for example. There's something outside of Aaron's physical body and simply his neurochemicals that is attached to love, consciousness, meaning, and purpose, that is connected to a soul.
That actually makes a lot of sense. When Protestantism started, it was a radically progressive movement. They were against money, against ownership of land, against any sort of government at all. It was Are you telling me that I'm actually so my original faith was actually born out of anarchist ideals, and I just went right back to them? What the hell?
Soul. Now, if you want me to give the soul
dude,
a physical,
so I just took the magical being out of it and like needing to believe in a sky daddy, and now I'm just like, nah. Now I just believe in the ideals of all that.
No,
so the soul is outside of my body now, is it?
Rock on!
No, those things
hell yeah,
are attached to and give evidence to something in your experience that's you, that's not just your body. And you got to be able to get on
peace. Protestants were comrades.
Board with that. I think that's pretty.
Wait a minute. All right, Puritans. I don't know. Every time I hear Puritans, I think of that Robin Williams joke where he's just like, and then you got the Puritans. People so uptight that even England was, get the fuck out.
Logical. I think the way you put it, yeah, you're right. It is illogical in the sense of this blue avatar.
Blue avatar?
Oh, we have a cute doggy.
Guys?
We actually only have one more minute. So everybody, we've been listening to...
All right. Yeah, I think we'll go about another half hour with it. We'll go into the next segment, and once they end this one, I have a feeling I'll jump
Stuart's definition of the soul, Aaron's refutation of the soul, and now we're looking at a cute puppy. So
I wish...
You probably think our dour social conservatives in buckled hats. In fact, they were radical land reform movement that overthrew the kingdom or the King of England and were booted out. I don't know. Really? I don't know. See, I thought I knew a lot about the Puritan movement, but maybe it's the way that the people. Yeah. Okay. So the Puritans were extremely based.
I wish that there's one thing that you have as an advantage to me that religious people, regardless of religion, have as this advantage, and that's that you can just...
Lori Meyer, I am very happy you joined tonight.
Say whatever the fuck you want to say, as if it's true. I don't have that ability. I call that lying. If I can't...
Goes for you too, dog lover. I mean, your name alone, by the way, and Uncle Grandfather... I mean, Uncle Grandpa, really? God. I remember seeing that promo for that show, and I was just like, Uncle Grandpa, what are we doing?
I can't show the truth of it, and I say it's true. That's a lie.
And yet, never do I see an Aaron Ra say yes to Stuart on, is atheism rational? But maybe you will say yes.
Well, yeah, not believing impossible nonsense for no good reason is definitely rational, yes.
No. There's a worldview that you have, and so you're
and that's being rationalism.
Wait,
literally.
Hold on, real quick. Somebody, Lori Myers, you just sent me something from Matanshi. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. So I haven't watched this video. Thank you for that. But I love Matanshi.
Definition of my worldview.
Good. I would love to.
You finished work?
We actually,
that's another debate. Unfortunately, they sold you the wrong one.
Squishmallow. I wish I had a shofar, but I'll do it for you. You finished work?
Then you didn't come prepared for that one.
No, you were slamming the door before I can give anything.
Well,
you thought you were arguing with.
Fun fact. The idea of April Fool's Day refers to Puritans taking over a landlord's field and planting crops for themselves. Huh. Interesting.
Their Christianity was rational, and the argument.
Although, I can say we have like a communal field. I know this is like a little off topic, but so you know how like they have these areas in the city where we can just like plant. The idea was to plant things for the community, blueberries, whatever have you. The thing that sucks is somebody came through and they picked them all for themselves, and like we have them on camera. Strangely enough, like they are kind of like the vigilantes of the city, or not vigilantes, are the fugitives of the city right now, because everybody is pissed at them because everybody not relied on it, but like, you know, the homeless people in our town, like in our area, were all like about it, and we were all about it. We were just like, hell yeah, we're glad you did it. But gotta ruin a good thing.
You made the disjointed, drunken stupor arguments that you made.
I'm not drinking
with rationalism.
I'm not drinking or drinking right now.
He's the only one not drinking on this panel.
Sir. I was gonna say no as a correction, right? I'm sorry, gents. So I was trying to cut in there. This might be a good time to go into the Q&A. We do have quite a few questions coming in. Hopefully,
no.
Everybody's been enjoying this, and definitely hit that like button. We were just ending off.
He's got 3 puppies, and one of them is a retriever.
Discussion about, is Christianity true?
Oh, it's a beautiful white retriever. Look at him.
some notions of our thoughts about the soul. So we're going to kick it into Q&A. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And once
I'm not sure if you guys could tell I love dogs.
again, a reminder that we're doing a
So-
live event, and Aaron's going to actually be there. That's going to be Saturday,
fuck, do I gotta?
September 16th. I think you do. You already said you would, buddy. I'm sorry. I mean, if you don't show up now, we're gonna say things about you. You know, we'll be like that guy. I won't tip one back with him. You know, next. No, I will. I always will. Reading is
Yeah, Richard
sexy.
Clark, fuck you. No, I haven't been caught in any lies. I don't.
Well,
I should not
never,
look at you.
never mind our live chat, because there are nice people and there are not so nice people.
And then
so,
there's Richard Clark.
Richard Clark, you're getting called out. Sorry, buddy. That happens sometimes on live stream. Be polite.
No, you just
want to remind
If
everybody
you're gonna
exactly
be a
that.
dick in a live chat, you deserve to be called out like that. Fuck you.
The Q&A's friendly, because I'm not going to read them if they're just mudslinging, because I don't care for that. And I want to watch
Ryan's
what
such a good dude.
I say on live.
Man, all right. I think that this modern day debate might be a good thing.
Line here, because I've remained enigmatic. Everybody online
actually,
is like, ooh.
hold on. You guys might not get the joke. I announced to my channel that I have been contacted by Modern Day Debate, and I'm kind of doing my research right now, if you will. So
what Ryan believes, you'll never know. Or maybe you will. Who knows, right? But either way, I got to behave. The Unlucky Legume, $10. Can we get some super chats going to support Modern Day Debate, seeing as they went to the trouble of setting this up and missed out on a night of live streaming? Well, thank you, Unlucky Legume. We're doing all right over here at Modern Day Debate. We got lots of debates coming up, and we are going to organize a debate on a positive atheist claim. I know Leo Filius wanted to do that with Nadir and them, so we are going to look into getting that set up again. The case for positive atheism, but just stay tuned for that. I'm also looking at getting an astrology debate set up, so yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that, because that's going to be a first.
Oh, thank you, dog lover.
Time on Modern Day Debate. Charles Lehner for $1.99. James still the GOAT. Well, I actually I agree, of course, because he's kind of my boss in a certain sense. I mean, we work together.
James is cool. He may be conservative, but the thing is, he's one of the nicer guys who does things in good faith.
In
So
a partnership, but I mean, I'm going to check with him before I do anything. So these are all from Modern
Wait a minute.
Debate,
There's a
apparently,
reason
off
for
the
that.
bat. Melavia, at work, can't watch you. I love you, Aaron.
Partnerships. Aaron Ra is the shit, dude.
Well, thank you. That's a nice positive membership chat. Melavia actually had a problem with me saying kick it over and messaged me on Discord, so I've tried to mitigate it a little bit, but after he messaged me to say stop saying kick it over all the time, I was kicking it over the entire debate because I'm a rock star and I gotta be a rebel. Oflamio for 666. The number of the beast. 666 from Oflamio. Stuart, here is my solution to relativism. If you give me an F, I will give you a nuggie, Professor. Incentive persist in relativism. Stuart?
Yeah, I don't. What?
I'll read it again exactly as it's written out, but Oflamio, maybe you want to clarify. Stuart, here is my solution to relativism. If you give me an F, I think like on a quiz, I will give you a nuggie, Professor. So, like, I will physically abuse you, Professor,
a noogie?
if you give me an F.
It's a noogie.
Incentives persist in relativism, Stuart.
Right? I got that right? I mean, we call it noogie in Chicago.
Absolutely.
So.
But it's still ultimately, yeah. Okay, Ryan, was I gonna further? You went like this. I didn't know whether to stop or not.
No, you're good. If you want to respond to that, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't disagree with that statement. There's still going to be objective standards out there, though, and we know it's not all relative. We know ultimately it's wrong, really wrong, to kick a puppy, especially one of those beautiful ones that Aaron has back there.
Very pretty puppies.
It is a very pretty puppy.
He's got a lot of nice snakes too, and my daughter is obsessed with snakes. So all the time she's coming to me asking if she can buy one.
Get a boa.
I'm gonna have to look into that for sure because It's a long time coming. Oflamio for $3.33. The devil's younger brother there, half of the 666. How do we know Yahweh won't eat us too, Stuart?
What won't eat us?
How do we know Yahweh won't eat us too, Stuart? I think they're talking.
They have
about
your
like
religion confused with Cthulhu.
I was about to say.
I think they might be
literally Cthulhu.
talking about like the dog.
Oh my god, I'm really into Eldritch Horror, like the board game. So
kind of thing,
immediately I'm just like, wait, our Doom counter just reached 0.
Maybe I don't know if that got brought up, or I'm not sure. Oflamio, you're giving us some curveballs, buddy, tonight. You're usually a little bit more consistent. Do you have anything to say on that, Stuart, or just?
Yeah. It's the whole idea of, why not treat our fellow man as just an annoying, punkish little ape running around? If it's simply evolution and there is no God and Christianity didn't exist, I don't know why we wouldn't do.
It's because compassion is actually natural, dude.
Do that. We are raised.
No, like this is like you guys like Stuart has said this about like how we have this like whole inherent need for community, and he used it for his argument, but he refused to see how that was kind of antithetical to his argument, like to his argument, as far as like saying that, yeah, well, it's almost natural that we kind of come together and seek out trying to be nice, and like that's how that works, right?
Red in tooth and claw. It's an ape. We came from apes. Why not just love one another?
So if we're a social animal, because we are apes, and therefore we're entirely reliant on a social structure in lieu of there being a God, because there is no God. So the one thing that we have to rely on is somebody who stands by their word and who shows empathy and for his family, friends, and fellows. And shut up!
Nobody. All right. Somebody needs to let Aaron know that because of his settings on his microphone, they're not picking up the dogs. So he's freaking out because he thinks that the mic is picking it up, ruining the debate. No, he's ruining the debate, yelling at his sweet little puppers.
Stop it. I'm on camera.
And he doesn't know that. He just heard blah, 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 and then went, okay.
That's not for you, Stuart, I swear, right? Aaron's a little more polite than that generally. Aaron, mind your manners. My goodness.
Sorry, I should be. I shouldn't. I mean, as a dog owner, I'd be disingenuous. It'd be disingenuous for me to pretend that I I don't have to yell at this guy right here, because this guy, he goes.
Being as we are apes,
he is so quiet down here. He hasn't done it once on stream.
Nature, not apart from it. And there is no outside force to come save us from ourselves. We are our only hope. We have to help each other. This is one of the reasons. This is how morality evolved. There was a time in our evolution where we didn't have big brains yet, and we didn't have quite the muscular strength that chimpanzees and gorillas had. But what we did have was a stronger sense of empathy than they have now.
Oh, absolutely.
Wherein some terrible predator attacks the weakest or slowest of us, and suddenly they realize that they have to face all of us, that we're not running away to leave the slow and the weak behind.
Lori Meyer, and dogs aren't even human, but we pretty much all agree we should be nice to them.
We're all turning and facing that enemy, all of us, at once. And every big cat realized, hey, I can't kill all fucking 40 of them, so I have to back the fuck off.
Because most Christians can see, like, they literally look at most animals as just food. Like, they literally look at it as the food chain. They look at dogs as the food chain. Like, dude, some of the most cruel people I've ever met, like, to dogs, are Christians.
That's what made us a great species. That's what enabled our intelligence to grow. That's how we became moral.
And that is exactly where it stops. Empathy. We don't get love, and if we just go with the empathy...
How do you not get love from empathy? I don't.
So
how do you make these assumptions?
For example, O.J. Simpson's lawyer talked about how look in the shame and honor cultures, or if you look from evolution, and then
Great
you all of a sudden turn
example.
towards Christianity, then you're going to see
if the glove don't fit, I quit.
Type of self-sacrificing love that has never been part of any other culture. So you have that.
That's been part of every culture.
If you're simply going to go from the empathetic side of things, yes, there's empathy.
Yeah.
With the group,
So it's been part of every culture.
but ultimately, you have to
This
land
guy's
in empathy.
argument
It's an
sucks.
atheist overreach.
Right.
I'm going to love somebody across the globe, and I'm going to fight for human rights, no matter what their consciousness, rationale, no matter what suffering level. No, only Christianity spread the image of God.
Except that you just contradicted yourself. You're describing the atheist position, and then suddenly described it, and suddenly claimed that it was the Christian position.
This is my question. I get to end here. So for me, it's the selfish knave.
Even he's laughing because he knows it's not
unfortunately
serious.
would break down Aaron's pretty little picture right there, where yes, we do want to fight the lion, or we do want to team up and work together. But ultimately, if I'm a free rider and it's not going to really hurt the team, why can't I just be a free rider? As opposed
So what
to
you're talking about is the aberration that can't be relied upon, that doesn't have the empathy, that doesn't back their word. And so through a matter of population mechanics, those people tend to be removed from the gene pool, either by being ostracized, imprisoned, or killed. So one way or the other, they're out.
I can be very good at stealing with my hedge fund, for example. I can cheat the IRS very easily.
And you seem to think that that's perfectly fine.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Wrong with that, though, from your perspective.
I said from a matter of population mechanics, such people as you're describing tend to be identified and ostracized.
Okay, but not really. Not in my neck of the woods. Maybe yours, maybe in Texas, but I live in Fairfield County, Connecticut, and those who get away with all kinds of things, whether it's cheating on your wife or cheating on your taxes, they're not really ostracized. I'm going to be real. If anything, you're
right. They're Republicans.
Well, no, Connecticut's fairly blue now. I wish it was.
Yeah, but in Texas, they're all Republicans. The people that you're describing right now.
No, Texas is getting more and more blue, and Austin is.
Except the people that you're describing right now are Republicans.
Oh, I'm talking
the center of hypocrisy. Definitely GOP.
Lori Myers. So one of my favorite, this is kind of funny. You can't cheat the IRS. One of my favorite Batman quotes was from Batman, the animated series. It's a special where the Joker's just like, he gets rich legally, where he files, an LLC, and they start charging him taxes, and they're just like, hey, the IRS wants to talk to you. He's just like, here, and he just gives them a bag of money. He's just, and they're like, what? You don't want to strong arm him? He's like, listen, I'll mess with the Batman all day, but the IRS, no, thank you.
And to end, since this was my question, this connects to Aaron pushing me on Christian values, and another one that was unique was forgiveness to Christianity. As our nation has become a little more secularized, fortunately, atheism will decrease in the years to come, according to Pew Research. And
Fortunately not, because it's growing by attenuation, not birth rates.
Less Aaron increases, and he's already doing a great job.
No, because they habitually never count for attenuation. That's how atheism grows. Atheism doesn't grow by birth rates. It grows by attenuation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you guys aren't going to have any more babies. That's the problem.
But
we don't grow by birth
point
rate.
is the opposite of that. Holy shit, you dumb fuck. No. You are actually statistically more you are going to have a atheist as a kid if you are a Christian. That is just a statistical fact. Sorry, I have been enjoying a few adult beverages.
How fast Christianity grows or Islam grows by birth rates, because once those when
I'm 9 hours into stream, so I didn't start until an hour ago.
Into Europe, for example, then their problem is attenuation, so that a significant percentage of their adults aren't.
Wait, spiritualism is on the rise, and atheism will sadly probably shrink, but that doesn't mean that people probably are more that people are becoming more religious. I know that more people become religious the more they have kids. I know that's a thing. but also I would say that even though spiritualism is on the rise, that doesn't necessarily constitute a bad thing. As long as it's like away from organized religion, I take that as a win.
Muslim anymore. And the same thing's going on with Christianity, where they lose a huge amount. They lose at minimum of 20%. Minimum.
When you say attenuation, break that down.
This is when people no longer believe.
Yeah.
So Daniel Dennett and his wife started the Clergy Project, and they realized...
That's nothing new, though. People are trading Christianity for UFOs, stones, curing cancer, and DMT trips. Yeah, that's nothing new. Like, when I was in, like, school, in high school, it was about, I mean, UFOs. Yeah, UFOs were one, but it was mostly, like, healing crystals were a big one. DMT trips were the one.
They're getting a lot of preachers who contact them because they no longer
new
buy
age.
the bullshit that
I'll
they've
give you
been
that.
selling for so many decades.
Yeah.
But here they are stuck in this job. How do you move from what career would you move to from preacher? Used car salesman?
Yeah.
What else?
No,
can you
actually,
do?
that's what they do. I happen to know that my ex brother-in-law did that.
So they reach out to this network,
Cheating
the
fuck.
Clergy Project Network, and what
You cheating fuck. You cheated on my sister with her younger version. You cheating fuck.
One of the statistics that they're noticing is that people, when they realize they no longer believe in Christianity, they come out being more
pastor
liberal.
too.
They're more tolerant. They're more curious. They want to go back to college. They want to learn the things that they never learned before. They end up being, just on the whole, better people.
Well, that'll be our next debate. Wait, Ryan. Forgiveness, it came from the cross of Christ, and as secularization grows a little bit, not atheism, secularization, now you see forgiveness start to break down, especially in political circles and especially in the echo chambers. And as objective morality breaks down, now we're all shouting over each other. Christians were supposed to be the preachy ones, but now all of a sudden everybody is preachy but Christians. And so for a forgiving God is what we all desire, and that has a lot to do
Except that we don't all desire that.
Objective morality, LOL.
If you want to love and actually grow the population.
If you want to love and grow and not believe in impossible
I'm glad
nonsense
that
for
you
no good
caught
reason,
that.
then you don't want a God.
Why do atheists always say, I'm just forgiving for my own sake and not for the sake of the other?
Because we don't say that.
Because.
And that's not what I said.
It's because it's a Christian value.
No, it's not a Christian value. I'm a member of the
God!
Satanic Temple. That's actually in their 7 tenets is forgiveness. But forgiveness, but we actually have a way of doing forgiveness where Christianity doesn't. Christianity doesn't do forgiveness. They put you in hell. Oh, you didn't believe the stupid story without any evidence? Well, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter what your bullshit excuse is. You're going to hell.
The one thing that Aaron has missed in this entire discussion is the fact that Jesus does talk about the hypocrite, which this guy is totally a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter how you thought that, no, you're going to hell because we're judgmental and not righteous judge. But in Satanism, we have a means of forgiveness.
By the way, I am an atheist. I'm not sure if you've gotten that one.
The only issue with forgiveness is that you have to understand that you've done something wrong. There has to be some kind of admission that, yeah, I fucked up and I need to make this right. And upon making that statement, now we can work with you on making it right. That's what I really love. I like that there is a means of forgiveness because there's not many organizations that offer that.
You like
Close
that,
us out,
Christian?
Stuart.
All right. He likes it in Christianity. Next question. I like that one.
Excuse me, what?
You said you like that part about Christianity, forgiveness.
Are you lying about me again?
Next
Why is
question.
Christianity always about lying?
Next question.
What? Seriously, why is everything you believe a lie and everything you say in defense of those lies always a lie?
I'm so glad that he's pressing him on this because it needs to be said.
That's the problem I have with Christianity.
No, it may have been my hearing. I honestly thought you said that.
No, I didn't say it. I said I was Satanist.
No,
And
I know
that's
you-
what I liked about Satanism was that there's a means of forgiveness where Christianity doesn't have that.
All right, Christians don't forgive, and the doctrine is not
Because you have hell, which means that there's no rehabilitation. You're simply just
but the hell they believe in is like not even a biblical concept.
judged, not even on whether you're moral or immoral, but whether or what you believed. That's what you're being judged for.
3 case
How
studies.
immoral is that?
3 case studies I want you to look up just in the last couple of years. Botham Jean and the shooting of the racist white cop. And
Does that have any fuck all to do with Christian theology and whether God judges you over whether you believe?
3 are based off of Christian.
That doesn't change the fact
Are
that your theology
on this, Stuart.
says that your God judges you entirely over whether or what you believe.
All right, let's let Stuart wrap this one up there, Aaron, and we'll move on.
I don't think he can.
These huge
I don't think you can.
news stories
Dude. Bird.
that captivated the entire nation.
Which have nothing to do with your theology.
The Amish No, I'm going to get there. All based off of Christian
Dude,
correct
Stuart's
theology.
getting owned
Not this
tonight.
hell and fire.
You can't say those two contradictory things in the same sentence and just expect to get
Amish
away with it.
Botham
You
Jean.
can't say that Christian theology is correct and just have me accept that because it's not. There's no such thing as a correct theology. But if there was, it wouldn't be Christian.
Well, I mean, you guys dig your own grave here. I mean, we'll go as late as you guys want to go. I'm having a ball. I'm trying to respect your guys.
All right, Ryan really is like really good at what he does.
This time because you might have certain constraints, but I'm fine for you guys to riff as long as you want to riff, honestly.
Oh, I don't want to spend here all night. I've been working on
Like on very, very basic fundamental levels, how do you exist outside the physical laws of the universe? How do you create a universe? How do you know the universe? Or how do you know the future? How can you be a trinity? None of it makes sense. Yep. Squishmallow Dragon. This has been a great listen while working. Thank you, Squishmallow.
on another script all day.
Well,
I'm sorry that you're working so late, but I'm happy to help
I
you.
say, if you guys want to keep going on this one question,
Arn and I can riff
Just so you guys know, we are 3 hours into overtime.
on.
Mostly unconscious. No, I'm
I was
having a
not
good
planning
time.
on
Fuck
being
you.
here.
I really shouldn't look at your chat. There's some idiots in there.
Arn, what are you drinking? I'm getting curious, Arn. What are you drinking?
A local brew.
Ooh.
Temptress. You know what? I'd said
12% ABV.
Oh, 12%. I was going to say, I've got like a 4% because I'm behaving myself, but it's actually on brand. It's called The Nun on the Run.
Now what I
Mine is a
started to
local brew. Mine is called Giant Killer.
this evening with was I killed this bottle, but
I watched you do that.
that was mead. Very good stuff, by the way.
Well,
oh man, that was rough opening up.
it's technically, I mean, when I say local brew, it's technically a few towns over, but whatever.
Let's move on to the next super chat. Sorry, Stuart, did you have some commentary? What are you up to over there?
I just said I had cut water for the first time a couple days ago.
Does that mean you peed yourself? I don't get it.
That tends to happen after I drink a little bit. Yes.
Okay.
You pee yourself when you drink. Stuart, oh my God, you dork.
If we keep drinking beer the way we were. Or I should say, Big Thing Flying Wayne says for $10, Stuart, I'm paying $10 for you to stop using the we worship everything argument. This is where it gets a little spicy. He says that argument is trash.
Hey, by the way, spicy, we actually get spicy over at the Pep Talks channel over on YouTube. And if you join the membership club, then yeah, you get to join those membership only streams. So
Money isn't an extraordinary claim. It exists.
Come on, spicy Pep Talks. Let's go.
Your God doesn't. Quit false equivocating.
Yeah, and if there's one
Also, if you haven't liked the stream, please do. It really helps me out. And if you haven't subbed to the channel, please do. I'm getting so close to 1,000. You could be it.
could plead for. I get really, really, really tired of the thing about, well, you're an atheist. You think everything came from nothing. No, fucking nobody believes that. Stop fucking saying that. Creationists believe everything came from nothing. We don't.
That's another debate. I'm actually going to want to get your take on that, but the worship one. No, don't take it from me there, little angry elf. Take it from a very...
At least call him the right fucking race. That dude is a dwarf, my man.
very strong, creative...
Little angry elf?
He is a dwarf. He listens to dwarf metal all day, which if you haven't listened to, look up dwarf metal. It's awesome.
Kid was. He sounded like a little... He sounded angry.
Big Thing Flying Wayne, you're getting called a little elf, I think.
Okay.
Just take it from the atheist I was quoting, who many would have said would have been the top fiction writer in our generation, who unfortunately hung himself. I promise, not because of his atheism. I promise. It was not because of the
Dude, you fucking asshole. You are totally implying that he didn't have a god, so he thought there's no point to life because I don't have a god.
Weakness of his world.
Yeah, that never.
Worldview.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing to do with that. It had to do.
Because our worldview is not bleak.
It was more so a matter of him saying, if you really focus on
I'm pulling on a rope.
what
If
you
you guys don't know,
unconsciously believe, and you like I see this all the time, and I give an example of the girl who's in the psych unit because she really started feeling like I'm worshiping my art, and she didn't make it into the school she wanted to make it in, and so she went crazy. And this happens all the time around me. Maybe not all the time around you, but even if it's not to that extreme, I think we
this guy's never heard of a narcissist.
can all honestly say, and I know the word worship is triggering for atheists, so I won't use that.
Because we don't worship and we don't like being lied about.
He said worship.
Sure. Whatever you ultimately find worthy or the most important in your life. Can we say that?
Guy?
But if I find something important, that doesn't mean I worship it.
Sure. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's the most important thing. So whatever you find most important, you can get in trouble, his point is, as opposed to if it's located something that's not fine. For example, I know many people who have gotten mentally and emotionally.
My man is about to use an argument that will fall apart just talking to me because I was a Rastafarian for a hot minute, which is technically, Christianity. I just call it Christianity with weed, where we just acknowledge that, Mother Nature Mother Nature mixed with the, Christian God, kind of gave us, this whole world and all this shit. But, everything that he's saying is just like, nah. You can't even have that. Even though everything that I just said completely agrees with that.
Even crushed by the death of loved ones. Well, you got to love your loved ones, but if you don't have anything higher than your loved ones, unfortunately,
this AA motherfucker,
life is going to get really hard and downright depressing and crushing.
You need to have a higher power.
If you have the death of a loved one occur, if they're kind of what you find most important in this life. So that's the point he's making. This is
one of the difficulties I have about speaking for anybody else, because I understand that some people deal with depression, and it's not something that I can even relate to. For whatever reason, I've always had a very positive outlook, like always. I've enjoyed every minute of my life, even at my lowest points. I still manage to enjoy my life better than some people enjoy their better moments. I don't know why that is, but I'm glad that is that way. And where I see injustice in the world is often on behalf of Christians. I see people who get away with terrible crimes, and they don't even know that they've done anything wrong. They'll never even admit that they fucked over other people, and I find that disastrous. When other people, very often Christians, get completely screwed over, and their karma is such that they end up with these horrible.
I don't believe in karma.
Horrible existence.
Not anymore. Not after witnessing how many fucking rich people just get to leave with everything.
That I couldn't even bear. I would not want to live through some of the things that I've seen other people live through, and these are Christians. Some of the most morose lives I've ever seen have been from diehard believers. And I'm not saying that I'm not blaming the belief on that. It's just maybe the belief has something to do with their inability to take power over it. I don't know.
I think their belief was more so like locked into they just needed the idea of a forever life because they were already like horrendous people. So they wanted to carry on their horrendous life even farther.
I still feel empathy for these people, for being in.
Karma has some statistical truth. If you do bad things probably will happen to you, but it's certainly not a physical law or a real thing. Yeah. I'm gonna go to, you know what? Nice. I'm gonna go to bed with that one. I'll think about that one a little bit more. Nice take.
Such a miserable situation. I never experienced that. I've always had it good, I think. Even
that is a really cool way to acknowledge it, but also just be like, no, it's bullshit.
When I was always poor.
Because I kind of believe the same thing. Where I'm like, yeah.
I've just always enjoyed life. And
listen, as somebody who doesn't necessarily believe in karma, and who did, like, for a while, I don't know, I've believed in a lot of things, but realistically, I just want to be the best version of myself. And if that means helping people that don't deserve it, then fine.
I lament that there's a bunch of other people that I know of who have never been able to enjoy any moment the way that I enjoy most.
Well,
Stony Nights, late night. Did you see the fucking timestamp on this? I'm at 9 hours, 16 minutes.
That's great. Aaron is a optimist, and we're happy to hear that because there's a lot of people around here that you're in the live chat. If you just got something miserable to say, well, you just heard Aaron's outlook on life. You're not going to bring him down with your little petty comments in the live chat. So keep them.
There's a lot of petty comments.
Keep them on point,
Dude, don't
people,
read the comments
because we don't appreciate people that are just trolling in the live chat. We want to keep.
I
we're
do
trying to
appreciate
elevate
you
the
jumping in,
discussion over here at Modern Day Debate and vet a bit more and do what we can. So.
I think you were part of this. I am doing this for the research for the next possible debate.
So, behave in there because we don't want to put you on timeout. Pointless Poppy for $4.99. Stuart, if humans are prone to sin and lying is a sin, why is it not likely that followers of Jesus lied about his resurrection?
Because of what we talked about in terms of
real quick,
the eyewitnesses.
Twitch chat, I'm going to link my Streamlabs donation link just in case. I mean, no pressure. Just doing it.
Legitimate. Could we trust them? Were they early? And if it was early testimony, then it was unlikely that this even lie could get off the ground. Was there enemy attestation? See, that's a big one as well. If there's enemy attestation to
Govin, thank you for gifting one Pep Talks membership. You're awesome. Man.
That this really did
Govin, gifted another Pep Talks membership.
Happen. We got to make up some type of rumor.
Woo!
Then even if they are prone to lie, you have extraneous things going on that still shows that the resurrection
VIP tonight.
occurred. So yes,
didn't occur. Correction. Didn't occur. Yeah, it's a frustrating thing. I see all these comments in the chat and then from also Stuart where they just say these things like they're true, but that are not defensively true.
Well, it's whoever says it most confidently between you and me is going to win the debate.
Well, it doesn't matter what their confidence is because I've seen
you
liars.
You don't get to joke like that when you're not good at it. Stop, Stuart.
Being confident. So confidence means nothing.
No,
it's just whether you can show
that it's the baby.
True.
But it's your word versus my word. So often here it sounds like.
Okay, but I can show.
I just make a point and you come.
Govin, you actually missed it. My cat was down here for I want to say the third hour of the stream. He was being a little asshole.
Now you bring the javel with this authoritative statement saying it's just not true.
He almost shut down stream, legit. He almost hit the power button on my PC. I was like, no!
I can't help that I'm right. I'm sorry.
And it's confident, but I could say that about anything.
Yeah, you could. You could lie about anything with equal confidence. The issue is whether we can show that it is true. I brought up a bunch of things that you did not even begin to address. You took on the position that most believers do, where you defend the belief in the belief without necessarily defending the truth.
I apologize. I would have loved to have addressed those 5 things that you brought, or 10 things you brought up. We couldn't get past each other in terms of the back and forth interruption. But honestly, that's why I ended up actually giving you a big compliment, saying that your points were the best ones in terms of the most exciting for me to talk about that I've ever received. And don't worry, I'll save them my Word document. We'll get to them at some point in the future.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure this isn't the last time we've seen Stuart and Aaron Raw on Modern Day Debate because we always have a ton of fun when you guys are on. And this is my first time hosting.
No, I've watched 2 of these.
You guys.
And yeah, it's the first one that Ryan's hosted. Ryan's awesome.
And I'm trying not to use colorful language. I'm having a A crud ton.
He likes
of
Dio,
fun
so
with
I'm a
you
fan.
fellas.
I'm a fan.
So let's continue on with the super chats. Pointless Poppy, $4.99. Stuart, why did no one keep track of the names of the 500 people Jesus supposedly... Oh, I lost it there.
Did you just say supposedly?
Get at it.
Supposedly.
Shh, calm down. Why did no one keep track of the names of the 500 people Jesus supposedly appeared to? Picking on me.
It was the word supposedly was not in there. No, so the 500, that is an interesting one. But just because there are some out of all the others that were mentioned who aren't named specifically doesn't make that a horrendous deal. I mean, when Paul talks about some of them have fallen asleep, many scholars would say that gives people an understanding that they would have known who to have gone to. And they wouldn't be going to those who had fallen asleep because that means that they were dead. So there would have been knowledge in the community, just like, when you get footnotes like Simon of Cyrene or Malchus, for example, or in Luke 24, Road to Emmaus, and one's named and the other's not named. Yes, it can be frustrating because there's so many footnotes.
Patient, long-suffering, and meek. Are you literally talking about your modern-day communists?
Throughout the Gospels, showing again to their credibility. But with the
if you give me a
500,
hell yeah,
there's
you know
not a
what?
clear
Squishmallow, yeah.
Simon of Cyrene, for
I'll be on.
example, and yet you
know
do
what?
have some have fallen asleep,
Screw it.
some have not.
I got pissed,
so there
but yeah, I'll
would
be
most
on.
likely have been some type of consensus understanding of who had not
I'll be
fallen
on for
asleep and
another
who
like
they really were.
20 half hour, 40 minutes.
All right.
Well, that goes back to what I was saying before about Jesus says that you won't taste of death and that you'll still be alive. And in the original version, that there's not a soul that comes out of you; it's that your physical body will rise again. And so that's why they say that these several undead saints walking around doing the Thriller in downtown Judea. That's the kind of resurrection that they were talking about. Actually, what Jesus was pretending to do with people, bring them back to life so they get up and walk around again.
But the Jews had no understanding of the type of resurrection that actually occurred. They
believed in Sheol.
They never would have accepted that.
Right, because they believed in Sheol. So they would have accepted what Jesus was talking about, where you get up and walk around again, not the whole new idea about that you have this invisible soul inside you that then floats up into heaven. That was a different idea. That's where the Christians took this idea. A lot of the Christianity, of course, was based on Judaism, and Judaism was based largely on Zoroastrianism. But this one aspect, the Christians reached back past Judaism to take this other aspect from Zoroastrianism that the Jews didn't adopt. And that was the notion of this posthumous judgment, where in the Avestas, I think it's the Zend-Avesta or the Hadnak-Nast, where it says that the righteous man, upon his death, will rise to the kingdom of justice and truth under the wise Lord Ahura Mazda. But the wicked man, upon his death, will descend into the kingdom of the lie, ruled by Ahriman the opposer, which is the opposer meaning the enemy, also pronounced Hashatan, which was the Satan.
All right, let's close that one out. Thoughts on that, Stuart, to close us out? 10 seconds? About?
No, yeah, I just think it's another piece of evidence for the resurrection of Christ, that the resurrection itself would have been totally rejected by anybody, and nobody would have thought up of it. That would have been the last type of hoax that somebody would have thought up of, and that it occurred. So many scholars...
That's exactly what the Jews would have expected.
No!
That's what modern Jews and Christians wouldn't have thought that, because they have a different interpretation that involves a soul.
The Sadducees would never have expected it.
That's exactly what they would have expected, because
the Pharisees thought it would have been a general at the end of time. And the Christians...
No, that's because Jewish script, because Jesus failed to meet any of the criteria that the Jews predicted for their Messiah. So that they were expecting a world leader that was going to, that was never going to die, and that was going to, raise Israel to this world power and everything. All these things that never happened. So Jesus failed he actually met one. The only criteria that he met for being the Jewish Messiah was that he was Jewish.
Yeah. So Bar Kokhba and there were about 20 failed Messiah movements. None of them would have had anything to do with a single Messiah having died on the most bloody death imaginable on a cross and having risen from the dead.
All right. Well, let's move on to our next super chat, everybody. It seems we've got our ideas out on that one. Thanks for your super chat there, Pointless Poppy for Stuart. El Arant 499. I am a Muslim from Transoxania. Transoxania. I've never heard of this place.
Muslim from transsexual Transylvania? What?
From transsexual. You know, the live chat might not believe this, but I have a full Frankenfurter outfit for the people who know what that is.
Yeah, I played Frankenfurter for a while.
Oh, well, isn't that glorious? How'd you do I? Anyways, Salem to all. Question for...
I'm about to throw bread at my screen.
For atheists, where do you get your ethics from? Is it coming from empirical evidence?
Our ethics, as I explained earlier, came from our evolution as a social species. So we depend upon society to survive because no man is an island, if you're familiar with that term. Society, as an abstract concept, in turn, depends on us to cohabitate productively.
Lori Myers, I give the host props for being so fair to Stuart. I couldn't do it. Yeah. You know what? No, Ryan is a great moderator. He's also just a great dude. So
now those
I've
who
talked to him,
cannot, those who will only meet their own selfish ends, those who
think
have no
that
compassion
he,
for other people.
He does this with like a level of curiosity that that's what you need for this job, and I really appreciate that.
Tend, as I explained before, tend to be eliminated from society, so that we, as a course of population mechanics over many generations, we identify the people who
Lori Myers, it's pretty obvious which side he's on.
Stand by their word, who are reliable.
I might have to tell him that.
And who do for the community. And those are the ones that are rewarded with the most wives and children, whereas
I think he'd appreciate
the people
it.
who only serve their own selfish needs, at least in Stone Age cultures, will eventually be eliminated from society. At some point, of course, you get into super technological things, and then we seem to have a turnaround where, for whatever reason here recently, if you're all about yourself, completely narcissistic, only brag about yourself, don't give a fuck about anybody else, piss on.
Oh yeah, and then he actually was the one that was like, we had a conversation about just classic rock, and who is the better lead singer of Black Sabbath. So yeah, you might be right.
On everybody else, well, then everybody else will worship you. But that, I hope, has only been something that's been going on in the last, say, decade or so.
Alrighty. Any thoughts?
Why is that really bad?
Why is what really bad?
Hey, actually, you know what? No, hold on. One of my most conservative cousins is like a super metalhead. I went to go see Iron Man with him.
Why is only caring about yourself selfishly to the disdain of everyone else and to the detriment of society as a whole? Why is that bad?
Yeah.
Does that not answer the question already?
No, if you can get away with it, it doesn't really harm society.
But it does, for the reasons I just explained.
But does it harm the society that much?
Yeah, it harms society that much. Yes, you are taking advantage of you are impoverishing everyone to enrich yourself. This is harming society exactly that much.
Me cheating on exam, is that really harming society?
When you take a single example by itself, then we're not talking about population mechanics over many generations, are we? We're looking at a big picture here.
Oh.
So the problem I have with one of the many problems I have with arguing with creationists is that we're Christians, is that they always want to bring up this one isolated example and say, what's the harm in a little white lie? They're always looking for the permission for the one evil, stupid, antisocial thing. What's so wrong about this one thing that I do that's bad? Well, because when you count it up over time, these become worse. But they don't think like that.
Well, that's like when an atheist tries to interpret a Bible verse.
Thank you.
Correctly, inevitably.
All right, well, let's move on from there. And
that's insinuating we never believed in the first place.
He's got another super chat. We'll get over to it because I think he's just a little brought down because when
you're not.
He thought we were the Candy Man. That's right. All right. Before we get a super strike on the channel here, we'll get over to your other question there, Elrond. But I'm glad that it spurred all our frank.
Did you know that you can actually get a strike on your channel? Yeah, I found out from doing Macho Man impressions. Yeah.
Comforter. So Witzig Gets It, usual on the channel, asks, Aaron, is there an objective moral standard? If yes, all right, intent required to establish that order. If no, how can you invoke moral high ground over God? So he's saying that if you've answered yes, isn't intent,
and I did earlier in the show.
Yeah. So isn't intent required to establish that order? I think is the crux.
I said in order to determine whether something is moral or immoral, you have to have criteria, right? We have to have a universal agreement on what the criteria are, and I think we have that, where everybody understands that if I were just walk down to the bus stop and kick somebody in the shins for no damn reason, that's going to be immoral. I don't have a need to cause somebody else harm or suffering, right? I'm just visiting pain upon somebody else. That's objectively understood to be immoral. Everybody gets that. Nobody's ambiguous about that. So I think we have an objective moral standard on whether we're causing unnecessary harm or suffering, or whether we're prolonging happiness, well-being, or health. But these are moral or immoral, and they're objective. Everybody gets it. And the argument that I hear all the time is, well, what about some whole society that's been taken over by evil people who then use political propaganda to their ends to try to justify their evil? Well, if they didn't know that it was objectively evil, then they wouldn't be coming up with the propaganda bullshit lies to try to cover it up or to make excuses for it. So that's how we know that even they know that it's objectively evil what they're doing.
Thoughts over there, Stuart?
Although I have one account, apparently my wife just she needs to sign up for Twitch. So if you want to just do your one more, then we're good.
Nope, I like it.
Okay, all right. Does that mean we're in agreement? Is that another huzzah kind of moment?
Yeah, at some point I want to share another area of agreement I have with Aaron. This agreement is, so in the Greek, Jesus does talk about those who are touched by the moon. So it's not him exorcising demons at all times. He did understand, he was ahead of his time in understanding what mental health was. But typically it was exorcising demons. So you take that.
He was exorcising demons, but he was ahead of his time in mental health. Get the fuck out of here. How the hell did you just say that with a straight face?
Have a nuanced understanding. The book of Proverbs has a phenomenally mixed understanding that's nuanced. That's why the Bible is the best psychology book really ever written.
Oh, come on! Not when you ignore all the bad parts. Fuck off. No. Even in Christianity, they used to ignore Songs of Solomon specifically because they were like, "Whoa, that's bad." That technically the son of David. Yeah, he was ordained by God technically, but he was kind of messed up.
That's a book I'm writing right now.
Please don't say stupid shit while you're trying to make.
Here's what you're gonna like. Here's what you're gonna like. I agree with Aaron on his characterization or truth. It's truth on what he says about a lot of religious people, religious Christians, if you will, who get half-baked Christianity, kind of more of the fundamentalist types, some of the snake handlers. And so here's where it gets personal.
What do you say about snake handlers?
No, the fundamentalist types I hate to say, are the ones that at least read the damn thing.
What's that?
What are you saying about snake handlers?
Don't you do it. It'll for your points.
Where are the snakes, Aaron? Like, I was hoping to see one wrapped
They're
around.
behind me. They're all over. I've got like 53 of them back there.
He's 53 snakes? 53 snakes? All right. I'm not sure. Hey, Govin, I'm not sure if you knew this. Got a little Indiana Jones in me. I do not like snakes.
See one wrapped around your frame.
I was going to grab my repick, but he's in a bit of a mood.
Snakes.
It's a little inspiration for your Genesis 3:15 paper too.
Like you.
True.
So anyway, what I was going to say,
The
where
wind
I agree with
blows.
Aaron
Wait.
is I have a lot.
The wind blows where I listen, as the moon demons wheeleth their influence.
Of holy
Believe it.
discontent towards a lot of those religious types who totally misinterpret scripture, who make the body, whether they elevate the body too much or say the body is nothing, it's just all about the soul. I'll give one example. My grandpa was very high up in the Seventh-day Adventist church, and he got depression and even had a little, probably, it was paranoia,
Hey,
but maybe
my mom's husband was part of that church.
and a little psychosis at one point, where he
Is-
saw kind of men in suits coming after him on the property, and he was really, really like internationally high up on the Seventh-day Adventist podium, and so a lot of people came to him and was like, "Whoa, you're way too spiritual. You're way too spiritual to take any medication or get therapy. You know, you're our man, not God, but you're our man." And so he didn't for the longest time, and he almost committed suicide. Finally, he got on medication, and boom, everything was fine. Great. Went back to his work. So there are a lot of those religious types out there, and I think a lot of it has to do with their own ego, religiosity type, as well as misinterpretation of scripture. And so I have as much anger when I deal with those kinds of people. Whoo, takes a lot to hold back. I tell you that much. More so than probably any other
does
group
it now?
of people.
All right, calm down
My
there,
testimony.
Hulk.
Well, let's try to carry on there because we do have quite a few more super chats coming in, and I had a figuring that this was going to go a little over time, so I am apologetic
shit.
to any of our speakers.
All right, what time is it?
But like I said earlier, it's up to you guys
All right,
if you want to riff.
All right, we are at 156. All right, I'll let this go for
kinda
another few
dig
minutes.
into each other's beliefs. I'm all for it, but you guys, if you want to cap it where you want. Oh, Aaron is grabbing, I think, something exciting potentially. Oh, I see a little pretty something.
Oh, there's a little rattler
so
on the back
many
there.
mice.
I wouldn't
This
imagine.
is a Doomerals boa.
Ooh, very pretty.
This would be a very good choice for your kids. They're
I
slow
need
moving. They're beautiful. They get to be 5 or 6 feet long, sometimes up to 8. But they're manageable. And I like to refer to these. See these
Fuck off,
masks
dude.
along the side? These little tiki masks.
They're beautiful.
I refer to
Oh,
these
it's
as the souls
pretty.
of the damned.
Oh, very
Pretty.
Are you into D&D at all there, Aaron? I'm a big D&D guy.
Well, of course.
Okay.
Woohoo! All right. Well, then, if you, since they said the magic words, you guys must know I have been playing in the same campaign for the better part of 4 years now. And we started from 1. We are now at level 14, and I am in full god mode. I killed a fucking beholder by myself as a ranger rogue. What's up, baby?
That's great. All right, I just had
What
to ask.
kind of
I'm not even kidding. We had a beholder. We had 2 other enemies that we had to get a item from each one, but the beholder was the one that was kind of like the optional one. I went for the beholder.
snake do you think was in the garden?
But now
There
I can
wasn't
see
one
in the
garden.
Underdark.
Oh, jeez. I don't mean to offend, but let's just say if there was, what would you think? What kind would it be?
Well, it's a nonsense question.
Let's move on, fellas. I don't think we'll come into a moment of agreement here.
I did not get ganked.
But that
You thought I got ganked by a beholder? Nah, Well, stop distracting.
that is a beautiful snake you have there, Aaron. I didn't think I would say that live.
I would recommend this one.
Pattern right there.
I didn't think I'd be complimenting you on your beautiful.
Nah. You actually, so because I'm a ranger rogue, I got to not only do a sneak attack, and this helped because I rolled like a god that day. I applied sharpshooter, and then I also applied hunter's mark. I wrecked him so fucking bad.
Beautiful snake there, Aaron. On a
Dude,
live
I'm
stream.
talking god rolls. I'm talking 2 fucking, straight, clean 20s, and then,
But,
everything else was just like boom, 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 hit.
That's what I'm doing here. That's a beautiful snake you got there.
I was checking in before getting ready for bed.
$2
Oh,
says,
nice,
"To be
dude.
honest,
Yeah. I mean, I'm at the back end of stream. I'm about to hit 10 hours. So, we're about to hit 50 on Twitch, and we're getting so close. We're at like 991 on YouTube. So
Aaron Ra, I love you, but you do look like a villain. Oh, look at that smile. He.
Oh my God, he looks like one of the He looks like Waluigi or Wario.
He's a charmer, is what he is, fellas. Everybody here is a good fella. I've been super enjoying your guys' energy tonight. So this is
dirty,
amazing.
rotten sinners too, Ryan.
those
Hands of an angry god.
Steven Saul for $20. Trying to throw me off, Stuart, and then Aaron's holding that snake. Stuart Saul for $20. Aaron Ra, you should just ask for proof of any of the biblical claims you and I both know doesn't exist. Both know it doesn't exist.
All right, this will be the last question. Once I go to the next one, I'm going to do my shout outs and then, hit the sack.
And for claiming modern standards should not apply to the Bible, then the Bible is no longer applicable. I think, Stephen, you spent $20, and it sounds like he agrees with you. You should just ask for proof of any of the Bible claims.
Somebody in your chat mentioned something about Hogwarts. I have to tell you that when I was 12, I remember wondering what kind of an old man will I be. And I looked at the old, skinny little guy, bald guy with a cane. And I'm like, is that the kind of old man I'm going to be? And then I see this jolly, fat Santa Claus looking guy. Is that the kind of old man I'm going to be? And then I saw Gandalf.
Oh, wait a minute. Distracting. Did you not hear the news? Oh, buddy. Hey, do you know why I'm checking this out? All right. So I got contacted by our man Ryan here to do modern day debate. So I'm doing my homework, Distracting.
Oh, yes. You shall pass. Yeah, Aaron Ra, you pass. That's fine. You know what? You can be a Gandalf on the stream. That's great. Honestly, that's a great reference for inspiration because I love those movies. And quick shout out to my buddy Josh. We were actually watching those movies just before he moved out, and the amount of quotes that were flying out of me after I watched that on this live stream, I think it was driving everybody nuts. You know, I do not remember this place. Or I have no memory of this place. All right, so her band's $4.99. Hey,
Hell yeah,
Ryan,
man.
James, could we have a Trinitarian/non-Trinitarian Christian debate in the future? Well, as you all look at the snake there on screen, I'll answer that question. We do sometimes tempt the waters of having debates between two people of the same belief system, but generally, what we want to do is have people that are more opposing in their views so that you guys actually get into more of a nuance.
Squishball, you're awesome, and I'm going to make sure that my wife is the 50th. You rule.
Discussion about the differences between
or 49th. You might be the 50th. We'll see who gets there first.
They, assess information. So it is something that we do talk about, but even when I was vetting earlier for some speakers on astrology, I was talking to them and I was saying, they said that there's other classifications of astrology. I might not represent everybody, and it's kind of like that's fine because the main point is that we're having that discussion. You know what I mean? So it just the same here. We want to make sure that we're keeping it open and honest and true. Let's carry on. Elorant $4.99. Aaron. Dude, you are a good person. Disregard haters. Hell in Paradise is revealed as classic conditioning for motivational purposes. God can forgive. Well, that took
I wish
a
I
little turn.
could say that I heard that whole question. Something about God can forgive. No, he can't because he doesn't exist. You kind of have to exist in order to do stuff. What was the rest of it? I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I think that was it. He said hell and paradise are revealed as classical conditioning for motivational purposes.
Okay.
All right. I didn't.
And largely lifted from Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, all around. I'm sorry that there's not a lot of question there as far as maybe Stuart has some thoughts there.
You should have edited. Nah, you should have. All right, this is why I tried to read before I knew it.
A little bit of a
occasionally I get
What's
it.
going on, buddy?
Oh no, I think I have a tick on the back of my head. I was a little concerned.
Well, that's a little bit different. A tick on the back of your head, that's a bit concerning. So yeah, that's a different.
We're the tick capital of the world here in Fairfield County. We actually have a town next to us called Lyme.
That's not good. That's not good, my friend.
Yo! I have a friend who moved here who's making a lot of money with that. There's a new machine out there.
What?
to treat Lyme disease.
This is why I go outside.
Oh man, that's like living next.
I go outside in very limited capacity. Is what I meant.
The gonorrhea City. Yeah, it's bad. All right, so that's all of them all in one. Gonorrhea, herpes, syphilis. Yeah. Anyways, herpes,
syphilis.
Yeah, yeah. That's what happens if you get bit by a squirrel. No, that's a joke. El Iran.
And I remember this girl I dated in high school, Donorrhea.
Oh no.
Okay, let's carry on, everybody. Donorrhea. Oh my God. Well, hopefully she didn't make your downstairs too excited because, anyways, it could have been a mistake. El Iran, $4.99. Karl Marx said, "Religion is opium of masses, but these days opium became religion of masses. Muslims are not becoming Christian." Stuart, are you smoking? Now, I don't know what kind of question that is. Stuart, are you smoking? That's kind of rude. I mean, who smokes, especially in Canada?
There actually are some Muslims becoming Christian, but also it's the other way around. I think actually it's worse for Christians becoming Muslim. Because I think the reason why that is because Islam has less baggage than Christianity does.
Oh, the fastest growing church last year was in Iran, and it was women. Because they were tired of all this sexism. I couldn't believe when I heard that. It's like, how is the fastest growing?
You know how I feel
with women. So, am I smoking something? I haven't smoked anything for a while. I was just
Speak
on.
for yourself, Stuart.
Speak for yourself.
Scared of it. I was just on a podcast. I was just on a podcast where that was the number one question, or is it wrong to smoke weed as a Christian? And
my man, we need to have a smoke.
Came to the conclusion, a few puffs is not as bad as 3 glasses of wine. So it's not a sin if it's a certain amount of THC in your bloodstream. But I have not been smoking as of late, though. I am lucid for the most part. Thank you to the Holy Spirit. And for me,
doesn't exist, by the way.
for me, it's going to be a matter of if they're referencing the DMT studies, that was actually what it just takes back. Yeah, I don't know.
Alrighty.
It's a matter of I'll send the studies, but the studies were
He seems like he's on something else, if you know what I mean. Oh, my allergies.
Impressive. They were also on Joe. They were shown on Joe Rogan, and a few eyewitnesses on who talked about it on Joe Rogan as well. So
why did you say they were impressive?
I'm gonna be awake for days. I don't know what was I saying.
Then say they were shown on Joe Rogan. You're trying to discredit your own argument.
What do you got against my boy Joe?
What the fuck?
Conservative?
All right, we got 10 minutes left in the stream. I'm gonna be doing shout outs in the last few minutes, so
he's an eight.
So I'll give you guys a heads up.
He believes Jesus was a mushroom, and that Moses was tripping on.
Do not.
And coming from the bush.
Do not.
No. Not just Moses. The biggest one is our man John on that island where we had some magical mushrooms that gave us all of Revelation. Yeah. When you try to argue that with a fundamentalist at this point, good luck.
Compare me or associate me with Joe Rogan.
All right. Well, let's move through the Q&A there, fellas, because, we're only we're about a quarter through the way here. And, I don't mind you guys expounding as much as you want to, but, I don't want you guys to be like, oh, crud, it's 3 hours, I gotta go now, right? And we haven't gotten through. So like I said, let's try to move through, and you guys kind of dictate on your own where you want to draw your lines, but I'll try to push it. Witsit gets it. $4.99. Aaron, how do you account for the 25,000 accounts of our out-of-body near-death experiences, many of which have been empirically validated?
Okay, I can't even empirically validate something that is just somebody telling a story.
How do I account for 50 years worth of research wherein there are very, very few accounts that don't have clear explanations, and where we have to compare Christians having like common Christian experience, and then atheists, long-term atheists at least, having your expected no experience at all, and then most important.
Wait, okay, I can actually debate this one because I've had the opposite experience. So one of my very first situations that kind of made me think, maybe there isn't an afterlife, is when I had my first clean knockout. I got in a snowmobile accident where, like, I got legit clean knocked out, woke up, and I was like, what happened? That was the first time that I was like, oh, shit. Like, there might not be anything. So,
importantly, when Hindus
kind of plays into his argument,
near-death experience, and then they get to meet their gods, and then they come back with proof of reincarnation, which is effectively proof that Christianity is not true. So, Witsit gets it, and I don't think you do. How do you respond to Hindus having this different experience that disproves Christianity from near-death experiences?
I think it'd be a broader, if it's a broader question to God, so whether that's Hindus' gods or the monotheistic religions.
Well, the Hindus consider themselves a monotheistic religion. I know they got a buttload of gods, but I mean, look at Lord Krishna, for example. He says he's the source of all the demigods and the creator of the multiverse, which is a pretty hellish statement to have made 400 years before the Bible.
Yeah, no, that is that. I don't know how that discredits the Bible, but I would say, because there's many pagan myths that sound very similar, but there's no historical accountability to
multiverse.
I think the piece there is there's 400 million accounts of the miraculous just in Asia and across.
I'll tell you what, there's a version of me that went to Taco Bell tonight that's a little bit happier with his life.
I think the studies in Europe alone. There's so many people. Kidding. If you listen to Aaron, there's so many people who need to be dissuaged of this type of golden age, bronze age mentality, or these experiences that people are stuck in, whether it's because of things like drugs or not. But I find it interesting, 400 million for miraculous, and I think it's 40 million now for near death. And then 500 peer-reviewed articles out of Duke on the near-death experiences. So I don't know whether they're definitely not all true, but I think they're to be accounted for there in terms of what exactly is going on. Just like with the disciples and the resurrection.
Can we show that there's any that are true? Can we show that there's a there?
Secular scholars agree that the disciples had some type of experience with Christ. We just don't know what it was.
I would agree that they met some faith healer, cult leader, self-professed exorcist, and performing the exact same shtick that
same hair color, same teeth.
Bobby Tilton and Kenneth and Gloria Copeland and all of those, Benny Hinn, all those kind of people. He's just the first century version of that. And if people are this credulous now, in the age of enlightenment, can you imagine how gullible they were in the first century?
Or how gullible they're going to be in 100 years from now.
It is a sad thing that we seem to be going backwards. And I'm still debating people like yourself.
Well, let's try to move on from there, everybody. And unless you had anything to say there, Stuart, Ella Ron has $4.99 right. A question. Aaron, Muslim declaration of faith starts with, there is no God, and continues. Why do you think that is?
There is no God but Allah. And then I have a T-shirt to this effect that says, there is no God but Allah. Just kidding, there is no God.
All right. Well, let's move on from there. Elron again
Nice
says,
little
you can
drunk
buy
hiccup.
that T-shirt on evolvefish.com.
Awesome. Yeah, and at the end of our closing statements, we'll definitely give you guys a chance to tell us where we can find you at the links that we're going to have pinned in our descriptions. Elrond for $4.99 again. This is for you, Aaron. I think you can hear me. Yeah, he's there. Aaron, a Muslim here. John Locke saved Western civilization from eugenics. He was a follower of Jesus. He based his ethics on Abrahamic tradition.
Well, then he was his own enemy, because where was eugenics coming from at that time?
I don't know. Where was it coming from?
It was disproportionate breeding that was established by the church. The church was the one that was practicing eugenics.
All right. I might have some insight here, people, but I did want to just kind of pry there as an innocent interlocutor. So Marty Camagello for $5. Stuart, why are you so anti-LGBTQ? Isn't that the opposite of being compassionate?
When did I say that? I never said that. I think that Christianity paved the way for movements like LGBTQ to have the level of freedom that they have, or go to the Me Too movement, for example. You know,
oh yes, Christianity with their
back in the Roman Empire.
Yeah, with their support of Leviticus and all of their prohibitions against. Yeah, with their support of Leviticus 18, with Jesus never saying ever once.
Man, I have. All right, so the one thing that this whole thing has inspired me to do is go for round 3. I don't want to read the Bible again. I'm not going to retain it the same way. No, wait. I can do this. It's just, I can go based on wait, I know where this knowledge is.
Once. Hey, you remember what it says in Leviticus 18? Ignore
Getting older,
that.
memorization's a lot harder.
Jesus never did that. Jesus always only ever extolled the lack of virtue that we find in the Hebrew Bible. Isn't that sad?
So, at Texas State University, I found somebody who hates Jesus more than Aaron does.
I don't hate Jesus. I hate injustice.
No, nobody hates. No,
injustice includes lies.
No, man.
Jesus is
no,
a lie.
I hate how they fucking misrepresent that.
I found somebody when I was there. It was a boy transitioning to be a girl.
Oh God!
And
Here
she
we go.
kept running in front of great
Well,
dialogue.
at least you
We had big
fucking
days out there.
gendered right. Oh,
There were like 400 students out there at a time. TSU was going on fire, and she kept interrupting the debates, yelling.
You did it right the first time. What the fuck, you dick?
Go to our website, ipissedonjesus.com. And sure enough, big website, I don't know how many fans, selling merchandise. I mean, I just can't make this stuff up.
Yeah,
So
I got a comment. Somebody mentioned in the comments about what I just
First
said
time
about
I've
how,
heard
how
that.
gullible people were 2,000 years ago. And the commenter
Merchandise.
said that we're actually worse now. And I kind of agree, because I read Vincent Bugliosi's Helter Skelter. He was the prosecuting attorney of the Manson family. I have actually physically met the Manson family 3 times as a child because we lived in Los Angeles. And I read the book in earnest, and I kind of get it. The people that were hanging out with Manson that thought that he could actually make their bus fly, that he was able to convince them of these.
Well, they had Miss Maisel.
These miraculous things.
Or wait, oh shit! Oh shit! What's her name?
He could
Basil?
do.
Magic School Bus.
In the Age of Enlightenment, in the 1960s, all you need is a little bit of LSD, and you could believe anything. I was surprised. Vincent Bugliosi complained that it was difficult to find anybody who would testify against Manson because they all believed that he could read their minds and that he could do all of these miraculous things, and so it would disqualify their credibility as witnesses, which is interesting because shit that you have to say now in order to get elected to public office would have in the 60s gotten you disqualified as a witness in a murder trial. But it does speak to how we can believe ridiculous shit in the 21st century that and just laugh at the fact that they would have believed it in the first.
Oh, the amount of conspiracy theories.
Frizzle.
There hasn't been any more ever in our history than there is today.
Agreed.
So we'll just we'll just close it off there, fellas.
Yep.
So Stuart.
All right. All right, guys. I'm going to do some shout outs and then I'm going to go to bed. It's been a 10-hour stream. This has been fun. Give me some music for this. Actually, I kind of want to find my song. Where is it? There's a really good one. Here it is. All right. I appreciate everybody that has checked into this stream and stuck with it. This has been fun. Yeah, I had a few adult beverages to go with this one. So, and when I mean adult beverages, I just mean very carbonated Sprite. Also, yeah, everything, any smoke that you saw was this thing is my humidifier. So yeah, don't want to get you guys confused. So, but I appreciate everybody checking into my stream. If you haven't already, follow on Twitch. I really appreciate you guys just popping back and forth. Also, sub to the channel if you have not already. I think most of you have. You guys have liked the stream, so I like you. You guys rule. But yeah, I am going to bed. So I appreciate you guys. We'll be watching a bit more of the Aaron Ra and Stewart debates. There's another one that happened recently that was about 4 hours long. So I'm kind of like, ooh. Squishmallow Dragon, thank you so much. I appreciate you. So, all right, good night, guys. Love y'all. I'll see you. Oh, actually, wait. I'll be doing something rare tomorrow. Look out for a stream.